by Chevy Stevens. Read for you by Monica Plant and Lindsay Dorcas. Chapter 1. Alice. July 5th, 1976. The first time Alice saw them, they were walking side by side on the narrow gravel road that led into the RV park and campground. A boy and girl, moving together in a slow, slouching way, with his arm around her shoulders and her hand tucked into the back pocket of his bell-bottoms. His army-style backpack looked heavy, the seams stretching, a rolled-up orange sleeping bag tied to the bottom. The girl's pack was smaller but equally as stuffed, with a green sleeping bag that rested below her hips. Maroon shorts shimmered underneath. Tom slowed the Winnebago, giving the couple room. The boy turned to look at them. Square sunglasses, brown hair to his shoulders, and a blue tank top that said, "Keep on truckin'." He pulled the girl closer, shielding her from the gust of hot air and road dust that the RV stirred up. Alice caught a glimpse of her bowed head, pale blonde hair tossing in the wind. She watched in her mirror until they disappeared around a corner, but the girl never looked up. The campground's office was a quaint log cabin skirted with river rock and topped with a Canadian flag, the red maple leaf bright against the white background. Alice got out of the RV with a yawn and trailed up the office steps after Tom. He checked them in while she half-heartedly spun a postcard rack. She blinked the sleepiness from her eyes, regretting their late night. But this 4th of July had been important, and it seemed all of Seattle had felt the same way. The waterfront had been crowded with people watching the bicentennial fireworks. She scanned a display of brochures, reading one with warnings about bears and how to store food safely. Tom was talking with the campground manager.
"Been on the road since sunrise, crossed the border in Blaine, Washington. You ever been there?"
Alice didn't hear the man's answer as she moved over to the shelves of camping items. Yellow plastic egg holders, metal poles for toasting marshmallows and hot dogs, bug spray, citronella candles. She picked up bits of the men's conversations, Tom's deep voice.
"We stopped in Vancouver for lunch and drove through Stanley Park. Walked the seawall for a stretch. Boy, there's some beautiful views of the city. This your first time visiting Hope?" "Sure is."
The men chatted about the small town for a moment. Then the manager unfolded a map of the campground, pointing out their site. The restrooms with showers, the woodpile, the wide river which he warned had a current far too strong for swimming. Shame on such a hot day. Tom thanked him and turned to Alice.
"Ready?"
She nodded. They drove slowly through the campground, which was split into 2 sections, one close to the river and the other in the forest. Everywhere she looked, there were tents, RVs, vans with their sliding doors open, music playing, towels hanging to dry. A dog barked as they passed. Their site was tucked among a circle of tall firs. Tom frowned slightly as he steered the RV into the parking spot. Alice tried to guide him, but they both winced when a branch scraped the side. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't see it."
"It's fine. It's bound to get some scratches."
Tom smiled, but she could hear the disappointment in his voice, the hint of annoyance. "It's okay to get mad. I won't break." He met her eyes and quickly looked away. Her face felt hot. They both knew how close she had come to breaking this last year. She stayed silent while he finished parking the RV. They pulled out their aluminum camping chairs, and Alice spread the plastic tablecloth across the picnic table, smoothing out the fold lines. The yellow and red poppy pattern looked cheerful with the green camping dishes she had ordered from the Montgomery Ward catalog. Tom poured them wine.
"Should we toast to our first night?"
How about to all our adventures ahead? They tapped their plastic glasses, and Alice took a small sip. She hadn't drunk any alcohol for months. Too much would have her maudlin. Tom placed kindling and newspaper in a neat stack at the center of the fire pit, leaned forward to blow on the embers. It wasn't dark yet, the summer days long, but it was nice to stare into the flickering flames. Tom sat close beside her in his chair and reached for her hand. With their fingers linked, they sipped wine and listened to the voices of other campers, the occasional person crunching past on the gravel path, soft chirps of birds settling in for the night. "What are we going to do all evening?" Alice said. Tom turned with a raised eyebrow.
"Bored of me already?"
"Not at all." She tried for a reassuring smile. This road trip was important. A reprieve. Tom had bought them a Winnebago Chieftain with a sporty orange and brown stripe down the side. Alice loved the dinette with its green floral bench seats and table that converted into an extra bed, the plush shag carpet, the wood paneling, the small fridge and stove, and the toilet that flushed when you stepped on a lever. The rear couch turned into a double bed, and there were overhead cupboards for all their clothes. There was even a privacy curtain. Tom swore they could make the payments and reminded her that the doctor had said she needed to relax. She swirled her wine, vowing to be different on this trip. She'd be fun again. She just needed a moment to get herself together. The wine had been a mistake.
"We can play Uno,"
Tom offered. "After dinner? I want to take a shower. I'm all sticky."
"Want me to walk you?"
"I'll be fine." She patted his shoulder. "See? I'm doing so well." The restrooms smelled of mildew, the concrete floors gritty with sand, the shower stalls littered with empty containers of shampoo and slivers of soap. Alice kicked at the plastic curtain that clung to her legs and wished she could have showered in the RV. But Tom wanted them to use the campground facilities so they didn't have to empty the tanks daily. She pulled on her shower cap and quickly washed in the tepid spray. Alice had dried off, changed into fresh clothes, and was gathering her belongings when she heard the slap-slap of sandals. She stepped out of the shower area and was surprised to see the blonde girl by the sink, who gasped and whirled around. "Sorry," Alice said. "Didn't mean to scare you." "It's all right." The girl folded a small piece of paper towel and bent over to wrap it around the toe strap of her sandal. She winced. "Blisters. I forgot to pack Band-Aids." "We have a first aid kit in our RV. You're welcome to come by." The girl straightened and bit her lip as she thought over the offer. She was pretty, with large blue eyes set in an elfin face, but she was extremely thin, her slender body swimming in the white baby doll shirt that billowed around her midsection. She stood with her feet turned out. "That's nice of you, but I should ask my boyfriend." Alice waited while the girl brushed her hair and applied lip gloss, then slid everything into a colorful granny square crocheted purse. She tucked the purse into her backpack, which was leaning against the wall, and shrugged it on. The boy was waiting near the building when they walked out, arms crossed over his chest, sunglasses pushed up onto his head, and his backpack by his feet. A macrame belt held his jeans up on his narrow hips. His dark eyes narrowed as he glanced between Alice and the girl.
"You okay, babe?"
"Uh-huh." The girl hooked her arm through his. "This lady has Band-Aids." Alice held out her hand. "Alice Bell." The girl was the first to shake it. "Ocean, and he's blue." Alice hid a smile. Hippies. Maybe on their way to work on one of the farms for the summer, or to a music festival. She shook the boy's hand. Warm, with the scrape of calluses. His knuckles were scarred and rough. He slid his hand back into his front pocket. "Did you want to get them now?" Alice said.
We're not far." Ocean turned to the boy, who gave a small nod. She walked alongside Alice, and the boyfriend followed. They exchanged pleasantries about the weather and the campground's beautiful setting, the mossy paths. Ocean spoke in a breathy voice, her Canadian accent stretching her vowels and lifting the ends of her sentences, which Alice thought was charming. A young woman in a halter top and hot pants was walking toward them. She paused to pick a wildflower, adding a few fern fronds to make a small bouquet. When she grew closer and noticed Blue behind them, she gave him a flirty smile and a sweet, "Hi." Ocean turned and scowled, but she needn't have worried. Blue ignored the girl and moved up to walk on the other side of Ocean, draping his tanned arm over her shoulder. Alice looked away when he whispered something into Ocean's ear. Tom was sitting by the fire when they entered the site and got to his feet, eyebrows pulled together, and a curious smile playing at the corner of his lips. He met Alice's gaze. "I found some friends in need of a first aid kit." She turned to the couple. "This is my husband Tom. I'll get the Band-Aids for you." When she came back out of the RV, they were sitting at the picnic table, drinking bottles of cream soda. Ocean doctored her feet while Tom attempted to engage Blue in conversation. But the boy's answers were brief. He was from a small town up northern BC, worked in a hardware store. They were on vacation and wanted to see more of the country before settling down.
"You're hitchhiking,"
Tom said.
"Yeah. I hope you're checking in with your families,"
Tom said. Blue glanced at Ocean, who looked stricken. She blinked a few times like she was on the verge of tears. Blue put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer.
"My dad's a drunk. My mom ran off. And Ocean's parents are dead."
Tom lowered his bottle and stared at them aghast.
"I'm so sorry." "It's okay. We have each other,"
Blue said with his chin lifted. Ocean gazed up at him, her eyes soft. He kissed her forehead.
"There'll be 3 of us soon."
At first, Alice didn't understand. Then Ocean's hand dropped to her belly, revealing a round bump that had been hidden under her loose shirt. "You're pregnant," Alice said, surprised. The girl looked so young. Ocean flushed, and Blue frowned at Alice. Tom grabbed Alice's hand under the table and squeezed.
"Congratulations. Babies are a blessing. We haven't been so lucky ourselves."
The couple turned their gazes to Alice, who now wanted to cry. But she clung to Tom's hand and lifted the corners of her mouth into what she hoped resembled a smile. "How far along are you?" "Maybe 5 months?" Ocean shrugged. Alice wanted to ask if Ocean had seen a doctor. How could she be so casual? Why was she hitchhiking when she was carrying a precious life inside her body? But none of it was her business. Alice sat frozen, anchored to her seat. "We'll get married this year," Blue said, and Ocean smiled at him.
"That's wonderful. We've been married 16 years now,"
Tom said.
"I'm the football coach at our local high school, where Alice was the secretary. That's how we met."
"Football?" Blue looked confused.
"Where are you from?"
"Seattle.
We've wanted to visit this beautiful country of yours for years."
"Cool." Blue took a drink of his soda.
"Where's your site?"
Tom said.
"We don't have a tent, so we slept on the beach."
"You weren't cold?" Blue shook his head.
"We built a fire."
Tom was about to say something else when the air filled with a loud rumbling as a group of bikers rode past. Their bikes were low to the ground with high handlebars. The last rider gave them a hard look as he went by. He had long, greasy red hair, a scraggly beard that blew in the wind, and a bare chest under his leather vest. His gaze lingered on Alice and Ocean,
The bikers took the access road that led to the campsites near the river, and the rumble of their engines faded. Tom turned to the young couple.
Going to be loud at the river tonight.
Ocean shot her boyfriend a worried look. He tried to give her a reassuring smile, but Alice couldn't help noticing how his shoulders and arms had stiffened.
Why don't you eat dinner with us?
Tom said. This time it was Alice who tensed. She didn't want to sit across from a pregnant woman, a pregnant teenager, who'd probably conceived in the back seat of a car. Alice despised her bitter thoughts, the sour taste of them. Blue sat straighter.
We've got food.
Save yourself the trouble. Tom was already moving toward the barbecue grill.
You can't beat the taste of steak over charcoal briquettes.
Blue and Ocean shared another look. Then he said,
Sure. Thanks.
Wonderful. Alice forced a smile and stood up. I'll make a salad. She walked quickly to the RV, where she splashed water on her face, fixed her hair, and took a couple of breaths. Then she vigorously chopped vegetables and shucked corn until her emotions were in order. They ate in the last of the sunlight, chatting about the Olympics. Alice shared how she'd stood in line for hours to pick up a schedule of events and an order form for their tickets. Then they'd waited weeks to find out what events they'd secured before planning their trip.
Queen Elizabeth will be at the opening ceremony,
Tom said.
It's going to be quite a show. Are you driving straight to Montreal?
Blue said.
No, we want to spend some time in Banff National Park. Then we'll stop in Calgary, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. When we get to Ontario, we're going to rent a canoe and explore the lakes. Alice wants to hear the loons calling.
He smiled over at her. Don't forget birch trees and touring a real maple syrup farm. Tom turned back to Blue and Ocean.
Do you have any suggestions? We've never been past Vancouver.
Blue said with a shrug. Thank you for dinner. Ocean wiped butter off her fingers with a napkin and patted her lips dry. It was so good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Alice stood and began to gather plates. Anyone up for dessert? We have watermelon.
Thanks, but we should probably go.
Blue said.
We need to find a spot to sleep. You could stay here. We have a spare tent, and with those bikers camping near the river, it might not be a safe place for...
Tom's gaze shifted to Ocean. Alice focused on the dirty plates she was collecting. She didn't look at Tom. Maybe they're right, babe, Ocean said. She sounded nervous. When Blue didn't answer, Alice glanced up at his face. He was looking back and forth between Tom and Alice. She wondered why he was hesitating. Did he sense that she was upset?
You'll be more comfortable,
Tom said.
Okay, if you don't mind.
That's settled then. Alice carried the plates into the RV. Tom and Alice lay together in bed. They'd played several games of Uno by lantern light with the couple. Ocean had never played before, but she'd picked it up quickly, even if she couldn't seem to bring herself to shout Uno like the others and said it more like an apology. Blue had no problem slapping down his cards. During the night, Ocean had revealed she was 19 and Blue was 22. But Alice felt like Ocean seemed younger, more innocent. Alice had made Jiffy Pop on the fire, and Ocean had nearly jumped out of her seat when the kernels began popping. Then she'd watched with big eyes as the aluminum foil expanded into a silver dome. Did you believe their story? Alice said. That they're just traveling.
Sure.
He adjusted his pillow.
Didn't you?
They don't seem prepared. They could be runaways. A soft shrug in the dark, the rustling of sheets.
They don't look underage.
Their names are definitely made up.
No crime in that. They're having fun.
She couldn't miss the admiration in his voice and felt a stab of guilt. Maybe that was why he wanted to spend time with them. They made him feel young again. It had been the opposite for her. 36 had suddenly felt like 46. They barely spoke about themselves.
Sounds like they had things rough at home. I don't think there's anything to be concerned about.
He stroked her arm.
Try to get some rest.
His breath deepened as he relaxed. She willed herself to turn in his direction, to press her cheek against his bicep. But her bones were too weary, her heart too heavy. She used to find comfort in his solidness. Tom wasn't a tall man, but he was built stout, with wide shoulders and strong legs. His black hair was thick and feathered back, his sideburns trimmed tight against his jaw. He enjoyed food, beer, and laughter with friends. He loved entertaining, and they hosted Super Bowl parties every year. More than once, she'd heard someone refer to him as a gentle giant. She agreed, but she was jealous of how easily he could shrug off problems, how quickly he could make decisions without agonizing over every detail. 16 years. It was a long time, and yet the physical side of their marriage had never been a problem. Until last year. There was the fracture. Then the ever-widening crack until it was now this big, gaping, silent thing between them. He used to make small attempts, his hand linking with hers, his body rolling against her, his hand on her hip, his lips to her neck. But she couldn't stop her muscles from stiffening, couldn't make her body feel anything, and so he'd stopped. Muffled music leaked through the RV walls, loud laughter, yelling. The group by the river. She'd fretted when Tom said he wanted to bring his dad's old handgun, but now she was glad for the protection. Tom was making a soft snoring sound. She thought of the couple in the tent. Were they asleep yet? Tomorrow she would be cheerful. She would make them breakfast. Absently, she ran her hands over her now flat stomach, then yanked them away as though burned. That night, she dreamed of a small, lifeless body being placed in her arms, swaddled in his blue knit blanket so snugly that she couldn't see his face. Then the cedar coffin lowering into the ground, dirt falling. She clawed and clawed at the earth, but she couldn't bring him back.
Chapter 2. Jenny. They'd zipped their sleeping bags together and lay with her head on his chest, his arm wrapped around her. He was tracing soft patterns on her skin. The night air was still warm enough that they could sleep in their t-shirts and underwear, but their pants and shoes were nearby in case they had to dress in a hurry. They hadn't unpacked their bags. Simon's voice was low and close to her ear. Blue and ocean? I wasn't thinking. The names just popped into my head. I like them. Simon moved his hand to stroke her lower back, scratching gently. They'd been bitten by so many bugs on the beach. They were both covered with welts. Alice had given them calamine lotion and a red thermos full of water, and when she realized they didn't have pillows, she'd insisted that they take a couple of decorative ones from the RV. They were firm and roughly textured, but Jenny was grateful they didn't have to use their packs as pillows again. Should we ask them for a ride? Jenny said. I don't know. Tom asks a lot of questions. I think they're nice. Jenny flexed her toes, trying to stretch the knotted muscles in her calves. Simon and she had been in constant motion for days. First, taking the aluminum skiff down the coast in the pitch dark and tying up in a hidden bay when the sun rose. The next night, they'd boated up the river, but the rapids had stopped them. They'd abandoned the skiff at the dock and slept on the campsite beach. They planned on continuing by road, but when they tried to walk to town and find a gas station, where they'd hoped to catch a ride with a long-haul trucker, Someone who could get them to the next province. Jenny's feet had hurt too much.
"Did you notice that everything they have is new?" Simon said.
"Maybe they're rich."
"They probably have cash with them."
She realized what he was thinking. "No."
"We're going to have to do something for money."
"Not that." They were good people. She could tell right away. Tom spoke in an upbeat, encouraging gym teacher voice, and Alice was pretty, with her hazel eyes, brown curly hair, and dimpled cheeks. It was sad that they didn't have kids. Alice seemed like she'd be a good mom, not like her own. Jenny rolled onto her side so that Simon wouldn't feel her tears. Simon turned over too, his hand cupping her stomach, his thumb rubbing soothingly. He was excited about the baby, thinking of names and talking about how they could live on a farm, or he'd get a job on a fishing boat in Nova Scotia. She'd make jewelry to sell in shops.
"I promised that I'd take care of you," he said.
"I don't want anyone else to get hurt."
"Okay, we'll just ask them for a ride."
Simon kissed the crook of her neck.
"Whatever makes you happy, babe. I'd do anything for you."
It was scary sometimes, in a way she didn't quite understand. His willingness and loyalty, his fierce protectiveness of her. She wasn't always sure she deserved it. But he did. He'd saved her, and she'd never forget that. She owed him everything. They were woken by the hushed voices of Alice and Tom as they moved around, the smoky smell of campfire. When Simon and Jenny emerged from the tent, Alice greeted them with a pot of coffee. She looked ready for the day, with her curly hair in a low ponytail, tied with a white silk scarf. She was dressed in blue pinstriped shorts and a sleeveless white-collared shirt. Tom was more casual, in a purple University of Washington tank top and gold athletic shorts. Jenny and Simon used the washrooms, then sat for breakfast. Jenny took forkfuls of pancakes, savoring each maple syrupy mouthful. Alice didn't seem to be eating much, but Tom was halfway through his stack. He paused to take a sip of his coffee, steam drifting into his face.
"So, are you hitting the road this morning too?" he said.
Simon set down the syrup he'd been pouring, taking a moment to wipe his sticky fingers.
"Hope so. Any chance we could get a ride? Where do you want to go? If you could get us to the next town, we'd be grateful."
Tom got his map, unfolded it on the table, and narrowed his eyes as he peered down at it, humming to himself.
"That'd be Lytton."
He checked the scale, spread his fingers between the two cities.
"Looks like it's about 70 miles, give or take. That work?" "Yeah, perfect."
Jenny nodded. She didn't know anything about Lytton, but it didn't matter.
"We'd be glad for the company," Tom said. "Right, honey?"
Alice looked startled, her cheeks flushing, and Jenny wondered if maybe she wasn't glad about it at all. But she said, "More the merrier," and added another pancake to his plate. After breakfast, Tom and Simon packed up camp, while Jenny helped Alice wash dishes inside the RV. Alice had wanted Jenny to relax again, but Jenny had insisted that it was only fair. She glanced at Alice, who was drying the plates so fast it was like she was waxing a car. "You sure you're okay with giving us a ride?" "Of course." Alice smiled, but it seemed more polite than genuine. Was she angry that they were interrupting their trip? "We do appreciate it." Jenny dropped her hand to her belly and caught Alice shooting a glance at her. "The baby's moving. Feels like flutters." "That's wonderful." Alice turned away. "I'm going to secure the bathroom." Jenny stared after her. Did she say something wrong? When Alice was finished in the bathroom, she came out and began putting away the glasses. Alice seemed fine, but Jenny didn't want to possibly upset her again, So she washed the last plate and slipped outside. While Jenny gathered her backpack, she listened to Tom telling Simon about the Winnebago.
It's the smallest of the models, just 23 feet, but good enough for what we need. See the windshield there? It's slanted 6 degrees, so it blends with the side windows, gives you views all around. Got a reserve gas tank and a V8 engine. It'll climb mountains.
Simon spotted Tom's fishing rods, and the subject changed to fly fishing, something Tom was learning. Simon knew everything about fishing, in all types of water. Jenny tensed when Tom asked Simon how he'd gained so much experience, but Simon only muttered,
"My dad."
After they'd loaded the RV with their gear, Tom gave them a tour inside. Simon asked about the carpeted hump between the two front seats, and Tom explained that it covered the engine. He showed them how the passenger seat spun, but not the driver's, because it was blocked by the dinette, then had them try the seats so they could feel how comfortable they were. When they were ready to leave, Simon ran to the bathroom, while Tom and Alice sat up front, looking over their map and discussing the day, where they would stop for lunch, where to get gas. Jenny waited at the table, facing the front of the RV so she could watch for Simon. The RV was running when Simon jogged back, his eyes bright and excited-looking. He sat beside Jenny at the table and dropped his arms around her shoulder. Tom slowly drove out of the campsite. As they passed the washrooms, Alice made a surprised sound. "I thought those men would still be sleeping it off." Jenny looked out the window. 2 of the motorcycles with the low handlebars were parked in the shade at the side of the washroom. Alice turned in her seat. "Did they give you any trouble, Simon? They look rough."
"Must have just missed them."
When Tom and Alice began talking to each other again, Simon leaned closer to Jenny and whispered into her ear,
"Found cash in one of their saddlebags."
Jenny stared at Simon. Why would he take a risk like that? He could have been caught, gotten hurt.
"And this."
Simon lifted his shirt to show her the hunting knife clipped onto the waistband of his jeans. A big knife, with a carved antler bone handle and an intricate scroll design on the leather sheath. It looked important, like it had mattered to someone. Jenny turned away, trying to catch her breath. She regretted all the food she had eaten, the overly sweet coffee and pancakes that now sat heavy in her stomach.
"No one saw me,"
Simon murmured, and she nodded, but she couldn't meet his eyes, too scared that he might see her upset. He might think she doubted him, or worse, that she couldn't handle their new life on the run. Up in the front, Alice spun the radio dial. Jenny's thoughts flipped into new fears. She hadn't thought about the radio. Would they be on the news? It would give their descriptions. Alice and Tom would figure it out. They would turn them in. "I have a headache," Jenny said. "Do you mind if we don't listen to music?" "Of course." Alice reached over and shut off the radio.
Chapter 3. Alice. Alice listened to Blue and Ocean playing Uno at the table behind her, but it didn't seem like Ocean was enjoying it. She spoke so softly Alice could barely hear her. She should offer something for Ocean's headache, suggest she drink more water. She was probably making them feel unwelcome. When the couple fell completely silent, Alice looked over her shoulder. Ocean was resting her head against Blue's bicep, her eyes closed. Her strapless blue terry cloth romper revealed her delicate clavicle and shoulders, the flatness of her upper chest. If Alice hadn't seen the girl eat 2 helpings of pancakes, she would be deeply concerned about her health. She must be one of those naturally thin types. Alice turned back around. Tom's arm was on the edge of his open window, his mouth curved in a contented smile. He hadn't noticed that Alice was annoyed. It was fine, really. Tom loved helping people, and he was spontaneous. He'd never even shown her the RV before he brought it home. just tied a ribbon around the keys and handed them to her with a grin. They'd have company for only a little while longer, and then it would be the two of them again. Alice settled into her seat and focused on the stunning scenery. It was easy to do. Mountain ranges stretched in every direction, jutting from the earth and splitting the canyon. Some of the mountains were forested, hazy blue and green in the distance with a hint of snow-capped peaks. Others were jagged rocks and sheer stone faces that plunged into the river, then rose high on the other side. A few stubborn trees and bushes clung to the gray stone, while waterfalls forced their way through cracks. The single-lane highway snaked high above it all, with only a low concrete meridian on one side protecting them from tumbling over the edge.
"Do you play any sports, Blue?"
The sudden sound of Tom's voice gave Alice a jolt. She glanced over her shoulder at Blue, waiting for his answer.
"Never had time,"
he said.
"I worked."
"Nothing at all," Tom said.
"Not even hockey?"
Alice smiled at the surprise in his voice. Her husband believed that every child should play on a team, the way he had growing up. He shrugged.
"Sometimes in the winter when the lake freezes over."
"What about you, Ocean?" Tom said.
"My mom didn't think girls should play sports."
"Was she scared you might get hurt?" Alice said.
"Sort of."
Ocean dropped her gaze to the table, a slight flush blooming in her cheeks, and Alice regretted her question. It was clearly a sensitive subject. She turned back around.
"Well, times are changing,"
Tom said.
"The first women's rowing team is competing at the Olympics. Handball and basketball, too."
Alice thought about that. The world was shifting. Women were fighting for their beliefs. They wanted equality. But what did that mean for her? She had never felt unequal before. She had spent her entire life thinking she'd be a mother and make a home. Tom loved having a hot dinner and a clean house waiting for him, his clothes washed and ironed for the next day. That's why she'd taken temporary jobs, filled in here and there. What had been the point of a career?
"What's this area called again?"
Blue said from the back, and Alice had the distinct feeling he was trying to change the subject.
"This was all part of the Fraser Canyon Gold Rush."
Tom gestured to his left, where the river ran far below.
"Hell's Gate is supposed to be spectacular. The canyon walls are more than 3,000 feet above the rapids. They had to cut into solid rock bluffs to build the highway."
This man would make a great father, she'd thought when she first saw Tom coaching the school's football team. The players all looking up at him like he was their hero. He cheered the loudest of anyone. She'd been charmed by his quirky mismatched socks and colorful ties, impressed by his vast knowledge of history, and amused by his enthusiasm for board games. Alice's mother had birthed 4 healthy children, and Alice's sisters, both younger than her, already had children of their own. For Alice, it was 3 miscarriages, 1 stillbirth of their sweet baby boy, and a doctor's severe warning about her age and the risk of death if she were to get pregnant again. Tom had insisted they stop trying. Sometimes she wondered if Tom would leave her for another woman, a younger, cheerful woman who could give him the family he'd always wanted. She didn't share these thoughts, paralyzed by a superstition that if she voiced her fears, Tom would promise never to leave, and she'd be doubly heartbroken if he did. The highway had indeed been cut into the mountain, and they had to travel through a series of tunnels. Tom announced each name as they approached: Saddle Rock, Sailor Bar, Alexandra, Hell's Gate, Farabee, and China Bar. Alice didn't like the sudden darkness, the flickering lights, the hum of their tires against the concrete walls, the way it felt as though their roof could be sheared off. She breathed a sigh of relief each time the RV was back in the light. When they reached Lytton, it was much smaller than they'd thought, So they discussed pressing on until they found a more populated town to leave Ocean and Blue in. One where there was a nice campground and hopefully a safe ride. They drove for another hour, passing small town after small town, until Tom pointed to a sign marking a turnoff to a lake.
"There's a rest area. How about we take a break and do some fishing?"
He glanced at the couple in the rearview mirror.
"You can teach me a few things, Blue."
"Do we have time?"
Blue said.
"That's the great thing about a road trip. We can stop whenever we want."
Tom was already making the turn. Alice stared at the map on her lap, confused by a flutter of fear in the pit of her stomach. Why did leaving the highway make her nervous? Had she become such a stick in the mud? The lake wasn't far off the highway, and it would be nice to use the facilities. Rough pavement turned to gravel, and a few minutes later there was another sign for the lake. Tom pulled into the parking lot, empty except for a pickup and a blue Trans Am, and placed the RV parallel to the lake so they could extend the awning. Alice got out and used her hand to shield her eyes from the sun. The water was deep blue and calm, mirroring the cloudless sky. Trees blocked the shore all the way around, except for the portion that made up the rest area beach. In the distance, Alice could make out the shapes of two men with fishing rods in a red canoe. The only other people were a man and a woman swimming at the far end of the beach. Alice guessed the blue Trans Am belonged to them. From her location, she could see the hood and the driver's door with the window down, a smiley face hanging from the rearview mirror. Blue and Tom took the tackle box and fishing rods down to the shore. Ocean followed, carrying her backpack and sodas. Alice had wanted to stay in the shade of the RV. When Ocean offered to keep her company, Alice urged her to go and enjoy the water. "You can use the RV to change into your swimsuit." "Maybe. I'll see how cold it is first." Alice settled into her lawn chair to read Irma Bombeck's "The Grass is Always Greener" over the septic tank. Her neighbor had raved about how funny it was, but Alice found herself reading the same sentence over and over. She used the book to fan her face. Ocean was wading along the edge of the lake. Occasionally, she bent over to pick something up out of the water. Stones, Alice guessed. Ocean studied them in the palm of her hand, slipped some into the pocket of her romper, and tossed others back into the lake. Ocean had finished wading in the water and was now pulling a towel from her bag, spreading it out on the sand. She lay back, her small bump rising into the air. Alice turned her gaze to Blue and Tom. They were casting their lines with quick snaps of the wrist. The heat was making Alice sleepy. She closed her eyes, drifting in and out. She had no idea how long she'd been dozing when she heard voices and a car door slam. The couple with the Trans Am had returned. The man started the engine, but they stayed inside their car for a minute, talking and listening to music. Alice recognized the pungent scent of marijuana and wrinkled her nose. She fanned her face harder, shifting her position, leaning away. The driver was flipping through radio channels. Static, a few seconds of guitar, then a male newscaster's voice.
"Simon Gray is 21 and described as tall with a slim build, brown hair and brown eyes. Jenny Perron is 18 with long blonde hair and blue eyes. They may be hitchhiking."
Hitchhikers? Had something happened? Alice turned her head to hear more, but the car was reversing now, the muffler loud. She only caught the tail end of the announcement.
"Anyone who has information regarding their whereabouts is urged to contact police."
The car drove away in a cloud of dust. Alice looked back to the lake, where Blue was knee-deep in the water and Ocean was sunbathing on the beach, and frowned. Blue had brown hair and eyes. Ocean was blonde and blue-eyed. It couldn't be them, could it? Had they lied about their ages? Sweat dribbled down Alice's neck. She wiped at her brow. She wondered why the police were looking for the couple. Maybe they were runaways and their families were desperate to find them. No, that didn't make sense. Even here in Canada, 18 and 21 couldn't be considered minors. Well, the radio hadn't said the girl was pregnant. That seemed an important detail. So, another couple then. But it was strange that they didn't have a tent. Blue was reluctant to talk about where he lived. They had odd names. No, she was being ridiculous. There were probably countless young travelers who could fit that description. Alice watched as Ocean got to her feet and waded out into the water again. She talked to Blue and Tom for a few moments, then she turned, collected her belongings from the beach, and walked back to the RV. "I've been sent to help you with lunch," she said when she reached Alice. "Lunch? Already?" "They're hungry," she shrugged with a shy smile. Her nose and cheeks were prettily flushed from the sun, her shoulders freckled. "I'm a terrible cook, but I'm good at sandwiches." "Sandwiches are fine." Inside the RV, Alice got 2 sodas from the fridge, offered one to Ocean, then drank a few mouthfuls from her bottle before pressing it to her hot cheeks. "I feel like a baked potato. I need a moment to cool down. Would you mind laying the bread slices out?" "Sure." Ocean picked up the loaf of bread, but when she realized it wasn't already sliced, she stared at the knives in the woodblock. "The one with the serrated blade is best." Ocean began cutting, but she was pressing the knife down on the bread instead of sawing, so each slice turned out squished, with varying degrees of thickness. Ocean looked at Alice. "I'm making a mess of it." "That's okay, I can finish now." "Sorry." Ocean stepped away from the bread, her shoulders slumped. "Nothing to be sorry for. How about you make lemonade? There's a can of concentrate." She gestured toward the freezer. "And a pitcher is in the cupboard." "I can do that." Ocean gathered the items, while Alice finished slicing the bread and opened a can of tuna, dumping it into a bowl. Ocean watched from beside her at the sink. "What are you making?" "Tuna salad." When Ocean looked curious, Alice went on. "I like it with diced pickles, celery, mayonnaise, lemon juice, and a teaspoon of mustard. You can use relish if you don't have pickles. Tuna melts with cheese are yummy too." "I've never had one." "No? They're fast and easy." "I'd probably burn them," she said almost apologetically. "My mom did the cooking. I wanted to learn, but she didn't like if I made a mess. Blue's trying to teach me now." Alice mixed ingredients into the tuna and thought over what Ocean had said. That was twice now that Ocean had mentioned something she hadn't been allowed to do. Alice could understand a mother's fear of injury in sports, but she didn't understand not teaching your daughter homemaking skills because of a little mess. Maybe Ocean had been very young. "If you don't mind me asking," Alice said, "when did you lose your parents?" Ocean was quiet for a few beats. "Last year. Car accident." Not a child then. Her mother must have been very particular. "I'm so sorry." "Thank you." Ocean continued stirring the lemonade, which looked pale and diluted, like she'd added too much water. But Alice didn't want to make her feel worse by pointing it out. Tom's and Blue's voices were loud as they walked back from the beach. They entered the RV, smelling of sun and lake. Tom's smiling face was ruddy, his hair damp and tousled, and the neckline of his short-sleeved button-down wet like he'd dunked his head in the cold water. "How was fishing?"
"We landed a few, but tossed them back," he said. "Too small."
The men sat at the table, and Alice and Jenny handed out the meals. Lunch was entertaining,
with Tom describing how he had tangled their lines and hooked Blue with a lure. Alice caught herself laughing and stopped, surprised. When was the last time she'd laughed like that? Maybe she was beginning to climb out of that dark hole that had swallowed her. Blue also seemed to have lightened up and was adding comments to Tom's story, teasing him for nearly falling into the water when he cast his line. When Tom gave him a friendly slap on the back, calling him a fishing genius, Blue smiled and sat straighter. After lunch, Alice and Ocean cleaned up, while Tom and Blue looked over Tom's map. "Kamloops seems like the next biggest town," Tom said. "You can leave us there," Blue said. "Why don't you come to Salmon Arm with us?" Tom said. "It's only 2 hours farther down the road, and we've got a nice camping spot on the Shuswap Lake." Alice turned around from the sink, the sponge dripping soapy water down her arm. Did he just invite them to spend the night again without discussing it with her? "You've already helped too much," Blue said. "We'll be fine. There are wineries in that area, houseboats. You might be able to get seasonal work." "It would be nice to make some money," Ocean said, looking at Blue. "You really don't mind, Tom?" "Happy to do it. We can fish the Shuswap. Maybe we can keep one this time." Tom laughed, and Alice couldn't help smiling as she turned to wash the rest of the plates. It was hard to stay angry at Tom when he was so enthused to find someone who shared his interests. "I'll show you how to pan-fry it in butter," Blue said, and Alice noted again how he had changed from the quiet, wary boy she'd met at their campsite to this friendly young man. "Alice, is it okay?" Ocean said. "It would be lovely to have you for another night." And she meant it this time. Having the young couple around was proving to be a good distraction. "Wonderful." Tom beamed at her. "The adventure continues." Back on the highway, Blue asked Tom about Seattle, and he told them about Pike Place Market, the Space Needle, and the Boeing factory, which led into a discussion about the military and the Vietnam War. Blue asked if Tom had served, but thankfully his number had never been called. Tom had been devastated, though, when 2 of his former students had been killed. As they neared Kamloops, the terrain changed to wide-open grasslands and sage-covered rolling hills. Tom and Blue were talking again about fishing the Shuswap Lake, which Tom shared was 55 miles long with 4 different arms. They were deciding what tackle would be best when Alice remembered Blue's promise to fry a fish for dinner. What would she make for breakfast? Pancakes again? Maybe they'd prefer cereal. Alice caught sight of a corner store with a red and white striped awning and baskets of fruits displayed outside. "Can we stop?" Alice said. "We need milk." Tom glanced at her. "Sure." He pulled into the parking lot and Alice grabbed her purse. "I'll just be a second." A bell jingled as she pushed through the front door. The teenage boy working the counter had a fresh-faced, small-town look, with a blonde buzz-cut, freckled nose, and tanned arms in his red short-sleeved uniform. He was flipping through what looked to be a car magazine. He glanced up. "Welcome to Sam's." Alice nodded, and her gaze dropped to the newspaper stand, where she noticed a front-page photo of Olympic athletes and a headline about an African boycott. Would that change the event schedule? She picked up a copy, skimming the article. The kid cleared his throat loudly. Alice slid 25 cents across the counter, then walked distractedly down the aisle toward the dairy coolers at the back, still reading. Tanzania had withdrawn in protest that the New Zealand rugby team had toured apartheid South Africa. More nations were threatening to follow. She flipped the page and stopped when she noticed another headline on the opposite side. "Suspects wanted in White Cliff double homicide." 2 black and white photos were below. Formal shots, the kind taken in high school for the yearbook, stiff poses,
every hair combed back, a slight sheen of gloss on the girl's lips, her eyelashes spiky with mascara. She wore little gold earrings, her light hair parted in the middle. The boy didn't smile for the camera, but looked steadily ahead, his dark eyes serious. Ocean and blue. Chapter 4. Alice. Alice tilted the newspaper toward the overhead light as if doing so could change what she could plainly see. The doorbell jingled at the front of the store. Voices, one feminine. Alice's head snapped up. She peered between two boxes of crackers on the top shelf. Jenny was talking to the boy at the counter as she glanced around. Searching for Alice? Alice folded the newspaper, tucked it under her arm, and walked swiftly into the restroom at the back, locking the door. She imagined Jenny searching through the aisles, wondering where Alice had gone. She didn't have much time. She flipped open the paper again. White Cliff police have issued Canada-wide warrants for 2 suspects involved in the homicide of Isabel Larson, 36 years old, and Robert Larson, 33 years old. The couple was found deceased in their home by a concerned employee after they failed to show up for work at their dance studio. Police remain close-lipped about the investigation, but anonymous sources reveal that the 2 suffered a violent attack with multiple stab wounds. There was blood everywhere. Simon Gray, 21 years old, and Jenny Perron, 18 years old, are wanted for first-degree murder. Jenny Perron is the only daughter of Isabel and stepdaughter to Robert. Michael Gray, Simon's father, claims he hasn't seen his son in days and doesn't know where he's gone. He stated, "I hope he rots in hell," when asked if he had a message for his son. Both suspects reside in White Cliff, and police believe they may have left the area together by boat. If you see these individuals, do not approach them. They are considered armed and dangerous. 2 more black and white photos followed. Alice stared at Jenny's mother, beautiful and blonde, wearing a leotard, her arms stretched gracefully overhead as she faced a line of girls in tutus standing at the bar. A dark-haired, handsome man sat at a piano, hands on the keys, and one side of his mouth quirked in an amused smile. A line under the photo identified them as Isabel and Robert. The final photo showed a large white clapboard house, police cars, and a coroner's van in the driveway. The van's back doors were open. Serious-faced officers in uniform stood guard. Alice found the phone number for the White Cliff police at the end of the article and repeated the sequence in her head as she tore the page from the paper, slipped it into her purse, and shoved the paper into the trash. She washed her hands, scrubbing at the ink prints smudged on her fingertips, still mentally reciting the numbers. There would be a payphone nearby, maybe right outside the restroom or outside the store. She would say she was calling family. A tentative knock on the door. Alice glanced at herself in the mirror. She looked normal, maybe a little wide-eyed. "Just a minute." When she came out, the girl, Jenny, was waiting in the hall. "Sorry," Jenny said. "Didn't mean to rush you." Alice pressed her hands to her cheeks. She didn't know where to look or what to say. The girl was wanted by the police. She'd seen her parents be stabbed. She might have been the one to hold the knife. She might have been the one to hand it to Blue. No, his name was Simon. But Alice had to remember to use their fake names. Maybe they did it together. It had to be hard to kill 2 people. Why couldn't Alice stop these thoughts? How long had she been gaping at Jenny? "Are you okay?" Jenny's head was tilted, her sky-blue eyes drawing together as she studied Alice. She looked so caring, so innocent. Alice wasn't fooled anymore. "Just a touch of heat stroke." Alice brought her hands away from her face. "I'll take a Tylenol. We should get back on the road." "The milk?" Alice stared at her. What was she talking about?
Jenny shifted slightly toward the coolers, and a rush of heat bloomed in Alice's cheek. "Yes, of course." Alice marched toward the dairy section. In the reflection, she could see Jenny watching. Maybe that was why Jenny had come in, so she could keep an eye on her. Jenny didn't use the bathroom, and she didn't seem to be shopping. Had everything been a ruse all along? Maybe it was no accident that Jenny came into the campsite showers when Alice was using them. Alice opened the cooler, grabbed blindly for a carton of milk. How was she going to get to a payphone? She'd been too startled by Jenny to check if there was one in the restroom hallway. If it was outside by the entrance, she could say she needed to make a quick call to family. But Jenny might insist on waiting with her. Jenny followed Alice to the counter and fussed with the display of chewing gum, picking up one package and putting it down while Alice paid for the milk. Alice waited and watched. Jenny's hand hovered over a package of chiclets. She turned to Alice with an embarrassed sort of smile. "Sorry, it's hard to decide. I never had candy when I was a kid." Other comments Jenny had made flitted through Alice's mind. "My mom didn't think girls should play sports. She didn't like if I made a mess." Her mother had been strict. Was that why they did it? But Jenny wasn't living at home anymore. Unless that was another lie. Jenny was still looking at her. If she wanted sympathy for her lack of sweets, it wasn't going to come from Alice. Or maybe she wanted suggestions. Alice couldn't think. She imagined the pulse in her throat beating through her skin, her veins popping. She was blinking too fast. "Lots of people like Freshen Up." She pointed to the package, amazed she could lift her hand. "Big Red is cinnamon. Wrigley's comes in double mint or juicy fruit." "Thanks." Jenny grabbed a Big Red. Her attention turned to the chocolate bars. She picked out a few kinds that Alice didn't recognize. Coffee Crisp, Smarties, Aero, and something called a Cherry Blossom. She also snatched up packages of Pop Rocks and Wax Lips. The cashier was looking back and forth between them. Alice wondered if he would remember them. She envisioned him reading the newspaper later, meeting with the police, giving her description. Would the police think they were helping the younger couple escape? Good, she thought. Let them come looking for the RV. The more the police had to go on, the better. She hoped the cashier would notice their American license plate as they drove away. The cashier rang up Jenny's purchases and she handed over a crumpled $2 bill, taking back her change and a small brown paper bag with a soft, "Thank you." They were moving out the door. The RV was opening. Simon stood in the entrance. Alice looked quickly to her left and right. No payphone. It might be around the side, but Simon was taking the bag from Jenny and helping her up the stairs. Next, he reached for Alice. She hesitated. His brows were lowering in confusion. Soon that would turn to suspicion. She placed her hand in his, releasing it the second she was inside. She shoved the milk into their fridge, then sat up front with Tom. He smiled over at her, that familiar, easygoing, life-is-wonderful smile that used to make her entire body feel as though it was coated in liquid sunshine. Now it was jarring. "Everything okay, honey?" "Uh-huh." She heard the tight rasp in her voice, the dryness. She busied herself with putting her purse by her feet. She didn't want Tom to see the panic in her eyes. She had to stay calm until they got to the campground. There'd be a payphone for sure, and more people. To avoid listening to the radio, Alice popped in a Simon and Garfunkel 8-track, but kept the volume low enough so that she could still hear the couple talking. Simon was gently teasing Jenny about how much candy she'd bought, asking if she'd left anything on the shelves. She answered cheekily that if he wasn't nice, she wouldn't share any of it with him. Jenny offered samples to Tom and Alice,
Tom took a piece of gum. Alice didn't take anything. She'd learned after their baby died that tragedy slices a person away from other people, gouges them out like rot. Each time she had been forced to leave their house and get groceries or run errands, she'd been amazed that others were continuing with their lives. Everywhere she looked, people were laughing and loving. It felt as alien as watching a foreign movie. Secrets had the same effect. Tom, Jenny, and Simon were in a different world now. They were in the before, but Alice was wrapped in the after, suffocating in her knowledge. She watched the white line on the highway, parts of the article playing on repeat in her mind. Violent attack, multiple stab wounds, armed and dangerous. They drove the rest of the way with limited conversation. Alice switched cassettes often and hoped that it would discourage any further talking. She didn't know what she'd do if Tom decided he wanted to listen to the news on the radio. Could she accidentally break the dial? Each time she heard a movement or whisper from the couple, she stiffened. Did they still have the murder weapon? She couldn't stop thinking over every interaction she'd had with Jenny. The girl had shown moments of sadness, but nothing that could have hinted at their terrible crime. Alice risked a glance to the back of the RV. Jenny was sleeping with her head on Simon's shoulder as he leaned against the window. His eyes were closed too, but his face didn't seem as relaxed, and she couldn't tell if he was sleeping or just resting. She wondered if she should try to whisper to Tom or pass him a note. But Simon's backpack was on the seat beside him, and Jenny's was under the table. If they had a weapon, it was within reach. Alice thought of their own gun. She didn't know how to unlock the case or load it. She'd made Tom hide the gun deep in the RV, out of sight. They'd never be able to get to it in time if they were attacked. The closer they got to Salmon Arm, the stronger Alice's foreboding. Town meant people. People meant complications. People also meant distraction and the possibility of rescue. When Tom checked in at the campground, she'd go inside with him. They'd call the police from the office. What would it be like when they arrived? Would the couple put up a fight? They found the campground on the shore of the Shoe Swap Lake. Tom parked in front of the office, but before they could get out, a man with a clipboard jogged up to Tom's window. Alice sat numb through the check-in. She didn't hear anything the campsite manager told them. Nothing about the showers or the facilities. Tom followed the directions to their site and carefully backed the RV into it. Once again, they were among trees, but this time Tom didn't scrape the side of the RV. Alice tried to smile when he cheered. After they set up camp, Tom and Simon made their way to the lake for the evening bite. Alice watched them go, praying that Simon had no reason to hurt her husband. Alice prepped dinner with Jenny, half of her mind on the task, the other in a strange cocoon of shock. This isn't real. You're having a breakdown. You've completely lost your mind. She couldn't let Jenny know that she was upset. She had to distract the girl, and herself. She told Jenny about their house, a sunshine yellow bungalow with a covered back porch, where they could hide from the rain while enjoying their coffees, and the garden she'd dug for fresh vegetables. She spoke about how Tom first asked her out for a date, passing her a note at a staff meeting. She talked about their cat named Pat because she liked to say, "Pat the cat." She even described the kind, elderly neighbor lady who was taking care of Pat for them. Alice wanted Jenny to like her, to think of them as good people. Harmless. But would it even matter? The salad and fixings were prepared when the men came back with 3 fat rainbow trout. Tom slapping Simon's back like they were the best of friends. Simon showed them how to make a beer batter and then pan-fry the fillets in a cast-iron skillet without burning them. Alice imagined that they must think her fascinated as she watched intently, but she was trying to correlate the couple in front of her with what she had read about their deeds. This earnest boy who made sure the fire was the right heat, who waited for them to each try a bite, his expression hopeful, and who relaxed only after Tom had declared it was perfect. "Blue's a good cook," Jenny said.
"Do you live together?" Tom said.
"We're in between places at the moment."
"What about when the baby comes?"
Tom's brow furrowed, and he set one hand on his knee. Alice knew this pose and his teacher tone of voice. He was about to launch into a lecture.
"We have plans."
Simon's voice was tight now, his movements brisk as he made sure that all of the fine bones were pulled out of Jenny's portion of fish. Jenny's gaze flicked from Simon's hands to Tom's face. She was stroking her stomach in small, agitated circles. Tom had to stop asking questions. Alice was terrified he was going to ask the wrong one, and maybe Simon would decide that they knew too much about him and Jenny. "This fish is amazing, Blue," Alice said. "Do you have any other recipes?" Simon turned to her with his eyes narrowed. She wasn't sure if he was thinking about recipes, or if he'd realized she was trying to distract him. She kept her expression soft, trying to look curious, not tense. After a moment, Simon said, "If you don't have a pan, you can wrap any fish in tin foil and cook it right in the hot coals." When Simon continued talking, explaining that some people ate fiddlehead ferns and stinging nettles, she let out a small breath. Alice wasn't sure how she made it through the next couple of hours. It was a blurred montage of washing dishes, slicing watermelon, and fighting back the ever-present fear. The only thing that kept her going was the belief that Tom would have a solution. He'd know how to get them out of this. They sat by the fire until sunset, the sky flashing pink and gold through the trees. When the forest around their camp turned to dark shadows, Tom and Simon finally ran out of fishing stories, and Jenny was yawning. The young couple decided to use the bathrooms and get ready for bed. Alice felt a surge of relief. Then Tom got up as well.
"Think I'll take a shower?"
No. She had to talk to him now. Alice lurched to her feet, picked up the empty fruit plate, and followed Tom into the RV. He grabbed his shaving kit and tossed his towel over his shoulder. He was moving so fast. She reached for his sleeve, but then a scuffing sound at the open doorway. She turned. Simon was waiting with one foot on the step, watching them. She dropped her hand. "I'll make up the bed." Chapter 5. Alice. Alice pulled the rear couch into a bed and roughly spread their sheets and blankets over the cushions. Then she paced the RV. The campground office was closed now. Was there a payphone? She could try to run to it, but the others would be back any moment, and if they found her gone, they'd be suspicious. She didn't want to leave Tom alone with two killers. She whirled around. A weapon. She should hide one. She yanked out the drawer in the kitchen, pulled out a knife, and shoved it under the bed's cushion, near the edge. She wiped at her brow. Sweat stung her eyes. The RV was too hot. The windows were open, but the air was so still. No cool breeze. No relief. She stepped out just as Jenny was returning. The girl smiled at Alice, her hair damp around her forehead, her cheeks rosy and freshly scrubbed. She'd finished quickly. Maybe she and Simon had an agreement not to leave Alice and Tom alone for too long. As Jenny drew near, Alice could smell soap and mint toothpaste. "Good night." Alice tucked her hands into her armpits to hide the shaking. "Good night." But Jenny didn't go straight to the tent. She paused in front of Alice as though she was waiting for Alice to say something else. The seconds stretched. Alice's heart was racing, her muscles cramped. She wondered if she might be having a heart attack. Jenny shifted her weight, gnawing on her bottom lip as she looked at the tent and then back at Alice. "Would we be able to borrow those pillows again?" Right. Last night she'd treated them like guests. Of course. She fetched the pillows, handed them to Jenny, and scurried back to the RV, tossing out a final, "Well, good night then," over her shoulder. Alice paced inside the RV. What was taking Tom so long? Finally, she heard his voice as he arrived back at the campsite with Simon. She peeked out the window. They were putting out the fire. Their outlines turned to shadows. Then one shadow moved toward the tent and the other toward the RV. Tom opened the door, and the RV filled with the scent of wood smoke. His wet hair was neatly combed, and he was carrying a shaving kit with his towel around his neck. "Lock the door," Alice whispered urgently, and when he didn't move fast enough, she reached past him and did it herself.
"What's going on?"
Tom looked confused as she began to close all the curtains, swishing them closed so fast she nearly tugged them off the rods. "They're wanted for murder." She yanked the newspaper article out of her purse, unfolded it, and shoved it into his hands. "Look!" When he saw the photos, a wave of red climbed his neck and into his face.
Jesus Christ.
He took a ragged breath and sat down at the dinette so hard that the RV rocked. "We should leave." Alice sat across from him. "We should just drive off." Tom was staring at the article, his eyes flicking side to side. He shook his head.
"We'd have to unhook the RV, and the awning is out. They'd hear us."
"Then one of us has to walk and see if the office has a payphone."
"We'll go together. I don't want you alone with them."
He got to his feet, opened the closet near the bed, and slid out a dark walnut wooden case. The handgun. She was relieved, then terrified. Tom knew how to shoot, but Simon might also have a gun. He could shoot them from the tent before Tom was able to fire back. Tom took his key from his ring, opened the case, and lifted out the gun. She'd seen him clean and load the gun before, but it was more ominous now as she watched him pull the slide back, insert a loaded magazine, then pull the slide back again, and smoothly release it. She felt like she needed to say something, but what? It was all happening so fast, danger and fear, spinning out of her grasp. "Don't do anything rash. If you get hurt..." Her voice broke, and she had to stop.
"I won't."
Tom tucked the gun into his waistband, sat beside her, and then pulled her close with his arm around her shoulder. She leaned into his warmth.
"We'll wait until they're asleep, okay?"
Tom said. They turned off all the lights inside the RV except for the one above the stove, which cast a dim glow. Tom shook open the map, and they sat at the table as he traced the highways with his finger. They found White Cliff, north of Vancouver. Simon hadn't lied about that part.
"They must have boated up the river."
Tom tapped a spot on the map.
"Remember when Simon said they'd slept on the beach? They were probably traveling at night."
Alice thought back to when she first saw the couple walking on the road, how tired they looked. Then when Jenny was in the bathroom, she'd felt sorry for her. They switched off the stove light so that Simon and Jenny wouldn't see their silhouettes moving around in the RV. Tom and Alice sat close at the table, fingers entwined.
"It's going to be okay,"
Tom whispered, and Alice wished she could believe him. But he'd said the same thing when she'd gone into labor early, when he'd rushed her to the hospital. Her legs were jittery, muscles vibrating like violin strings. She got to her feet a few times and pulled the corner of the curtain back, staring into the dark, at the quiet campsite and the barely visible triangle of the tent. Then she'd sit back down and grab Tom's hand again. They talked about the couple. Each memory and conversation was suspect, every interaction clouded. A suffocating dread settled onto Alice's chest. She'd never felt the presence of evil before. Now it was only yards away. When 30 minutes had passed, they slipped on their shoes, and Tom carefully opened the RV door and stepped out. Alice flinched at the creak of the metal stairs. Everything was so loud in the dark. She felt Tom's fumbling touch as he reached back for her hand. Alice set her feet on the steps, clinging to his hand, and held her breath until she heard the door softly click behind her. She looked at the tent. Tom tugged on her hand. He was moving them toward the road, passing the picnic table, the fire pit, the scent of charcoal still lingering in the air. They were close to the entrance of the site when the unmistakable sharp zipping sound of the tent flap broke the silence. Tom stopped so abruptly she hit his back.
"Who's out there?"
Simon's voice was firm, challenging. Tom tightened his hand around hers and turned his body. She shifted along with him, keeping herself behind his large shoulder.
"Just us,"
Tom said.
"We heard a noise." "Yeah? Hold on."
Rustling, then a flashlight flicked on and aimed at the ground. The beam of light revealed Simon standing outside the tent, dressed only in a pair of denim cutoffs. He was jamming his feet into his sneakers like he was getting ready to help find the source of the noise. Jenny emerged from behind him in a long t-shirt and bare legs. She rubbed at her arms. "Sorry for waking you." Did she sound casual? Alice couldn't tell. Her heart was pounding too hard, her mouth suddenly dry. Her mind locked on the girl's name. Jenny. Was her full name Jenny? Did her mother call her that? When they lived in their big white house? "It's okay," Jenny said.
"Where was the noise?"
Simon shone the flashlight into the trees beside the tent.
"Over there. Something moving."
Tom gestured toward the bushes near the back of the RV.
"It's gone now, whatever it was."
"Did it sound big or small?"
"Hard to say. It was probably just a bird. You know us city folks, jumping at every noise."
Tom barked out a short laugh, and Alice cringed. He sounded like a TV game show host cracking jokes. Alice wished she could see Simon's face. Was he believing any of this?
"Could have been a raccoon,"
Simon said.
"Maybe, yeah. Very possible."
Tom nodded.
"Well, good night then."
Tom tugged on Alice's hand and moved them toward the RV, getting closer to the couple. His grip was so tight she couldn't flex her fingers. They were at the RV. The metal door handle clicked as Tom pulled.
"Did you check if we left any garbage out?"
Simon said.
"There's bears around here."
He swung the flashlight, and it landed on them, illuminating their bodies. Alice heard a quick inhale.
"You have a gun?"
Simon said. Alice panicked. How had Simon seen the gun? Tom's shirt must have lifted when he was reaching for the handle. The door now hung open. They'd been so close.
"Didn't know what we'd find out here. Like you said, there are bears. You've got to make a noise to scare off bears."
Simon's voice had changed from surprise to wariness.
"You were sneaking around."
"We're making plenty of noise now."
The flashlight beam shifted, aiming right into Alice's eyes. She squinted, but she couldn't see Simon's shape or Jenny's. Were they moving closer?
"You look freaked out, Alice,"
Simon said.
"You want me to check the bushes?"
She laughed nervously. "I'm fine. I got myself worked up over nothing."
"You sure? Me and Tom could take a walk."
He'd lowered the flashlight, but he was still challenging their story. She couldn't tell if he was on to them or just thought they were stupid. No, you should go back to bed. Jenny needs her rest." Tom's hand clamped on hers, almost painfully. She caught her breath. She'd said Jenny. Maybe Simon didn't realize. Maybe he didn't hear her. Everything went silent.
What did you just call her?
Chapter 6. Alice. Tom pulled the gun out and aimed it at Jenny and Simon.
Back away from my wife.
Tom, Alice said. What are you doing? Tom didn't answer, or even turn to look at her. His gaze was focused on the couple. Simon still had the flashlight pointed at the ground. They were all standing in the soft circle of light, the woods dark around them.
Simon and Jenny, right? Tom said. Those are your real names.
You don't understand, Jenny started to say, but Simon put up his hand. Alice couldn't comprehend how quickly everything had changed. Her husband was holding a gun on two people. She looked around. They needed help. The campground was quiet.
Sit at the picnic table where I can see you, Tom said. Let us go, Simon said, and you never have to see us again. Sit your asses down.
Simon grabbed Jenny's hand and drew her toward the table. She was crying in loud, heaving gulps. Alice felt strangely lightheaded, her breathing too fast. She tried to move closer to Tom, but the tip of her sandal caught on the lawn chair, and she stumbled into him, knocking him off balance. The gun swung with his body, pointing toward the woods. Simon rushed toward them, a blur in the dark, heavy footsteps, and then an oof sound as he tackled Tom. The flashlight dropped and the men rolled out of the yellow beam, but Alice could hear fists smacking into flesh, grunts, swearing. They wrestled back into view. The gun was no longer in Tom's hands. It wasn't in Simon's either. Alice pounced on the flashlight and shone it around. Where had the gun gone? Tom was astride Simon, pinning his arms. Simon was twisting and heaving. Alice had lost sight of Jenny in the chaos. She only noticed her as she stepped through the beam of light. Something was in her hand, a block of wood. She hit Tom's back with it, then lifted it up to hit him again. Alice rushed at her, circling her arm around her chest, and yanked her backward. Simon had broken free and was crawling toward the RV steps. The gun was lying nearby. Tom chased after him. Simon rolled onto his side and kicked at Tom's feet, tripping him. He landed with a hard thud. They were fighting on the ground again. Simon had Tom's arm twisted behind his body. A strange sound, a snap, and Tom screamed. Alice wanted to run to him, but she was holding Jenny back. Simon had the gun. Now he was standing over Tom, kicking him in the nose, mouth, head. Tom rolled over and was crawling away. Simon kicked him so hard in the ribcage that it lifted Tom partly up and knocked him onto his side. Then he kicked him in the groin. Tom gagged and curled into a ball. Simon was now kicking his legs, the thuds loud. Alice let go of Jenny and ran for Simon, jumping onto his back. He shook her free and she fell to the ground, knocking the breath out of her lungs. "Simon!" Jenny's voice was shrill. "Stop!" Simon finally stopped. His breath was ragged as he looked back and forth between Alice and Tom, the gun moving each time he inhaled. Alice stayed still, gasping for her own breath.
That was stupid, Simon said. We would have left you alone. Now we can't.
Ice shot through Alice's chest, freezing the air in her lungs. Dread slithered down her spine. He was going to kill them. They would take them somewhere remote. Simon turned to Jenny.
Toss that flashlight over here.
Jenny bent over and picked up the flashlight. As she passed it to Simon, it shone on Tom, who was crumpled into a ball. His face glistened with blood.
My shoulder.
Tom's voice was strained, like he was gritting his teeth and trying not to scream. He might pass out. She'd never be able to lift him. I have to help him.
Do anything stupid, and I'll kick the shit out of him again."
Alice crawled over and tried to help Tom roll into a sitting position. He groaned with each movement, panting hard, and made an agonized gasp when she touched his ribs. Finally, he was able to get to his knees. She put her shoulder under his good arm to support him as he stood. Simon swung the gun back and forth between Alice and Tom.
"Point that at the ground,"
Tom hissed.
"You aren't giving the orders anymore, man,"
Simon said.
"Get in the RV."
Tom climbed the steps, one arm dangling. Alice helped him to the bed and eased him onto the mattress. His face was ashen, his skin clammy. Was he going into shock? She didn't know what to do. Simon and Jenny hovered in the doorway. Alice lifted Tom's shirt up. Angry red marks covered his stomach and ribs. Some were splotchy and round, like badly drawn islands on a map. On Tom's arm, she could make out tread marks from when Simon was kicking him. Did he stand on his arm, trying to break it? Alice couldn't tell if any ribs were broken, but Tom's breath sounded so labored, she was scared he could be bleeding internally. She pulled the strap of Tom's tank top away from his neck and started to cry at the sight of the bulging bone. It was nearly poking through the skin and swelling rapidly. She tried to blink back the tears. She didn't want to scare Tom.
"Collarbone?"
Tom wheezed between shallow breaths. She nodded and looked at Simon. "Please, Tylenol. It's in the bathroom. And ice." He hesitated, his mouth a hard line. "I'm begging you," Alice said.
"Why should we do anything for you?"
"Please, he's in so much pain."
"And whose fault is that?"
He stared at Alice, daring her to answer. But she had no words. After a moment, he called out to Jenny.
"Babe, can you bring some Tylenol?"
She didn't answer, but Alice heard water running and cupboards opening. A moment later, Jenny showed up with a bag of frozen peas, a glass, and 2 tablets in her hand. Alice carefully lifted Tom's neck, supporting the weight so he could swallow a little water and the pills. Then she helped him back down and folded his arm across his body. She gently rested the frozen vegetables over the top of his shirt, along his collarbone, but he still cried out. "He needs a hospital," Alice said. "You can drop us off. Take the RV."
"You'll call the police."
"Just..." Tom groaned, struggling for words.
"Leave us here."
"You can tie us up. You'll be far away before anyone finds us," Alice said. But what if they tied them too tight? What if Tom did have internal bleeding?
"How did you know who we are?"
Alice hesitated. "Your photos were in the paper."
"What paper?"
Simon sounded both scared and angry. She leaned over and pulled it out from under the mattress, handing it to him. There didn't seem to be any reason to hide it now. Simon unfolded the article. Jenny moved closer to read it with him, her eyes growing wider as they scanned the page. "Everyone's looking for us," Jenny said.
"Stop. Don't say anything else."
Simon folded the article back up, shoved it into his pocket, then pointed to Alice.
"You're staying here with Tom."
Simon searched the drawers in the kitchen, and when he didn't find what he was looking for, he began going through the small closet near the bed. Alice was confused and embarrassed when he pulled out 2 of her bras and a couple of sets of pantyhose. What did he need them for?
"Get in beside Tom."
"Please don't hurt us," Alice said.
"I'm tying you up so you can't do anything to us,"
Simon said, and even in her panic, Alice heard the indignation in his voice, like somehow they had betrayed him. Alice shifted her body up against Tom's, trying not to bump him. His forehead was dotted with sweat, and he seemed to be getting paler. He needed medical attention. What are you going to do to us?
Nothing if you listen to what I say.
Simon wrapped the bras around her ankles, and then Tom's, stretching the straps and tying them into complicated knots. He did it fast, with confidence, and Alice remembered how much he knew about boats and fishing. He lashed both of Alice's wrists and Tom's bad arm together with the pantyhose, tying them off with another intricate-looking knot. If she moved even an inch, she would hurt Tom. Jenny was still hovering nearby, almost as pale as Tom, her blue eyes darting between them all. When her gaze landed on Alice's, she got that pleading expression. Did she want Alice to tell her that everything was okay? That she didn't mind what was happening? You can have our cash, Alice said. We won't tell anyone. One of Tom's fingers looped over her pinky, tensing.
Bullshit. You'll call the cops.
We won't.
Stop talking.
Simon made sure all the curtains on the windows were closed, snapping them into place. Then he slid the privacy curtain across and sealed them into the dark. Simon and Jenny moved up into the front of the RV, where Alice could hear them whispering, planning. She rolled her head slowly to the side and met Tom's eyes. Blood still trickled from his nose, and she couldn't even wipe his face for him. His bottom lip was puffy and split. He smelled of sweat and dirt. She looked down at their bound hands. His knuckles were swollen too.
I'm so sorry.
Tom's voice was weak, his ragged breathing breaking up the words.
I should have listened to you. You had all those doubts.
She'd only heard him cry once before, when he'd held their son's body. She couldn't bear it if he broke down now. We're going to be okay. We just have to stay calm, she whispered. She thought about telling him she'd hidden a knife under them, but she was too worried that Simon might hear.
I wanted to protect you, but I messed up.
Your shoulder will heal. Everything will heal. They held gazes, and she knew he was trying to make his expression reassuring. But behind that, she saw the pain and anger, the fear. She was sure her face echoed it all. Try to rest, she said. We don't know what the morning will bring. Chapter 7. Alice. Simon and Jenny were outside for a while. Then Alice heard scraping in the storage compartment under the RV. She guessed that Simon was packing up their gear. She felt the shift of weight as they moved in and out of the RV. One of the kitchen drawers opened, and there was a series of metal clinking sounds, like items being thrown together. Utensils? No, it was the knives. Of course. Her breath caught. This couple was wanted for stabbing 2 people, and now they had their knives. Not all of them, though. Alice was only slightly comforted knowing that she'd hidden one under her mattress. It wouldn't be much good if she couldn't reach it. The RV shifted again as someone went outside. Simon, she guessed. The storage compartment underneath opened and closed. She hoped Simon had only been removing the knives. Now there were more sounds inside as they changed the dinette into a bed. They dropped the tabletop, moved the foam seats around, unzipped their sleeping bags and shook them out. Simon and Jenny had whispered goodnight to each other, like this was all normal. But later, Alice heard the frustrated rolling of someone changing their position, the flap of blankets, the thump of a pillow being adjusted, as though at least one of them was struggling to sleep. The night was long. Without being able to shift her position even slightly, Alice's muscles cramped, and it was hot with the windows closed. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. Beside her, Tom drifted in and out of sleep, mumbling nonsensical words and making pained sounds.
Her thoughts ran rampant, spinning nightmarish fates at the hands of their captors. Any brief moments of sleep were haunted by the image of Tom being beaten, his body on the ground with Simon looming over him, and she'd wake with a start, her heart galloping. The sky was beginning to lighten outside the windows, the forest stirring with the first calls of birds. There would be campers on their way to use the restrooms before everyone else, but Alice was too terrified to scream for help, not when Simon had a loaded gun. The other couple was now waking. Blankets shifted, the silky slide of nylon sleeping bags. Simon whispered something, then Jenny. She sounded urgent, upset. Jenny went into the bathroom with her pack. Alice couldn't see much from her position, but she heard Simon moving around as he got dressed. Then the cushions being rearranged, the tabletop lifting into place, the swish of nylon as he rolled the sleeping bags. He appeared beside the bed in a white tank top with red piping and ragged cut-off jean shorts, and pointed to Alice.
"You can use the bathroom next. I'll be with Tom. And this."
He lifted his shirt to show the handgun. Tom was quiet, but Alice could feel the anger radiating off his tense body. She held herself still as Simon untied their bindings. Tom cried out when Simon yanked on their arms, his eyes squeezing shut and his breath rapid. The wounds from the fight were more obvious now. Simon didn't seem to have any marks other than scuffed knuckles, but Tom's nose was swollen, the nostrils crusted with dried blood, and he had bruised cheeks, a scraped chin, and puffy lips. "He needs Tylenol," she said, "and another bag from the freezer."
"Ask nicely."
Alice despised Simon for this, for his staring down at them with his eyebrow raised and a mocking twist to his lips. "Please, please let me give my husband Tylenol." She gritted out each word. Jenny came out of the bathroom and stood next to Simon. She'd changed into a yellow sleeveless baby doll top with an empire waist, faded jean short cutoffs, and her hair was braided. Simon gave Alice a look.
"Your turn. Don't do anything stupid and I'll get your husband's pills. Screw up, and I'll make his pain go away forever. Understand?"
She nodded. In the bathroom, she took a couple of shaky breaths, glad for the precious few moments alone. The walls were thin, but at least they gave some semblance of privacy.
"Don't take long,"
Simon shouted,
"or I'll kick the door down."
When Alice was finished, she washed her hands, brushed her teeth, and scraped her messy hair back into a ponytail. She barely glanced at herself in the mirror. She opened the door. Simon was in the kitchen area, cutting their coil of yellow rope into long segments with a knife. A big one, with a fancy handle. Was that the murder weapon? Had he been carrying it under his clothes the entire time? She caught her breath and met his eyes.
"Nice of you to bring this rope along," he said. "It's going to come in handy."
Alice hovered near the table, unsure of what to do with herself. Simon finished cutting the rope and slid the knife into a leather sheath on his hip. He untied Tom. Alice winced, watching Tom ease off the bed, stopping a few times to rest. He held his injured arm across his chest, his other hand cupping his elbow. Finally, he was standing, with Simon beside him.
"Give me your wallet."
Tom was quiet, studying Simon's face. His good hand clenched. Alice watched, agonized. "Don't do anything stupid, Tom. Just give it to him."
"I know it's in your back pocket, man. You'll have to get it out."
Tom turned around and Simon tugged the brown leather wallet free. She'd given it to Tom last Christmas. A small wedding photo of them was inside. While Simon thumbed through the wallet, Tom staggered to the bathroom. He was being so careful not to bump his arm, but she could tell that every step hurt. His ribs, his shoulder, and wherever else he was injured. She reached for him, wanting to help, but Simon pushed her away.
Sit at the table.
Alice sat across from Jenny, who dared to smile. When she caught Alice's glare, she dropped her smile and looked away. Tom came out of the bathroom, his face drained of color. He stumbled to the bed and collapsed onto the mattress. The RV rocked. Simon pulled the cash out of Tom's wallet, counting the bills.
$40. That all? Thought you were rich Americans?
He went through the wallet again, and this time he found the traveler's checks.
Now we're talking.
Alice knew that there were 5 checks, each one worth $20. She'd watched Tom slide them in carefully so that they didn't crease. Simon now added them to his own wallet. He tossed Tom's back, and it landed on his chest with a thud. Simon looked around the RV. His eyes narrowed, then moved over to the closet and opened it. He quickly found the gun case, still unlocked, and pulled out a blue box. The extra bullets. He left the wood case in the closet but shoved the box of bullets into his backpack. He turned to Tom.
You got any more weapons? I only had the gun.
Simon clearly didn't believe him because he continued searching the closet, the area around the bed, the cupboards above. Alice watched from the table, her hands clenching underneath. She nearly sobbed when he lifted the edge of the mattress and pulled out the knife. He looked at Tom.
You're really starting to piss me off.
He didn't know, Alice said in a rush. It was me. I hid it. Without saying a word, Simon opened the RV door and flung the knife outside. Was anyone walking past? Did someone see? Simon slammed the door shut.
Where's your purse?
Alice gestured to the front of the RV. He found her purse where she'd left it hidden halfway under the passenger seat, opened her wallet, and took 2 tens, which he shoved into his pocket. He had their money, their weapons, and their RV. They were truly at his mercy now. She needed a moment to breathe, to think. Can I get changed? Simon walked back to the table, stopping by Jenny's shoulder.
Leave the curtain open.
I'm not going to change in front of you.
Guess you're not getting changed.
What if I close it partway? He held her gaze, then said,
Only if I can see Tom.
He still needs Tylenol and ice. Simon made an annoyed sound, but he got a bag of frozen corn and shook out 2 pills from the bottle of Tylenol. Tom had to swallow them dry, and he grimaced when Simon dropped the corn onto his shoulder. At least Simon put the thawed bag of peas back into the freezer. Alice got clothes out of the closet, moved closer to the bed, and tugged the privacy curtain partway across the area, enough to hide her body. While she pulled on a fresh pair of shorts and a pink short-sleeved blouse, she tried to communicate to Tom with her eyes. Are you okay? Please be okay. We're going to get through this. Somehow. He gave her a faint smile. Then his eyes drifted closed. She panicked, thinking for a horrible moment that he'd stopped breathing. She reached for him, touching his face. Tom? Tom? He opened his eyes back up.
Just resting. I'm okay.
He wasn't okay. He was suffering. But he was still with her, and she wanted to sink to her knees beside their bed in relief. She needed Tom. He was her rock, her cheerleader.
Stop talking.
Simon slid the curtain open.
You're driving.
Tom is in no shape to drive.
That's why you're doing it.
Me? Alice could drive the RV, but with a gun pointed at her?
Get ready. We're leaving soon.
He wanted them out of that campsite. He wanted them away from people. Once they got on that highway, so many things could happen. Alice thought of all the deserted side roads, Fields of long grass that could hide anything. Forests, rivers. He was staring at her, his jaw clenched, like he was daring her to deny him. The area under his eyes was shadowed, and his hair messy. She wondered if he had slept at all.
"I can drive,"
Tom said. He was trying to sound strong, capable, but he couldn't hide the reedy whisper in his voice, the struggle for air. Simon looked over his shoulder at Jenny.
"Babe, can you come here?"
Jenny left the table. When she was closer, Simon pulled the knife out of the sheath on his hip, flipped it around so he was holding the blade, and held it out to Jenny. She hesitated, her hand hovering in the air, like she didn't want to touch it. Alice hoped that meant she was having a change of heart. Maybe she was different. But she took the knife.
"I need you to keep an eye on Alice while I finish with Tom."
Jenny nodded. Then Simon turned to Alice.
"Sit at the table, facing me."
Alice had to pass Simon. She didn't look at his face. They didn't touch. She sat at the other side of the table like he'd ordered. Now she had a front row view of Simon tying Tom's ankles with the yellow rope, weaving it in and around. Then he moved up to his wrists. Alice was anxious, wondering if he would hurt Tom's shoulder, but he ordered Tom to put both his arms over his chest so his forearms were parallel. Then he bound them together.
"A pillow."
Tom gritted out.
"Can I get a pillow under my elbow?"
"This isn't the goddamn Hilton," Simon said, but Alice was relieved when he shoved a pillow against Tom's side, wedging it under his elbow. Simon turned around and looked at Alice.
"Get in the driver's seat."
She was more than happy to leave the table when Jenny passed Simon the large hunting knife, and he bent over to give her a passionate kiss, his hand tangling in the back of her hair. Alice stepped over the carpeted engine cover and dropped into the driver's seat. She adjusted the height and the mirrors. She licked her dry lips, wishing she had water. She heard Simon coming up behind her and glanced in the rearview mirror. He was slipping the knife into the sheath on his hip. He sat in the passenger seat, legs sprawled.
"Okay, go."
Alice fumbled with the keys in the ignition and gave it a pump of gas. Too much. The engine roared, making everything on the dash vibrate, just as someone was walking past their sight. Unfortunately, the camper only gave them a cursory glance before continuing. Simon glared at Alice.
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
Alice frowned back. "I'm nervous." Simon pulled the gun from his waistband.
"If you try to crash or wave someone down..."
"I get it. Stop showing me the damn gun." Alice was startled at the heat coming out of her voice. She never cursed. This was a very bad time to start.
"Don't screw up."
Simon unfolded their well-worn map. Just the night before, Tom had shown him their reservation schedule and pointed out each campsite. Simon now had the blueprint to their entire trip. He studied the map while Alice kept the engine running.
"What are you waiting for?"
Simon said. Alice took a big breath, rubbed her sweaty palms on her shorts, said a quick mental prayer, and then put the RV into drive. She eased out of the campsite, glancing back and forth at her side mirrors to gauge how close she was to the trees. She passed by them easily. She thought of their first night of the trip, how bad she had felt when the RV got scratched. If they made it through this alive, she never wanted to see this RV again. She'd sell it the first chance she got. They drove down the lane. The RV jerked each time she stepped on the brake too hard, rocking them forward in their seats. Simon looked over at her.
"Cool it. People are going to notice."
They passed the office. An RV was parked outside, and a man and a woman were sitting on the office porch. They smiled and waved. Simon ducked his head. At the stop sign, Simon pointed left.
"That will take us to the Trans-Canada Highway."
Alice made the turn, wishing they hadn't paid ahead last night. It might have given her a chance to pass a note to the clerk. After a few miles, they reached the highway, and she increased their speed, checking the instrument panel. The gas gauge showed only a quarter full. They'd already switched over to the reserve tank. Should she tell Simon? She stared out the windshield at the scenery that would have amazed her one day earlier. The low, rolling mountains, blue and gray in the distance. Velvety green pastures with horses and sheep or cows. Fields of toasted gold grass and long stretches of road without any houses or gas stations. If they ran out of fuel, Simon and Jenny wouldn't be able to steal the RV. But what would happen if they broke down? In the end, it wasn't up to her because Simon caught her glancing at the gas gauge. He leaned over to look. "I'll make a stop." From the dinette, Jenny said, "What's wrong?" "We have to get gas, and Alice is going to listen to everything I say so nobody gets hurt." Alice felt him staring at the side of her face. "Right?" "Right." "Good." He turned and spoke to Jenny. "What do we have to eat?" Jenny moved around behind them. Cupboards opened. The fridge. Jenny brought a blueberry muffin and a banana to Simon. Jenny also offered a muffin to Alice. She wanted to refuse the food, but her stomach was gnawingly empty. She took the muffin and ate it with one hand. There weren't many other cars on the road yet, and she was glad for that. She didn't know what she was going to do if they had to drive on any narrow, curvy sections through the mountains. "We have a family," she said. "They'll be expecting us to phone." It wasn't true. Tom's parents had passed a few years ago. Alice's mother was busy with her grandchildren and her bridge parties. She'd bustle around the house in her green velvet house dress, her hair in a turban and her bangs taped down, as she smoked one of her long menthol cigarettes. Every morning, Alice's father would sit in his easy chair with the newspaper and read celebrity gossip out loud to her mother, who would tisk over Elizabeth and Richard, who'd gotten married again, but were apparently heading for another divorce. Then there were Alice's siblings, all with spouses and children to manage. The most anyone expected was a postcard and an Olympic souvenir. Simon gestured at their travel binder on the dash. "Campgrounds have phones." "Surely you don't mean to stick to our plan?" "Maybe." He shrugged. "Where's your next spot?" Alice tried to remember. They'd talked about the trip so much, but fear was clouding her mind. "Golden, I think." "I like it. Feels lucky." He nodded to himself as he refolded the map, tossed it up onto the dash, and leaned back in his seat. "We'll have to see how the day goes." Alice's eyes burned with tears. She thought of all the times she'd wished that she had died with her son, and now, faced with that possibility, she realized how much she wanted to live. Simon rolled his head to the side to look at her. "Guess you're not so lucky, though." Then he laughed. Chapter 8. Alice. As they drove on, Alice's initial shock and horror evolved into a paralyzing dread that sent shivers down her body. Despite the heat, she felt ice cold, numb. They passed farmlands with cows dotting the fields and the occasional roadside stand selling eggs or fresh produce. Then the highway curved back to run alongside the seemingly endless Shoe-Swap Lake. Its deep blue water sparkled through the stand of trees that provided a thin barrier between the highway and the lake. Her sense of time had distorted, but she thought they'd been driving about 30 minutes when they reached a long bridge with low guardrails. On her left, houseboats dotted the lake, and there was a beach on the other side of the bridge, crowded with swimmers in brightly colored bathing suits. Beach umbrellas and towels were spread across every inch of sand. When they'd made it off the bridge, there was a sign welcoming them to Sycamoose and billboards advertising houseboat rentals. Halfway through the small town, Simon pointed to an Esso off the main highway. Alice turned and eased up to one of the blue gas pumps.
"Ask for a fill,"
Simon said, "and smile." "I need money." Simon leaned forward, tugged his wallet from his back pocket, and handed her 2 $10 bills. Probably the very ones he'd stolen from her purse. The gas attendant was a rail-thin young man in red coveralls, and his hair buzzed short. He jogged over and flashed her a quick, cheerful smile.
"What can I get you?"
"Fill it up, please." The attendant moved away. In her side mirror, she watched him work the pump. He was chatting and laughing with a customer parked at another pump. He seemed friendly, maybe curious about people. Gas stations had newspapers. He could have seen the article. He might even recognize Simon if he had a better look at him next time he came to the window. Alice leaned back in her seat, stretching her arms so that Simon would think she was loosening her muscles. "Can I get snacks?" Jenny said, her voice hopeful.
"It's safer if you stay in the RV."
"I'll be careful. I'll wear Alice's hat, please." Alice had forgotten about her straw hat on the hook by the door. She'd bought it, imagining all the picnics she and Tom would have.
"Okay,"
Simon said, still sounding reluctant.
"Try to be fast."
He pulled a couple more dollars out of his wallet and passed them over his shoulder to Jenny. Alice didn't know how the girl could even be thinking of snacks considering everything that was happening. Then she remembered again that Jenny was pregnant and had to catch her breath, the bitterness sharp under her ribs. All those weeks of sickness during her own pregnancy, and when it had finally passed, she'd been so excited about each new craving. Alice and Simon waited in silence while the gas attendant filled the tank. Alice flicked her gaze up to the rearview mirror. Jenny had left the hunting knife on the table. Simon was looking out the passenger window, watching Jenny in the store. The attendant came back to the driver's side, and this time he gave Simon and Alice a curious glance.
"Washington, eh? Whereabouts?"
He was observant. She felt a glimmer of hope. She had no idea how many visitors the gas station got in a day, but they might be different enough to stay in his mind.
"Seattle." "Oh, yeah? Where you headin'?"
Alice thought quickly. If she said the Olympics, he could have more questions. She didn't know if that was good or bad. She didn't know how Simon would react. "Banff."
"Long drive."
"Not so bad in an RV."
"Ain't that the truth?"
He patted the side of the RV.
"Well, peace out."
The attendant walked away, and she looked at Simon, who was frowning at something on the other side of the gas station. She followed his gaze. 4 motorcycles were lined up, black with chrome handlebars. The ones from the campground? 2 men came out the side, where she assumed the bathroom was, and lit up cigarettes. She didn't see the red-haired man. Jenny pulled open the door and rushed up the steps. "Sorry, I'm ready to go." She launched herself into the dinette and tossed a plastic bag onto the table. Alice put the RV into gear and drove around the gas station, heading back to the highway. Simon was looking out his side window with a whispered,
"What the fuck?"
"What's wrong?" Jenny said.
"Bikers."
"They're here?" Jenny sounded shocked and scared, but Alice didn't understand why. It seemed to be a popular gas station, and the bikers were obviously traveling in the same direction.
"Get going."
Simon slid low in his seat. Alice eased back onto the highway, pressing the gas pedal until they were at the posted speed limit of 50 miles an hour.
"Faster,"
Simon said. Alice sped up, but she didn't like the vibration of the tires and the way the wind hit the RV from the side, making it sway. Any wrong move could send the RV careening off the road. She checked her side mirror. A biker was behind them,
weaving in and out of traffic. Alice recognized his long red hair, but this time he was wearing a black t-shirt under his vest.
"One of the bikers is following us," she said.
Simon got up and stood behind her, looking over her shoulder into the side mirror. "Did he see you in the store, Jenny?"
"I don't think so, but maybe?"
Maybe he recognized her from the papers. Maybe the biker had called the cops from the store. Maybe he was now following to keep an eye on them. Maybe this nightmare would end.
"Speed up,"
Simon urged. Alice pressed her foot onto the gas pedal. The gauge went higher.
"Pass that car."
"I don't know if I—"
"Do it."
She checked for oncoming traffic, then gave the RV another jolt of gas and crossed the dotted white line. She gripped the wheel hard, her forearms and shoulders rigid, her back as stiff as a steel rod. She passed 2 cars and then guided the RV back into the right lane. One of the cars honked, and she jerked against the seat. She must have been too close.
"It's fine,"
Simon said, but his voice didn't sound fine. He sounded scared. He grabbed their map off the dash and quickly unfolded it on his lap, tearing it in his haste. Alice ran an amber light, glanced back and saw the biker.
"He's still there."
Simon looked up. The road was curving, and so he was able to see the bend ahead. But her vision was blocked by the rig in front of her, the massive back doors.
"Get around this rig,"
Simon said.
"It's too long."
Sweat dripped down her forehead and stung her eyes. How was it possible to break into a sweat so fast? Her shirt was sticking to every part of her body.
"There's a road that splits off ahead."
He tapped the map with his fingers.
"We can turn before the biker knows we're gone. Just step on the gas."
He said it like it was so easy, like they weren't in an oversized vehicle that could fishtail or tip over with a strong gust of wind. Alice sped up, the flat nose of the RV almost touching the rig's bumper. Then she took a deep breath and crossed the center line. Everything was so loud. The RV engine when she gunned it, the tires of the truck they were passing, with only inches to spare. She prayed she had enough distance between her and the rig and slipped back into the lane. She glanced in her side mirror. The rig's chrome grille nearly filled the entire view, but she could see the driver's angry face. He laid on his horn, blasting it 3 times so loud she felt it through her body. She hoped he would radio the police.
"When I say go, make a right."
Oh, God! They were going too fast. She didn't know how to drive like this. She didn't even watch race cars on TV because it made her anxious.
"Now!"
Simon's voice cut through her thoughts. She hit her turn signal, eased her foot onto the brake, and guided the RV around the corner, and was shocked that she made it.
"Keep your speed up."
Simon had his window down, his hair blowing back, and he was looking into his mirror.
"I can't see if he made the turn, too."
Alice drove fast on straight stretches and slower around bends. She was beginning to relax her grip when she heard Simon swear.
"He's behind us. Turn there."
Simon gestured to another corner. She made the turn, the RV drifting into a stomach-dropping slide, her hands frantically spinning the wheel before the RV straightened at the last second. They were on a narrow road, single lane, with rough, cracked pavement that seemed to stretch forever. No houses in sight. There was a roar as the motorbike came up beside them, then a loud bang. Metal on metal. She looked at her mirror and screamed. The biker was hitting the RV with a metal bar. Simon got behind her again, looking out her window. Then he moved to the dinette's window, then back. Jenny was saying something, but Alice was too busy trying to keep the RV on the road. Another loud bang as the biker hit the side of the RV. He was yelling. The words became clearer as he neared her window, his red hair whipping behind him.
"Pull over, bitch."
She stayed facing forward, as if not looking at him might make the problem go away.
He was getting closer to her window. The metal bar hit the side of her door. She screamed and jerked the wheel away from him. The tires slipped on the loose gravel on the shoulder. She had to slow down so that they didn't go into a spin. The biker cut in front of her, forcing her to a complete stop. Her neck jerked forward with a painful snap. Bodies tumbled to the floor behind her. Jenny or Simon or both. She heard Tom's pained groan. He must be in agony, but she couldn't rush back to check. The man was off the bike, metal rod in hand, and heading straight for her. The RV had a flat front, no hood for protection. If he was tall enough, he could hit the windshield. He could smash the glass and hit Alice's face. Alice popped her seatbelt free, leaped over the engine cover and dove for the floor, just as the man slammed the rod into the chrome grille. The sound was loud and close. Simon stepped over Alice, trying to get to the driver's seat. Alice scrambled on her hands and knees down the center of the RV. "Give me my shit!" The biker was beating on the RV. The sound moved across the front of the RV. Was he going to break through the door? "Come out and fight, you pussy!" Alice made it to the rear of the RV. She got to her feet to check on Tom, but then the engine roared as Simon stepped on the gas. The RV sped forward. She grabbed at the wall. A male scream, a thud, then the sickening rise and fall of the tires going over something, the screech of metal being dragged. "Stop! Stop!" Jenny's voice. Alice turned to look. The RV braked hard, and Alice was sent sprawling into the aisle beside the dinette. Her chin hit the carpeted floor, teeth snapping together. She lay still. The biker had gone under the RV. She'd never heard a scream like that before. "Alice?" Tom's voice, loud and urgent. "I'm fine." She got to her knees, too wobbly to stand. Jenny was pressed into the corner of the dinette and the wall, like she'd been trying to brace herself. She was crying. Simon had his hands in his hair and was staring out the windshield. After a second, he dropped his hands and yanked the keys out of the ignition. He got up and looked at Jenny. "Come here, babe." Jenny slowly slid off the bench seat, still crying, and trying to wipe the tears from her face. When she reached Simon, he put the knife in her palm. "Keep an eye on them." Jenny turned to stare at Alice, the knife down by her leg, tears wet on her cheeks. She looked like a doll from a horror movie. Simon opened the door, pausing to listen before he pushed it the rest of the way. He was outside for a few minutes. Alice couldn't hear anything. No yelling, no more screaming. Just that terrifying silence. Simon stepped back into the RV. His face was pale, his hair hanging limp and sweaty on his forehead. Dark splotches circled under his armpits and at the neckline of his shirt. He gripped the side of the doorframe with one hand, the other holding the gun down by his leg. His gaze skimmed over the still crying Jenny and landed on Alice. "I need you to come outside." Chapter 9. Alice. Alice didn't want to move. She didn't want to see what was out there. Simon raised his arm and aimed the gun at her. "Get up." Jenny's sobs increased, and she buried her face in her hands. But she didn't stop him. Didn't say, "Put the gun away. This has gone too far." Alice used the counter to pull herself up. Simon backed out and then waited for her at the bottom of the steps. He gestured that she was to go in front. They walked down the shoulder of the road. Behind her, Simon's sneakers made a scuffing sound on the dirt. Alice looked at her sandaled feet, the fine layer of dust that coated her toes. She didn't want to lift her head. Heat radiated off the side of the RV. The engine ticked. The air reeked of tire rubber. Alice halted. The bike lay on the shoulder of the road where it had been pushed. The RV's shadow draped over it. The biker's legs were visible just past the RV's rear tire. The rest of his body was underneath. She didn't crouch down. She didn't peer under. He'd been driven over twice. His legs were twisted, broken. His boots were dusty and worn, with silver buckles. One of them was undone. She didn't know why this mattered, why she wanted to fix it.
Grab one of his legs,
Simon said in a rush, his voice high and tight like he was barely holding himself together.
We have to drag him.
Alice couldn't stop looking at those broken legs. How could she touch him? I can't. Simon was sweating profusely, his face red, and his hair flopping into his eyes as he stepped toward Alice, who tried to back up, but she wasn't fast enough. His hand wrapped around her throat. Not squeezing, but tight enough that it was a clear warning.
If you don't hurry, a car's going to come by. Then I'll have to kill them too. And that's going to be your fucking fault. Get it?
She nodded and he released her. She didn't know if a car could see the back end of the RV if it drove past, and the road felt unused. More like a lane between farms. But it wasn't a risk she wanted to take. She rubbed at her neck, still feeling the imprint of Simon's hot hand. He was watching her with a strange expression, like he was surprised by his actions, but not ashamed. His hands were now clenched into fists, waiting for her next move. Alice bent and grabbed one of the biker's legs, her hands around his ankle. Simon picked up the other. The man was heavy, and they were both breathing hard as they dragged him out from under the RV. When the man's torso and head came into view, Alice stopped moving, suddenly lightheaded, like she might pass out then and there. His chest was crushed, nearly concave, and his t-shirt was ripped, exposing a hairy belly marked with black tire treads. Blood had leaked from his nose, mouth, and ears. His eyes were closed, his nose flattened. His face had been scraped across the dirt, showing raw, open skin. His arms, spread wide, were also mangled. A white bone stuck out of his bloody forearm. Alice gagged and tried to catch her breath, but she could smell the blood. Metallic, like a dirty copper coin. Something else, too. Urine. She retched again, her eyes watering.
Hurry up!
Simon kicked at her leg, snapping her out of her shock. Alice turned her face away from the body and continued dragging the man to the ditch, where a ravine dropped into a thicket of trees and shrubs. They lowered him at the edge, and then Simon pushed him over. The man's body caught part way on a branch. Simon pressed his hands to the side of his head. Shit! He looked up and down the road before turning to Alice.
Climb down.
When she hesitated, he lifted the gun again, this time shoving it into her belly below her ribcage. She gasped at the sudden pain.
Get moving.
Alice used roots and branches to clamber down the embankment. When she reached the man's body, she closed her eyes and gave him a push. The body didn't move at first, so she had to open her eyes, unfold his arm from where it had caught on a branch. She'd never forget the feel of his still warm skin, the smell of him, leather, cigarettes, stale beer, and campfire smoke. He'd been with friends the night before. He might have a family, wife, kids. His body rolled a few more feet, coming to rest against a tree trunk. She peered up the embankment at Simon. She could barely see him through the brush. She looked around the ravine. Nothing but forest. How far could she get if she ran? Could she lead him into the bush? She'd still have to circle back to the RV, and he was likely faster than her.
Toss branches on him,
Simon shouted down. She gathered fallen pieces of brush, dried wood, and leaves, heaping them over the man like a blanket. She whispered a quick prayer. "I'm so sorry. I hope someone finds you." She climbed back out of the ravine, scraping her hands on rocks and roots, her lungs strangling in the dry air. She hadn't had any water. She feared she might get sick. She collapsed onto her knees in the gravel and dirt, her head bowed as she tried to stop the spinning. Simon was lifting the bike up from the ground. The handlebars were bent. One of the tires wobbled as he wheeled it to the edge. The saddlebags were still attached. He rummaged around in them, pulling out a wallet, which he shoved into his pocket. Then he gave the bike a push and it crashed down through bushes. Simon broke a branch off a tree and used it as a broom to smooth out the dirt, the blood trail, the drag marks. Then he walked around and picked up glass, pieces of metal, the rod that the biker had used, and threw them into the bushes too. Alice got to her feet, slowly, and stood by the RV door, thinking about the morning that they'd left the first campground, when the bikers had been parked in the shade by the restroom. Simon had finished and was walking back toward her now. "You stole something from him," Alice said. "That's why he was chasing us." He just looked at her silently and rubbed his arm across his forehead, leaving a streak of dirt and blood. Alice stared at the crimson line. She hoped he saw it the next time he had to face himself in a mirror. Simon pulled the door open, and she followed him up the steps. Jenny was standing by the table and chewing on a fingernail. Her eyes went to Simon when he came inside and widened when she saw the blood. "He's dead, isn't he?" "He was a bad guy who was going to hurt us." Simon gently drew her hand away from her face. "I took care of it, babe. You don't have anything to worry about." Alice, stuck behind Simon, didn't know where she was supposed to go, but she didn't want to be part of this moment. She edged past Simon to check on Tom. The rear of the RV was stifling. Tom's shirt was damp, his face feverish-looking. The bag of corn had completely thawed. In the time that they'd been parked, there'd been no air conditioning, no way for him to cool down. "Oh, Jesus!" She rushed to the kitchen. Did they have any ice left?
"What the hell are you doing?"
Simon said. "He's overheating." She shoved the corn back into the freezer. The bag of peas wasn't ready yet, so Alice found a juice can, wrapped a cloth around it, and placed it against Tom's forehead, then his neck, and along his shoulder. She got a glass of water and leaned him forward so he could drink. "I want to stay with him. He needs someone."
"Jenny can sit back there. You drive."
Alice swallowed hard, looked at Tom and squeezed his hand. He squeezed back.
"I'm better. The water helped. Are you okay?"
he whispered, searching her face. She shook her head, trying not to cry as she watched Simon pull one of Tom's beers from the fridge and guzzle it down in one shot. A moment later, Jenny was standing in front of her. "I hope you didn't get hurt when you fell onto the floor." Alice stared at her. What was wrong with this girl? A man had just been murdered, his body dumped into a ravine. Was this some kind of joke? Jenny wasn't smiling, though. She seemed spaced out, her eyes blank. Maybe she was in shock. Alice looked past her to Simon.
"Come on,"
he said. "I can't drive, not after that." He pulled the gun out of the pocket of his shorts.
"Get behind the wheel, Alice."
"Why don't you drive?" As soon as she said the words, she wondered if that would be worse. He might not know how to drive a large vehicle. They could crash.
"I'm not in the mood for bullshit. You really going to try me on this?"
No, not after what she had just witnessed. Alice moved to the driver's seat. She wondered if the motorcycle might have damaged the underframe of the RV, but it started with no problem. She couldn't say the same for herself. Everything felt strange.
like her arms and legs didn't belong to her. They were working, but she didn't know how. She'd seen a dead man. She'd touched his skin. She glanced down at her clothes. Did she have his blood on her? She hadn't checked. Beside her, Simon was tapping his fingers on one knee, the gun resting on his other, finger crooked inside the trigger. "Stay the speed limit." He slumped against the side window. She smelled the beer on him, the musk of his sweat. The blood streak was gone from his forehead. Several miles down the road, he took the cash out of the biker's wallet, stared at the man's license for a moment, then threw the wallet out the window into the forest. Chapter 10. Alice. They made their way back to the highway, with Simon looking at the map and giving Alice directions. The morning turned to midday, the mountains hazy in the heat. They drove through more farmland and small towns with names like Malaqua, Craigellachie, and Taft. Some didn't have anything other than a roadside general store, and maybe a diner or gas station. The highway darkened as it cut through a forest. Then it broke free and curved around a large lake, with only a narrow bank between the water and the pavement. The mountain across the lake looked as though it was rising straight out of the water. Simon's side of the road was sheer rock, with broken boulders in the narrow ditch, and signs warning of landslides. Alice kept a tight grip on the wheel and tried not to look at anything but the road in front of her. Finally, they reached the far end of the lake, where there was a motel and restaurant. When Alice saw the sign that read Three Valley Gap Heritage Ghost Town, she remembered that Tom had wanted to stop there. He'd been so excited about the idea of seeing a ghost town in real pioneer buildings. She blinked hard and took a few deep breaths to push back the tears. They had crossed another long suspension bridge and were passing through a town named Revelstoke, when Alice noticed that the RV's temperature gauge had climbed to the red line. She didn't know if the RV was overheating or if the gauge was broken. But she got her answer when a thin veil of steam began to rise from the front. "What's going on?" Simon frowned at her as if she was the culprit. She pointed to her gauge. "It's overheating." "Pull into that parking lot." Alice guided the RV into what appeared to be a strip mall and parked at the far end, under a small stand of trees that would provide some shade. She glanced at her watch. It had only been an hour since they left the Sycamoose area, but she felt like she'd been driving all day. She wondered if anyone had been past the spot where they'd left the biker's body. Would they notice something? Maybe there were drops of blood or shards of glass that Simon had missed sweeping away. The body would soon start smelling in this heat. How long until he was found? "Come on." Simon reached over and yanked the keys out of the ignition, then spun his chair and got to his feet. Alice climbed out of the driver's seat and over the engine cover. "Is it bad?" Jenny said. "Don't worry, babe. I can fix anything." Simon gave Jenny a quick kiss. The words were sweet, but when he turned toward the door, Alice saw the frustration in his scowl. She followed Simon outside. The radiator had leaked fluid onto the pavement, forming a dark circle. A faint hiss was coming from the grill. Simon opened the latch for the center grill, swung it open, and leaned over to peer into the opening. He tugged on hoses, checked caps, fiddled with connections. Alice watched cars farther down the strip, people walking into stores. No one seemed to notice them. She fought the urge to bolt, to run screaming for help. She couldn't do anything while Tom was still tied up. Simon lifted his head and stepped back to latch the grill. "Let's go." He jerked his chin toward the RV. Alice climbed back inside first, with Simon tight on her heels. Jenny's anxious gaze skipped past Alice and landed on Simon. "Radiator's cracked," he told her. "We need a garage." A crack. Alice didn't know if that was serious. What if it couldn't be fixed? He'd have to find another vehicle.
The flare of relief was quickly snuffed out when Alice realized he wouldn't just let them go. They were witnesses who could talk. They were safer if he needed them. Her knees suddenly wobbly. She stumbled over to the driver's seat and collapsed into it. Simon was still standing by Jenny at the dinette. He reached into his pocket, counted out some bills, and passed them to Jenny.
"Can you get us some hair dye, babe? There's a drugstore over there."
While they waited, Simon allowed Alice to open a couple of windows so they could have a cross breeze. She still worried that it was too hot for Tom. So after again getting permission, she cooled Tom down with wet cloths and ice cubes from the fridge. Jenny came back with a box of L'Oreal and California Blonde by Max Factor. When the two of them were done coloring their hair in the sink, the RV stank. Jenny's hair was caramel brown and Simon's was dirty blonde. He picked up a pair of scissors and a comb that Jenny had also bought and turned to Alice at the dinette, where he'd made her sit.
"Can you cut hair?"
"I did my family's, but it was a long time ago."
"You'll do fine."
He turned to Jenny.
"How do you want it?"
She shrugged. "Maybe a bob? With bangs?"
"Turn around on the seat,"
Simon said. Jenny arranged herself with her knees facing the window, one arm on the table, the other on the top of the bench seat, and her back to Alice. Simon passed the scissors to Alice. "I need a towel for the floor." Simon tossed down one of the damp towels. Alice combed out Jenny's hair, circling her, lifting sections, wondering how to begin. She didn't want to make a mistake. Simon stood with his back against the kitchen counter and his arms crossed over his chest.
"What are you waiting for?"
"Stop making me nervous." She began to snip, wisps falling to the floor. Jenny had probably been growing her hair since she was a little girl. But she didn't seem upset. Her face had the same blank expression she'd had since the accident with the biker. Alice followed the curve of Jenny's jawline as she cut, shaping her hair to roll under in a bob that fell to the midpoint of her neck. She got Jenny to turn around on the seat and finished off by giving her curtain bangs that flicked out at her cheekbones. Alice stepped back. Jenny looked older with her new hairstyle. Less teenage girl and more woman. If their goal had been to not stand out, Alice didn't think she'd been successful. Nothing hid Jenny's delicate beauty. Jenny looked in her cosmetic mirror, moving her head so that her hair swished. She smoothed her hand over the bob and turned to Simon. "Is it okay?"
"Better than okay. You're a fox."
Jenny's lips lifted in a brief smile that disappeared as she touched the ends of her hair again. "I wonder what my mom would say." Simon knelt in front of Jenny and gathered her close. He murmured something in her ear, while Jenny buried her face into the crook of his neck. Alice shifted to the side and stared out the window at the trees, listening to the normal sounds of a parking lot. Car doors slamming, the rattle of shopping carts, people's voices discussing mundane things. "Hot enough for you? Steaks are on sale. Do we need ketchup?" After a moment, Simon released Jenny and stood up. Jenny shook her head as though clearing away any remaining sad thoughts and said, "It's Simon's turn." He ran his hands through his hair.
"Just cut it short. I don't care."
Alice snipped his hair carefully, holding her body away from his so that they didn't touch. His shoulders were stiff, his neck rigid. They didn't make eye contact. As Alice worked, she wondered about Simon's relationship with Jenny. He was deferential and comforting toward her, but she'd also witnessed him barking out orders. How was he in private? So far, Jenny was going along with everything. If she began to push back against Simon, objecting or arguing, what would he do? Things could get even more dangerous. Alice cut his hair short on the sides and left it longer on top, combing it back like a greaser. Without an electric razor, She couldn't do a buzz cut. His sideburns, beard, and a wispy mustache were beginning to grow, but he'd used the dye to lighten them as well. "You look like David Bowie," Jenny said.
Yeah?
He took the cosmetic mirror from Jenny and checked his image from all different directions.
That's cool.
Alice automatically brushed the loose hair off Simon's shoulders. He jerked away, and she froze with her hands in the air. To cover up the awkwardness, she moved closer to one of the cupboards. "We have a small vacuum. Can I clean up?" Simon nodded.
Yeah, then we're going to find a repair shop.
It took a bit of driving around, slowly so they didn't overheat the RV more, before they found a shop on the other side of town with a sign declaring it Stanley's Auto Service. The square 2-story building looked like it had been there for years, with weathered white stucco and navy blue paint peeling off the big garage doors. A rusty tow truck was parked in the yard beside the shop, along with a few derelict vehicles. One was missing all its tires, and another had its hood up. Simon wanted her to keep the RV out of sight, but there were only a few spots in front of the building, and Alice didn't have many options. She parked across the street. Simon got her purse from under the seat and passed it to her.
"Let's go."
"I want to stay inside with Tom. You can tie me up."
"No, you're my insurance policy."
He turned to Jenny.
"I'll be right back."
When Alice and Simon entered the garage, no one was at the counter, but there were clanging sounds coming from the back. Simon hit the bell. An old man with white hair circling his head came out wearing blue grease-stained overalls with Stanley embroidered onto the chest pocket. He was wiping his hands on a dirty towel.
"What can I do for you, son?" "We've got a cracked radiator. You have any bar stop leak?" "Sure do."
The man walked out from behind the counter and grabbed a bottle from one of the shelves closest to the front window. Simon and Alice trailed after him.
"This would have stopped the Titanic from sinking."
The man chortled as he passed the bottle to Simon. He glanced out the window at the RV.
"That yours?"
Alice nodded. The old man narrowed his eyes.
"What happened to the front?"
"We hit a deer," Alice blurted. The man's gaze shifted over to her.
"That's a shame. You keep it."
"Pardon?"
"The deer. If it's not too messed up, roadkill is still good meat."
Alice felt her stomach lurch, thinking of the biker's body that she had helped push down the steep bank. Sorry, no."
"Too bad."
His gaze went back to Simon.
"You sure it's just a leak, son? If you all hit a deer, it might be worse. How about I take a quick look, free of charge?"
Alice thought of all the dents and scrapes down the side of the RV. Would he believe a deer did all that? This man seemed too shrewd and observant. He was going to have questions. He might even call the police. Alice felt a surge of hope. This might all be over soon. Unfortunately, Simon must have come to the same conclusion because he quickly spoke up.
"I'm sure it's a leak, but thanks. Only take a minute, son."
The mechanic moved fast for an older man and was at the front door, pushing it open, before Simon could say anything else. Simon jerked his chin at Alice. She didn't understand for a half a second. Then she rushed after the man. Simon followed behind, close at her heels. She could hear him swearing under his breath, feel his tension. It pressed against her back like fists. Her earlier hope that this situation could lead to a rescue was swiftly shifting into panic. The old man paused on the sidewalk, checking both ways for traffic. A slight breeze moved the sparse white hair on the back of his head. Fluffy, like a baby bird's down. He stepped off the sidewalk. Chapter 11. Alice. Alice shielded her eyes from the sun as the three of them crossed over the road. She couldn't see much through the RV window, but she caught a hint of movement. They drew closer. She didn't see Jenny's shape. She thought of Tom alone on the bed. The mechanic was marching determinedly toward the grill of the RV, talking over his shoulder to Simon about the statistics of how many animals were killed on the roads each year. They were in front of the RV. Simon moved to the right of the man, blocking him from potentially walking around to the driver's side, where the biker had left dents with the metal rod. The mechanic studied the front of the RV with his hands on his hips.
Your headlight cover is cracked.
We have one on order. Going to pick it up at the next dealership. Alice said in a rush and immediately regretted it. She had no idea where the next dealership was located. She should have kept her mouth shut, but the tension in the air was making her head spin. The man's stare now seemed to be focused on the bumper, his eyebrows pulled together, and he lowered himself into a crouch, then rubbed his finger along the chrome.
A deer, huh?
The mechanic turned to Simon. Behind them, Alice saw the way Simon's hand came to rest near the gun under his shirt. She flashed through options. She could push the man out of the way or shove Simon, but what if she got shot?
A buck, 6-pointer or something,
Simon said, and Alice stared at his hovering hand. How fast could he pull a gun? Would she even have time to save the man?
No kidding.
The man looked back at the bumper. He reached out and ran his hand over one of the dents, his thumb dipping into it. Simon's back stiffened. Alice moved to his other side, getting ready. For what? She didn't know.
Maybe an elk,
the man said at last.
They make quite an impact.
It was big, Alice said, relieved. Could have been. The man got to his feet.
Glad it wasn't a moose. You want to avoid those. They'll go straight through your windshield. You need to top up the water? We got a hose around back.
We've got water, Simon snapped. And he really needed to change his tone because if anything was going to tip this man off, it would be Simon's surly attitude. This time the man did seem to pick up on the nervousness, and he took a longer look at Simon. Excuse my brother, Alice said. We're hot and tired. It's been a day. Simon pulled a handful of change out of his pocket and handed it to the man.
That cover our bill? Should do.
He dropped the money into the front bib of his overalls, but his gaze was shifting back and forth between Alice and Simon. He knew something wasn't right, and Alice knew that everything was going to go to hell if she didn't think of a diversion soon. She glanced back at the garage, hoping to see another customer pulling up. The driveway was empty, but there seemed to be rooms above the garage, with open windows and yellow gingham curtains. Do you live above the shop? She said. The mechanic looked at her with a confused expression. She pointed toward the building. I noticed the curtains. Pretty.
Yes, ma'am. My wife and I have been here for 30 years.
Simon squinted at the windows, and Alice hoped he was thinking what she was thinking, that the man's wife might be upstairs at this very moment. She would certainly hear gunshots or a violent struggle. She might have already seen the RV when it parked. The skin on the back of the man's neck was flushed, his face shiny with sweat. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and mopped his forehead. Alice gently touched his arm. Sir, you don't have to be out here in this terrible heat with us. Your wife won't be happy if you pass out on this pavement. The man straightened, looking offended, and Alice thought she'd made a mistake. But then his shoulders slumped. He heaved out a long sigh and gave Alice a sheepish smile.
She's always getting after me about my blood pressure.
Alice tried not to make it obvious that she was also letting out her breath. Her chest ached, as though she'd been holding it in since they first walked into the store. Well, we don't want her to worry. We can take it from here. He tipped his head at her, then shook Simon's hand.
Safe travels, my friends.
Alice watched him walk back to the shop as Simon opened the bottle of Stop Leak and began pouring it into the radiator. The man glanced back, and she gave a cheerful wave. "Keep walking. Please, please." When the bottle was empty, Simon screwed the cap back on the radiator and latched the front grille. He looked toward the service shop. "That was close. Good job getting rid of him." She frowned at him. Did he think she was on their side? "I didn't want him to get hurt." Simon held her gaze in a cold, blank stare. "I could have done anything I wanted, and there's no way you could have stopped me." He slid his sunglasses back on, but they didn't hide anything. She still felt the coldness in his eyes as he followed her into the RV. Simon told her not to drive past the garage because it would reveal the damaged side of the RV. Alice argued that it would be worse if they got stuck doing a U-turn. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized that she shouldn't be doing anything that might stop them from getting caught. Unfortunately, Simon had already decided she was right, and that they would be in motion as they went by the shop's window, so the man probably wouldn't notice the damage. Alice was hoping for the opposite. Maybe the old man was already calling the police. She relished the image of police cars racing up behind them, lights flashing, sirens screaming. Simon used the map to guide them back toward the Trans-Canada Highway. When Alice's stomach grumbled loudly, Simon glanced at her, then turned to look at Jenny. "Have you eaten anything?" "Just the muffin." "You have to eat." "I know. We haven't stopped anywhere." Alice looked up at the rearview mirror. Jenny's mouth was turned down as she stared out the window. Alice guessed she hadn't liked being scolded. Simon waited for a moment, but when Jenny didn't face him, he shifted back around and studied the map again. "We'll circle back to town. Maybe there's a picnic area." They found a park that ran alongside the river. The Columbia River, Simon told Jenny, and Alice had to fight the tears welling up in her eyes. It should have been Tom telling her these things while they were on their vacation. He would have announced the names of every river and mountain, and he'd have a clever story or a bit of history about each town. The park had a few picnic tables scattered over the grass field, a playground, and a clear view of the suspension bridge that crossed the wide river. Behind them, on the opposite side of the road from the park, a flat-roofed A&W drive-thru was advertising Mama and Papa Burgers. Alice brought the RV to a halt near an enormous wooden head of a mustached man wearing a black top hat. Beside him, a sign stuck in the ground warned them not to be wooden-headed and drive carefully. Simon laughed. Alice did not. Jenny and Simon sat at the table with his arm draped over her shoulder as they looked over the map together, while they talked about the route ahead, musing about the Rocky Mountains and how long it might take them to reach Alberta. Alice made tuna sandwiches. She still had her can opener, but without knives, she had to use a spoon to spread the condiments. Alice was able to feed Tom a sandwich and help him drink 2 glasses of water. Then they were allowed to use the bathroom. Alice fretted when it was Tom's turn. She didn't like how pasty his skin looked, despite the heat. His shirt was wet with sweat, and he smelled sour. She helped him back to bed, where he collapsed, seeming to fall asleep in seconds. She felt for his pulse, comforted by the steady beats, but his skin felt so hot. She exchanged the melted juice for the now frozen bag of peas and gently rested it over the top of his shirt. Alice was glad that he couldn't see the worry in her face. It was clear that any plan to escape would be hindered by Tom's injuries. She'd have to find another way to find help. Alice was washing dishes, angered that Jenny was helping her dry as if things were the same as before, as if they were travel companions, when Simon said, "How much food is left?" Alice looked over her shoulder. "You mean from lunch?" He'd watched her clean everything up. Was he going to force her to make him something else to eat?
Like groceries.
She thought about the nearly empty fridge. Not much. He was flipping through the traveler's checks with a frown.
This is only $100. You said you were traveling for 2 weeks.
Alice turned all the way around, Jenny following as though they were two spinning tops. Yes, that's right, Alice said.
This RV goes through a lot of gas. Then you've got food, campground fees, and whatever you spend at the Olympics. You were probably going to buy souvenirs.
We budgeted carefully.
You think I'm stupid?
Simon got to his feet, walking toward Alice until she was pressed against the counter. Beside her, she heard Jenny gasp. No, Alice said. Of course not.
Where's the rest of your money?
He reached over her head, yanking open cupboard doors, rummaging roughly through their food.
Stop!
Tom yelled out from the bed.
Leave my wife alone. There's cash in my shaving kit and another traveler's check in my coat pocket.
Simon stalked to the bathroom. There were sounds of the cupboard opening, items being moved, and then his laugh.
Well, you weren't lying this time, man.
He came out with the cash in his hand, 4 $10 bills. Then he pulled open the small closet and went through Tom's coat. He nodded in approval when he found the traveler's check hidden in the inside pocket.
$50. Nice. But it wasn't very nice of you to hold out on us.
He lunged toward Tom, gripped his throat, then leaned forward so that his weight pressed down.
You got more?
Alice covered her mouth with her hands. She wanted to scream and yank Simon away, but she was too scared of what Simon might do to Tom in retaliation.
You have everything,
Tom choked out. Simon let go of his throat.
You better not be lying.
Simon, can we talk outside? Jenny's voice was sharp, high-pitched.
Later, babe. We're at a public rest area.
Please? I really need to talk to you, she said.
Fine.
Simon rolled the traveler's check up with the cash, shoved them into his front pocket, then jerked his head toward the door. They were leaving Alice in the RV. She had the exhilarating thought that the couple might forget the keys while they argued. She could lock them out and drive away. Her hopes were soon dashed when Simon gripped her bicep and dragged her away from the sink.
Get on the floor.
Not sure what he wanted, she slowly sat down and hugged her knees to her chest.
Put your hands behind your back.
She did as he asked, but not fast enough, and he roughly twisted her arms behind her body, then used his belt to strap them to the table leg. Jenny's face was pale, but she didn't say a word as Simon tightened the belt. Jenny then followed him outside with only a quick glance back at Alice. Simon shut the door with a solid click. Footsteps growing quieter, murmuring voices. Alice rested the back of her head against the metal table leg. She looked at Tom. Are you okay? She whispered.
Yeah, but he's going to lose his mind when he finds out he can't cash those checks.
She remembered how Tom had sat at the table and signed each check in the upper corner so they couldn't be stolen, just like the bank had advised. What are we going to do?
We can hope someone gets suspicious and reports him. They'll ask for his ID.
He shifted on the bed with a groan.
Maybe it will scare him enough that he leaves us alone.
Alice nodded, trying to stay positive for Tom, but she had a sinking feeling that nothing would stop Simon now. He was in too deep, and they were all going to drown with him.
Chapter 12. Jenny. The air smelled of warm bread and French fries. Jenny closed her eyes and inhaled the scent, until the sound of tires on pavement startled her. She spun around as a red car zoomed past and made a sharp turn into the A&W. She stared after it, remembering how she'd wait for her mom's cherry-red Volvo to appear around the corner of her school. Her stomach would be tangled in knots. the noise of the other kids fading. She didn't laugh or play. Everything was narrowed to the moment when she could see her mother through the windshield. If her mouth was painted in bright lipstick, her hair done in barrel waves, it was going to be okay. But if her mother was wearing her large sunglasses and her hair in a scarf, Jenny didn't dare make a sound. She couldn't sniffle or rustle her books or clothes, and she never commented if her mother was late. It didn't matter if she'd been standing for an hour in the pouring rain. If she failed at any of those, her mother's hand would lash out with a quick slap to the back of Jenny's head, her arm, the exposed skin of her leg if she was in shorts or a skirt. Simon reached for her now, pulling her out of the memories, and walked her into the shade of a tree near the river. He turned her to face him and held her close, the warm skin of his bare arms encircling her waist, and his thumb rubbing against her bicep. "What's wrong?" he said. She lifted her chin to look up at him, still startled by how different he looked with his new haircut and color. "I don't want to steal all their money." "Why the hell not?" She searched his face, worried he was angry with her, but he just seemed surprised. "How will they get home when we're done? They'll need money." She didn't know what done was, though. When was the end to all of this? They couldn't leave Tom and Alice and take the RV. Jenny had only driven her mom's car around their town, and barely at that. She got nervous at yellow lights, four-way stops, and while reversing. She never drove at night. It had been months since she'd even touched the steering wheel. Her mother had taken away the keys because she'd scraped the sides of the tires on a curb too many times. Simon's dad wouldn't let him borrow his truck, not even so Simon could get his license. Sometimes Simon was able to use a friend's car to practice, but after paying rent for the apartment above the marina and buying groceries for both of them, he was too broke to take the test. She knew he felt bad that their only transportation was his boat, but she'd loved that metal skiff, and she'd hated that they'd had to abandon it once they'd made it up the Fraser River. She missed watching him navigate the water, laughing with him when they went over the waves. They'd found secret beaches and coves where they'd collected rocks and sea glass that she could use to make her jewelry. Her eyes prickled with tears when she thought about those days. "Why are you so worried about them?" Simon said. "They're probably rich and have family who can send them money. We're the ones who have to start over with nothing, Jenny." He was right, but she still knew it wasn't right. "What if we were to pay them back?" "How?" "One day, when we get settled." "You want to mail them a thank you card?" He smiled to take the sting out of his words and added, "Maybe we can make amends somehow, okay?" It was vague, nothing concrete that she could land on, but it needed to be enough. She had to believe that they weren't ruining Alice's and Tom's lives forever. "You knew when we left White Cliff that we'd have to steal," Simon said. "Hell, we stole backpacks and sleeping bags from one of the boats that night." It was true that they hadn't had much, just a few dollars, but in the panic of running away, the concept of stealing had been blurry and involved nameless people. "Everything feels so out of control." "I know, baby. That's why we can't argue in front of them. Alice is smart. She watches everything. So just go along with whatever I say." He used to like hearing her thoughts on everything. He would wait until she added her ideas. She thought of her mother, how she'd walk away sometimes when Jenny was in the middle of a sentence. But this wasn't the same thing. Simon was doing this to protect her. A beige station wagon with wood paneling turned into the rest area, rolling to a stop not far from the RV. The door opened and two kids jumped out, running past them to the bathroom. Simon shifted so his back was to the station wagon and she was blocked from view, then whispered, "We'll head straight back to the RV. Keep talking to me and smiling." They turned around, but now they were walking closer to the station wagon. All the doors were flung open, A harried-looking mother was sitting in the front seat, a baby on her lap. She was feeding it a bottle. She looked hot and flushed and gave them a wan smile. A man got out of the driver's side and leaned against the side of the station wagon, watching them. His orange checkered shirt was unbuttoned, showing a harried chest and belly. "Hey!" he said loudly, but Simon kept them walking forward. The man repeated his call. "Hey, you two! I've got to tell you something!" Simon stopped with a grimace and looked back at the couple. "Yeah, man? You see any hitchhikers?" Simon shook his head. "There's some killers on the run." Jenny felt Simon's hand clench around hers. They had to make a comment, or it would look strange, but she panicked. Should she act scared? She was scared. Simon said, "We heard something about that. We're being careful. They're a real pair of crazies. They chopped up her mother." Jenny sucked in a gulp of air, a strangled gasp. But the man didn't seem to take it for anything more than genuine horror and gave her a solemn nod. "Keep yourselves safe." "Thanks for the warning," Simon said. They were at the RV. The man pushed away from his station wagon and took a couple of steps forward, like he still wanted to talk to them. If he came up to the door, would he see Alice tied to the table? The kids came sprinting back from the bathroom. The mother smiled and patted one on the cheek, then pointed toward the playground. The kids ran away again, yelling at their father to come watch. He glanced at Simon and Jenny one last time, then followed the kids. The woman stepped out of the station wagon, bouncing her baby and cooing at him with silly faces. The baby giggled. Jenny watched, transfixed. She could be like that. She could be a fun mother, one who woke her baby with kisses on its belly, who smiled when the baby reached for her or grabbed her hair. She would never mind if the baby had sticky fingers or spit up on her. Simon stopped at the bottom of the RV steps. He tugged on her hand until she looked at him, and then whispered, "You okay now? You understand why?" Jenny nodded. The baby. She would do anything for her baby.
Chapter 13. Alice. When the couple came back into the RV, Jenny brushed past Alice on the floor and sat at the table with her knees pressed together, her hands on her lap and her fingers interlocked. One thumb moved restlessly against the other. Was she nervous? Had they decided something? Alice was torn from her thoughts by Simon pulling on her arms as he undid the belt. He stepped away, and she slowly got to her feet. Her legs were on pins and needles from sitting cross-legged for so long. She stumbled backward to sit on the bench. Simon opened his wallet, took out the cash and traveler's checks, and handed what looked like half to Jenny. "In case we get split up." Jenny nodded and cast a guilt-stricken look toward Alice. She returned it with a stony stare. Jenny looked down at the traveler's checks and frowned. "There's the line." She held up the check, showing him. "It says, 'Counter signature must be affixed in the presence of the person cashing this check.' What does that mean?" Simon turned toward Alice and Tom. "You heard her." "The signatures have to match," Tom said. "I've signed one corner already." "You mean these are useless?" The words were barely out of his mouth, and Simon was lunging toward Tom. He punched him in the ribs, a meaty, thudding sound. Tom gasped and groaned as he twisted his body to avoid a second blow. "Stop!" Alice jumped in between them, shielding Tom. "We can still try." "You screwed me over." Simon's chest was rising and falling in angry pants. His hands clenched. Jenny had gotten up and was tugging Simon back toward the kitchen. "We can go to the bank." Alice tried to think of what to say. "I'm his wife. Maybe if he signs them twice, we can still cash them. The signatures will match.
And I'll say he's sick." Simon rubbed at his head with one hand, messing his hair. "I don't like this."
"Alice is right. We can try."
Jenny was still holding his other hand, grasping it between both of hers, like she was an anchor, holding him back from plunging over the edge. Silence stretched as Simon thought it over, and they all waited for his answer. "We drove past a bank downtown. We'll go there." The city center was only a couple of streets with painted brick buildings nudged tightly together. Some were short and squat, others tall and skinny, and each awning a different bold color like rows of women at an old-fashioned dance, twirling their umbrellas to get attention. It was the mountain that was the true focal point, though. It loomed in the background, watching over the town, so close that Alice could make out the shape of the individual trees on the bottom. Simon ordered her to park in a shaded lot at the end of the street, out of sight from the brown brick bank, but close enough that they could leave quickly. Alice put on lipstick and brushed her hair. When she was finished, she gave Tom a soft kiss that she hoped provided some reassurance, which she herself didn't feel. Then she picked up her purse. Simon was waiting with his back against the counter, arms crossed in front of his chest, looking for all the world like a young man enjoying his summer vacation in his tank top and faded denim shorts. Except for the gun in his hand, pointing at Tom. "If I hear any sirens—"
"I get it."
Alice swallowed hard, licked her dry lips.
"I'm not going to do anything."
"Just in case you do, Jenny has the knife." Alice glanced at Jenny, who was standing at the door with her crocheted purse over her shoulder. Alice wondered if the knife was under her shirt or in the purse. Would she really stab Alice? She couldn't read her face. The girl didn't even meet Alice's eyes. Jenny and Alice were silent as they left the RV and walked down the street side by side until they reached the bank entrance, a grand wooden door flanked by pillars. Alice took a deep breath and pushed it open. The bank was cool inside, an air conditioner blasting from overhead. Alice's arms broke into goosebumps at the sudden chill. The security guard met her gaze with a friendly smile. She tried not to stare at the gun in his holster. There were no other customers. They walked to one of the tellers, the only one available at that moment. Jenny stayed close to Alice, her sandals slapping the marble floor, and the ends of her hair swinging with each step. A dark-haired, middle-aged woman in a lilac blouse with a bow-tie neck greeted them. Alice explained that she wanted to cash her traveler's checks and slid them across the counter. As the woman inspected them, her lips tightened. She looked at Alice over the rim of her glasses.
"Thomas Bell?" "Yes, my husband. He has a terrible flu. Oh, my goodness, his fever in this heat. The poor man can't get out of bed. We thought it would be okay if he had already signed them because you can check my ID."
She smiled as she handed the woman her license.
"We're visiting from Seattle. We've been enjoying your beautiful country. Until my husband got sick, that is."
Jenny's elbow brushed against Alice's side, and she stopped talking. The bank teller was staring at her. Could she tell something was wrong?
"Excuse me for a moment. I need to talk to the manager." "Oh, okay, that's fine."
Jenny turned to Alice the moment the teller left.
"Do you think they'll do it?"
"I don't know, but she didn't look happy." Alice gnawed on the corner of her thumb. The teller came back with an older, balding man in a pale blue suit and a wide tie. He gave Alice a smile that she could only describe as sympathetic. She stiffened her spine. "Mrs. Bell," he said, "thank you so much for visiting our bank today. I hear you've traveled all the way up from Seattle." She nodded, waiting for him to get to the point. "Unfortunately, we can't cash these checks for you. With the Olympics and tourist season, there's an increase in fraud. We're under strict guidelines, no exceptions.
But you can see by my ID that we have the same last name. She tapped her driver's license, which sat on the counter between them. He glanced down, then back at her.
With all due respect, ma'am, we have no way of verifying that you're married. We still need to witness the signature for ourselves.
I've explained to your teller that my husband is sick.
Hopefully he'll make a quick recovery.
His expression was now turning dismissive. Alice wanted to reach across the counter and choke the man with his tie. What was she going to do now? More importantly, what was Simon going to do if she couldn't get money? Alice fumbled through the items in her purse and pulled out her checkbook. What about a personal check? Surely you can cash one of those. She lifted the pen from its holder at the side of the counter, the long silver chain twisting around her hand, and looked up at him.
We have a 15-day hold on any checks from a foreign bank, and you must be an account holder at our bank. Would you like to open an account today?
No. She dropped the pen into the holder, the chain slithering free of her hand. The manager dipped his head.
If we can be of any further service.
Thank you. Have a good day. She grabbed her driver's license off the counter and spun around, refusing to look at Jenny beside her. She walked briskly to the door. Outside the bank, Alice took a moment to compose herself, smoothing her hair off her forehead and wiping her clammy hands on her shorts. Are you okay? Jenny asked, and Alice spun around to glare at her. You and your boyfriend are robbing us, she hissed. What do you think? Jenny gaped at her, then jerked her head to look over her shoulder at the bank entrance, probably worried that the officer would hear them. She turned back. We have to go. Of course. I don't want my husband to die. Jenny blinked in surprise, a flush pinkening her cheeks. Alice realized it was the first time they had been alone, and it might be her only chance of getting through to Jenny. Alice glanced up the street and hoped that Simon couldn't see them standing in the shade of a building. I know you think you are in love with Simon, but I can tell you right now that you're going to get caught, and I'll blame you for everything. He would never do that. He's manipulating you. Don't you see? He gives you orders, always telling you what to do or where to go. You don't know anything about us. I know that you're making a huge mistake and you're going to get hurt. Simon loves me, Jenny said. He won't let anything bad happen to me. What about the baby? What's going to happen when you're arrested? Alice noticed Jenny flinch. She was listening. You might be able to get a deal if you turn yourself in now. We aren't going to get caught. Simon's smart. He's reckless. He likes hurting people. You didn't see the way he looked at the biker's body, but I did. And if you don't stop him, more people are going to die. We need to go back to the RV right now. They stared at each other. Jenny's arms crossed over her chest, her chin tilted up as though daring Alice to say something else. But there was no point. Jenny wasn't going to listen to her. Alice turned and kept walking down the street. Jenny followed at her heels. When they were at the RV, Simon flung open the door and stepped back so they could come inside.
What took you so long?
Alice first looked at Tom, who seemed to be sleeping. Then she sat down at the table before she fell over, her legs weak with exhausted adrenaline. We had a problem, she said.
Like what?
Simon took a step toward Alice. She tensed. They wouldn't cash the checks, Jenny said in a quiet voice.
Did you tell them he's sick?
Alice tried everything, Jenny said. The bank manager even came out, but he said no. Simon grabbed Alice's bicep and hauled her off the bench seat, then spun her around so his arm was under her chin and she was facing the bed. He pressed the gun barrel to her temple. It happened so fast. She was only just registering how much her arm muscles hurt when the rest of her brain and body caught up to the fact that she might die in the next few seconds.
"Wake up, asshole!"
Tom startled, his arms and legs jerking against the restraints, his eyes widening as he took in the scene in front of him.
"What? Do you have more money in this RV?"
"No." Tom shook his head. Simon pressed the gun harder. Metal pushed against Alice's skull painfully. His arm squeezed her neck. She couldn't move. She was scared to breathe. What if his finger slipped? What if he pulled the trigger? She wondered if the bullet would make a hole or blow her brains all over the RV. She fought the hysteria flooding her chest.
"Are you lying again?"
"No, let her go." Simon's arm against her throat tightened. Tom's face had gone pale. Alice had never felt such fear. The wild urge to scratch and fight for her life. The panic was too strong. She was about to sink her fingernails into Simon's arm when he released her. He gave her a push that had her stumbling into the counter, the sharp edge biting at her hip bone.
"Get up front."
Alice didn't want to leave, thinking that Simon was going to hurt Tom. But when Simon lifted the gun to point it at her, she turned and walked past Jenny, who was silent at the table. Jenny stared back and forth between Simon and Alice, with her eyebrows pinched together and her face pale. Like a mouse watching a hawk eat a rabbit. Was he going to shoot Alice in the back? Alice whipped around, hands out. Simon was standing with the gun resting against his thigh. Alice glanced at Jenny. Now she was staring at the table, hiding her face with her hair. Alice dropped into the driver's seat, her heart beating fast. She pressed her hand to her chest, surprised she couldn't feel it bumping against her skin. A moment later, Simon sat on the passenger side. He rubbed at his face, swore under his breath, then glared at Alice.
"We're driving to Golden."
Chapter 14. Alice. The long drive was a silent one, which was fine by Alice, who held the wheel tightly in both hands, her jaw clenched and her neck stiff, a soldier obeying orders. The RV climbed the narrow, winding highway through Glacier National Park and Rogers Pass. If Alice thought too long about the steep slopes and how the RV could easily slip over the edge and into the crevasses below, she'd break into a cold sweat. She focused on the gray pavement spooling out in front of her and the serrated mountains in the far distance, so high they were ringed with clouds and still blanketed with pristine snow. They reached Golden just as the sun was lowering in the sky, bathing the land in a warm amber light and streaking the sky with blazes of violet and tangerine. They found the campground situated alongside Kicking Horse River and parked near the A-frame office. Alice waited for orders from Simon and glanced around. She hoped their site was with the others, parked overlooking the murky turquoise river. There wasn't much tree coverage and the sites were wide open, so you could clearly see your neighbors sitting around in their lawn chairs or eating at their picnic table. All they needed was one nosy, eagle-eyed person who had read that news article and wasn't fooled by Simon's and Jenny's new hairstyles. Simon was also looking around, though, and Alice didn't like the contemplative expression on his face. He turned in his seat and looked back at Jenny.
"We should keep driving through the night. Put more distance behind us."
Distance was bad. They would cross into Alberta on the way to Banff. Would anyone in that province know about the murders? Most of the media around the world was focused on the Olympics. It seemed to Alice, the farther they got from the scene of the crime, the slimmer the chances were of Jenny and Simon being recognized and caught. She had to slow the trip down. "It's risky to drive at night," she said. "I'm exhausted already."
"The next part goes through Kicking Horse Canyon."
Tom's voice rasped from the back of the RV.
"It's steep with drop-offs, The brakes are going to overheat.
Simon unfolded the map and glared down at it with a furrowed brow. There won't be anywhere to stop for gas, Alice added. We've used a lot. I want to stay at the campground, Jenny said. I'm tired too.
You can sleep while we drive.
It makes me feel sick. Simon rubbed at his chin, scratching the whiskers, a grating sound.
Fine. I need to steal a license plate anyway.
Simon told Alice to park out of sight from the front office, handed her a few bills with another warning about not doing anything stupid, and sent her inside with Jenny. The office doubled as a small store, with a cooler full of sodas and shelves crowded with boxes of cereal, condiments, canned food, personal hygiene items, and other necessities. When they walked past a spinning rack of stuffed animals, Jenny stopped and smiled at the black bears dressed in RCMP hats and red serge coats, the moose in maple leaf sweaters. She picked one up, gave it a gentle squeeze, looked at the price. Alice didn't know what she was doing. They weren't tourists looking for souvenirs. Then she realized Jenny might be thinking of a present for her baby. Alice stalked ahead, fast, so Jenny had to catch up. The campground worker was a friendly teenage girl with long brown hair parted in the middle. She looked like a park ranger in her khaki shorts and shirt, and she kept apologizing while giving them a rundown of the facilities. Sorry, but we charge coins for the laundry, and the shower water takes a few minutes to warm up, and no music after 11, sorry. While Alice signed the documents and paid for their site, she considered adding a notation. Help, please. We are being held hostage by murderers. Her hand hovered over the top page. She waited for Jenny to look away, to turn, to do anything. But she didn't move, and the campground worker was already pulling the form back. She smiled across the counter at Jenny. There's a cookout in the pavilion tonight. You should come. There'll be lots of boys. Jenny blushed and glanced at Alice, then back at the girl. I have a boyfriend. The girl shrugged. Bring him too. Jenny muttered a thank you and they walked back outside. With every step away from the office, Alice's regret grew. She should have distracted Jenny somehow. She could have asked her to get drinks from the cooler or an item of food. Why hadn't she thought about that? They were inside of the RV when Jenny said, I don't have friends. Alice paused mid-step and shot the girl a look. Jenny had barely spoken since Alice's failed attempt to get her to turn against Simon. Maybe she'd been thinking over everything Alice had said. Maybe she was ready to confide in her. Alice kept moving, but slower now. No? I had a best friend when I started school in White Cliff, when I was 14. She made me this. She lifted her crocheted purse, showing it to Alice. Then one day she stopped talking to me. She quit ballet too. I think my mom did something. Why? She shrugged. My mom did all kinds of mean things. Hannah's mom was pretty, and my mom hated pretty women. She didn't like me being distracted from ballet either. She thought Hannah was holding me back. She sighed. I tried to make friends with another girl, but she quit too. After that, I didn't try anymore. She glanced at Alice. Do you have lots of friends? Some. It's different once you get married. Jenny stopped walking. For guys too. It was an effort to think about any life outside of the nightmare that she was currently trapped inside. But Alice forced herself to find an answer. Was it different for Tom? He still played golf and went to the bar to watch football with friends. She went to Tupperware and fondue parties. But over the last year, she'd pulled further and further away. It hurt to hear them talk about their children, all of whom were reaching milestones that her son never would. Not as much. Simon flung open the door.
What's going on?
"The girl at the front desk invited us to a cookout," Jenny said.
"We can't go."
Simon sounded annoyed, like he couldn't believe she might be considering it.
"Why were you talking to her? That was Alice's job."
"I know. I was only being polite." Jenny pushed past him into the RV, her head down as though she was refusing to look at him. Embarrassed or angry? Alice couldn't tell. Simon decided he wanted hamburgers for dinner, and Jenny agreed in a quiet voice. Alice tried to concentrate on the mundane task, something she had done countless other times, but she was too aware that she was being watched. Jenny seemed to take particular interest in everything that Alice was doing, like she was trying to memorize the steps and the ingredients as Alice mixed the meat for the patties. "What was that powdered stuff?" Jenny said. Alice still didn't want to be nice to Jenny, but if they did form a connection, which she seemed eager for, she might have a better chance of getting through to her. "French onion soup mix. You can buy breadcrumbs, but I make my own. You add a couple of eggs, and it makes everything stick together. Do you want to form them into patties?" Jenny's eyes brightened, and she got to her feet. But Simon, sitting nearby at the dinette, studied Alice's face like he could see straight into her intentions. She kept her expression blank. Jenny made a mess, but after a few minutes she got the hang of shaping them, and Alice taught her how to cook the meat on the grill and when to flip the patties. Simon had pulled the awning down and arranged the grill and chairs so their backs faced the lane. The RV beside them was parked the same way as theirs, so those people were out of sight and likely couldn't hear them. Whenever anyone passed by, Simon tucked his chin and hunched his shoulders. Alice could see the lump that the gun handle made under his shirt. After the burger patties were cooked, Simon sent Jenny and Alice inside, where he sliced the buns, onions, and pickles with the hunting knife. It was unsettling how fast he was with the blade, how adept, and Alice had to look away. "We have one tomato left." The second the words left her mouth, Alice wanted to slap herself. Her comment had been spoken out of habit. She was so used to being the one who prepared the meals. But they weren't dinner guests, weren't sitting around having drinks.
"Jenny hates them."
Alice glanced at the girl, who nodded sheepishly. "They make me feel sick." When everything was prepared, Simon and Jenny sat at the table, while Alice sat beside Tom on the mattress, carefully feeding him bites of a hamburger. Normally, Tom would have eaten two, easily, but he barely made it through 3/4 of one hamburger before shaking his head when she offered him another bite.
"I'm done."
"You have to keep up your strength."
"A burger isn't going to heal a broken bone."
Tom wasn't usually sarcastic to her, and she blinked in surprise, but he didn't notice. He was staring up at the ceiling with a pained expression. "You need more water." He let out a groan and lifted his head so she could hold the glass for him. She helped him to the bathroom, under the watchful eyes of Simon. She hated seeing Tom grimace every time his arm jostled, and how he had to awkwardly hold his elbow. When they were finished in the bathroom, she had him sit on the edge of the bed, and she gently, slowly, pulled his tank top off. She was horrified by the deep purple bruise that covered his shoulder and spread down to his chest. She dropped the neck opening of the tank top over his head, leaving it loose in front of his body, so he could use the armholes as a sling. They both breathed a little easier when that task was done, and she helped him lie back down on the bed. Simon let Tom have more Tylenol and a fresh bag of frozen vegetables for his shoulder, but he refused to open any of the windows for a breeze. Tom stayed shirtless in his athletic shorts. The bruises on his legs were angry-looking red and blue splotches. Alice brought him ice cubes in bags, pressing them around his body. She dampened a cloth with the melting ice and rested it on his forehead. In minutes, it turned warm, and she flipped it over to the cold side. Jenny was humming a tune as she cleaned the kitchen, singing words under her breath that Alice couldn't hear. Was she enjoying this? Jenny looked up at Alice and must have read something in her eyes, because she stopped singing and finished the cleaning in silence. Simon told Alice to lie beside Tom. Then he tied her wrists and ankles in a complicated figure-8 pattern. When he was finished, he moved over to Tom, who groaned when Simon pulled on his injured arm. Those bindings still weren't enough for Simon. He took another 2 lengths of rope and tethered Alice to Tom. He did the same with their ankles.
I'll give you a chance to use the bathrooms before we crash for the night. But if I see these ropes loosened, I'll separate you.
Simon and Jenny disappeared outside. Their voices were a background hum, never loud enough to make out any words. Alice worried that they were planning their murder. Simon was probably tired of having to take care of them. It would be easier for him if they were dead. She felt Tom shift to look at her.
I've been thinking, he said. If I could get my legs around his neck, I could squeeze him in a wrestler's hold.
His hands would still be free.
And he has the gun, I know.
Even if we managed to disarm Simon, what about Jenny? Alice whispered. I don't trust her. They lapsed into silence.
I hate that you're being forced to do everything, and I am lying here useless.
Alice didn't say anything. Her head was too full.
I'm sorry, he whispered. I talked you into this trip, took out a loan for the RV, and we'll be lucky if it isn't destroyed by the end.
Alice didn't understand why he was worrying about money. Didn't he realize that they'd be lucky if they walked out of this alive? She took a breath. Of course, he realized. But Tom was terrified. So terrified that he couldn't even look at the possibility that they might not make it. It was easier to focus on other practical problems. I can get a job.
No, I'll figure out a way. I'll take on extra tutoring.
He didn't think she was ready. Was he right? She'd spent so many days in bed after they lost their baby. Weeks, maybe. She didn't know. She'd make Tom breakfast in the morning, then collapse back into bed, only to drag herself out to start dinner before he got home. Sometimes she barely remembered to shower and had taken to pulling her hair back in a bun and wearing a housecoat. He hadn't said a thing about it, not even if dinner was late. Didn't scold or question her. He'd brought her tea in bed, sat with her quietly reading a book or grading papers. She rolled her head toward his. She could barely make out the shape of his handsome face in the dark light, the gleam of his eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered. You shouldn't have had to fix me. He was quiet for a moment, as though lost in his own memories.
It could be my fault, you know, he said. Maybe I'm the reason we can't have a baby.
Tommy had a heart problem. His small, precious heart. It had beat inside her all those months, and when it stopped, it broke hers. They'd named him after Tom and requested an engraved angel on his headstone. She had to believe he was somewhere, watching over them, and one day they would meet again. When Alice visited his grave, she left small toys, metal cars, trains.
All the miscarriages, too. Each one. I saw the light go out of your eyes. You never told me how to help you. I didn't know what to say or do.
You didn't ask.
I kept thinking that when you were ready, we'd talk about it. But until then, I just wanted things to feel normal.
What is normal?
Well, it's certainly not this.
He said it so wryly that Alice found herself giving a small, hollow laugh. He rubbed his thumb alongside hers. "I feel like I let you down," she said.
"Never.
"You wanted a family."
You're enough for me. I hope you know that. As long as we have each other."
Had he ever said that before? Alice didn't think so, but neither had she. She'd been so focused on what was missing. Now she'd give anything to have their life back, broken or not. Tom rolled his head to the side, trying to get closer. She did the same. Only their shoulders were able to touch, their heads still at too much of a distance. But it was something. Alice closed her eyes in gratitude for this moment. To touch him, to feel him beside her. They would go home stronger. She'd focus on her husband. She'd find a purpose. She just hoped they had a chance.
Chapter 15. Jenny. Simon's face shifted in the shadows from the lantern. Familiar and sweet, the boy with the friendly smile who lived at the marina next door. Then switching into the black eyes and hard jaw of the boy she'd run away with. They had a small fire burning. Simon didn't want to draw attention, so they couldn't buy bundles of split wood from the office. They'd scrounged the forest floor for dry branches and twigs that Jenny now fed to the fire, the hot lick of flames against her fingertips. She held her hand out longer each time, until she couldn't stand the heat and would snap it back to safety. She liked the crackling and sudden pops of orange-red embers and sparks that sprayed out. They'd stamp on them, brush them off their bodies, moving in a jerky sort of dance. Later, her hair would smell smoky, and she'd hold the strands under her nose, breathing in the scent. She'd never been camping, not when her father was alive, not with friends or as part of a school trip. She'd missed so many things.
"We don't have enough cash," Simon said. "It's going to last a week, 2 tops.
What are we going to do?"
"I've got to rob a corner store. Maybe a gas station."
"No, it's too risky. We can get jobs. It might take longer, but—"
"You can't get a job pregnant, and people want ID."
He was right. She couldn't say it, though. She couldn't make the decision. He moved closer and put his arms around her shoulders, giving her a gentle squeeze. "What if you get arrested? What would happen?" She imagined him being hauled away in handcuffs while she helplessly watched from the RV.
"They'd figure out who I am. Then I guess I'd be sent to Kingston Penitentiary."
"Where's that?"
"Ontario. One of my dad's deckhands was an ex-con. He served time there."
"Where's the women's prison?"
"Don't know. Maybe Ontario, too. But we're not going to get caught, okay?" Simon said. "You're not going to have this baby in prison."
He leaned over from his chair and rested his hand on her belly. She placed her hand on top of his.
"Don't even think about it," he said.
She had tried for days to make her mind believe that they wouldn't be caught, but ever since they'd left White Cliff, she kept imagining what prison might be like, visualizing gray concrete and steel bars, cruel prison nurses taking her baby away. She'd hated when Alice brought it up outside of the bank. It was the first time she had felt angry at the woman. Someone could get hurt. Alice had predicted that, too. Was she right?
"No one's going to get hurt."
Simon pulled his hand away, took a sip from the wine bottle he'd found in the RV. His dad was a mean drunk, so Simon rarely touched alcohol. Maybe a few beers at the beach. She'd never seen him drink wine. She didn't know what this meant. "You said that when you stole from the biker."
"He came after us."
She lowered her head, scuffed her feet in the dirt. Her legs were aching. Her calf muscles cramped all the time since she'd gotten pregnant. It had been weeks since she'd danced. Her feet naturally wanted to settle into a turned-out position. She forced them straight. She flexed a toe, rubbed at her ankle. Simon lifted her foot up into his lap and began kneading the arch. "I'll make Alice do it with me," he said. "The newspaper described you and me, so it's better that Alice is older. She can collect the money while I stand guard." Jenny felt a small measure of relief that she wasn't part of his plan. She didn't think she could do the robbery with Simon. She'd be too scared. What if Alice refuses? "I'll threaten her." "I didn't like it when you said you would kill Tom." "I didn't mean it. I would have left him somewhere." She knew that Alice was just trying to scare her when she said that Simon enjoyed hurting people. He wasn't evil. He only did what was necessary. Like when he hit the biker with the RV. But what if Tom and Alice tried to escape? Tom might attack Simon, like when they fought over the gun. Would Simon think it was necessary then? She pushed away the bad thoughts. None of that was going to happen. Simon was too careful. "If we get caught, tell the police everything was my idea. Say you're scared of me." "Alice and Tom know that's not true." "Don't worry about it, okay? It's not going to happen. Tomorrow, we'll go to a thrift store for disguises. Then we'll case a few places. Something out of the way." "Have you done this before?" "You think I was robbing houses in Whitecliff?" His eyebrows pulled together, a hurt expression in his dark eyes. "Sorry." She touched his arm. "You just sound so confident." "That deckhand I told you about, the ex-con. He liked to brag about all the robberies he did and told me his tricks. He'd target businesses late at night or first thing in the morning when there weren't any customers and there was only one person working." "He got caught, though." "His car broke down, but we'll get away easy. We'll park the RV somewhere nearby so I can run to it. No one's going to think the robbers are driving an RV." "Are you sure?" "Positive." He leaned forward and kissed her. He smelled of wood smoke, his skin warm and his lips soft, but he tasted of wine. She pulled away and fed more sticks into the fire. They stayed up until they ran out of firewood, and the campground had grown silent. No more kids on bikes, barking dogs, distant laughter, music. The only sound was the rush of the river. "I'll be fast," Simon whispered, before he disappeared into the dark. He'd told her to wait inside the RV, but she refused. She needed to see him come back. She scanned the darkness, staring at every shape, listening for his footsteps. He was so quiet, she nearly screamed when he suddenly appeared around the front of the RV. He held his finger to his lips, but he was smiling when he flashed her the license plate hidden under his shirt. "I'll put it on tomorrow," he said, "when we've left the campground." He reached for her hand and helped her up. She wondered what it would be like when she was big and round. Her mom had hated being pregnant, something she reminded Jenny of frequently, and how it had ruined her body. Jenny liked the idea of changing. Her body had never felt like her own anyway. Long after Simon began snoring by Jenny's side, with Tom's snores echoing from the back, she remained awake. She thought of her father, how she'd fall asleep to the sound of his snores through their thin apartment walls, how unbearably quiet it had been after he died. Within weeks, her mother had given away or sold his belongings. All that Jenny had left were photos and a box of rocks that she and her father had collected. She'd only been 11 when he died, and she'd missed him so much. When she couldn't sleep, she'd take out one of the rocks and hold it in her hand, remembering how his green eyes crinkled when he smiled, his Irish Spring soap smell. He taught her about rocks and minerals, showing her photos and books. Tom reminded her of her dad. They had that same excited way of talking about things that they were interested in. Maybe they would have been friends. She didn't think Alice would have liked her mother. She imagined them meeting, maybe in a bookstore, after one of Robert's readings. She'd overheard so many of her mom's conversations, she could write a script. Her mother would start with a compliment, probably something about Alice's curly hair, and how she was brave for wearing it natural. Then she'd talk about Robert, how his last book was a bestseller, 12 weeks on the Globe and Mail, and then a finalist for the Governor General's Award. Such an honor. His new book was going to be amazing, even better than the first. He was almost finished, any day now. She'd find a way to mention how they'd left Vancouver so that Robert could be inspired by the peace and quiet of a small town, and that they'd bought a lovely home on the cliffs so that he could look out every day at the ocean. She wouldn't share how she thought White Cliff was boring and dreary, or that she'd only agreed to move because Robert would buy her a dance studio. She'd never admit that 4 years had now passed, and Robert was always locked in his office, ripping up pages of his book. Next was the part that Jenny hated the most. Her mom would lean closer, lower her voice, and say that her first husband had died in a terrible, terrible accident at the plant where he worked. Poor man was crushed by a machine. She'd begged him not to work late. Sometimes Jenny thought her mom might even believe her own lies. She said them so convincingly. But Jenny couldn't forget how her mom would pick at her dad. "Why don't you ask for a raise? How are we supposed to live like this? You need more hours." After her mom would tell someone about the accident, she'd sigh and say how hard it had been to raise her daughter alone. She'd make it sound like she was left with nothing. But Jenny knew there'd been insurance money. Enough for her mom to buy clothes and makeup and move them to a better apartment. Enough that she was able to go out and look for a new husband, leaving Jenny alone, sometimes overnight, sometimes for days. And once, when Jenny had the flu, in the back seat of their car, with a blanket and pillow, while her mom was inside a restaurant. The story usually ended with her mother touching her heart and saying, with a dreamy smile, how she'd thought she'd never find love again until Robert swept her off her feet. But Alice would never have a conversation with Jenny's mother. She and Robert weren't at their cliffside house, drinking cocktails and listening to Sinatra records. They were probably at the morgue. Would they have funerals? Who would be there? The town would be talking about Simon and Jenny. We knew they were no good. As soon as she got with that boy. Jenny's heart was racing too fast, memories swallowing her up. She rolled onto her side. The baby was moving. Soft flutters. She ran her hand over her belly, wondering if it could feel her. Simon was convinced it was a boy, but she felt like it was a girl. Her daughter. What would she call her? Nicole? Amy? Heather? She thought of baby names until her eyelids grew heavy. In the morning, she and Simon took turns in the bathroom. Then Jenny changed into a lavender sundress that had puffed sleeves and floated loose around her belly. Most of her clothes needed to be washed now. She and Simon had run away in such a hurry, she'd barely had time to grab anything. She needed a shower. Alice probably wanted one too. "We have to let Alice and Tom shower," she said to Simon. "If we all shower in the RV, it will fill the tanks." "You and I can use the public washroom." Simon opened his mouth as though he was going to argue, so she quickly added, "We can go at separate times." He rubbed at his forehead, looking toward the front windows. "Okay." Jenny sat at the dinette, nervously smoothing her fingers over the wrinkles in her dress, while Simon untied Alice, who gathered up clothes and moved toward the RV shower. "Don't take too long," Simon said. Alice didn't look at him or Jenny, and just closed the door with, what felt like to Jenny, an angry click. When Alice came out, she looked better, with pink cheeks and a sunflower-patterned halter top and green pleated shorts. Her eyes were still shadowed, though, and her damp hair was drying into curls that sprung in all different directions. "I can braid your hair," Jenny said, and then felt her own cheeks grow hot when Alice stared at her. Jenny knew what she was thinking. They weren't sisters or friends. Still, she couldn't help wanting the older woman to like her, to understand that she wasn't a bad person. She missed how it was before. Alice helping with the Band-Aids, bringing them water and blankets, smiling when Jenny had dug into her pancakes, like it made her happy. Simon moved to the back and helped Tom get off the bed. "I have to help him undress," Alice said. "He could fall." "Keep the door open." Simon searched through the cupboards and fridge while the couple were in the bathroom. Jenny felt awkward, listening to Alice and Tom. Their murmurs, clothes dropping, the shuffling steps and the random thumps as one of them hit against a wall or the counter. Jenny gazed out the window, as if that would give them more privacy. Soap-scented steam filled the RV. The shower shut off. More movement, a gasp of pain, an apology. Alice came out with Tom, who was still using his tank top as a sling, but was now wearing a pair of red nylon shorts. The bruises on his legs had turned blue and purple. They must hurt a lot. Alice kept her arm around his waist as she guided him to the bed and eased him down. His face was strained and pale. Jenny grimaced. She couldn't imagine what it felt like to have a broken collarbone. The area from his neck to his shoulder was horribly swollen, and such a dark purple it looked painted. Alice took 2 pills from the bottle of Tylenol on the counter, helped Tom drink some water, and replaced his frozen bag of vegetables. "Alice, get over here and make some breakfast." "1 second." Alice's voice was tight, as though she was biting back all the things she wanted to say. Jenny didn't like how Simon was ordering Alice around, the mean tone. He sprawled across from her on the other side of the dinette and caught her worried look. "What?" "Do you have to be rude?" she whispered. He leaned across the table. "They have to be scared of us, remember?" She did remember, but it still made her uncomfortable. He'd been abrupt with her a few times, too. She told herself that it was just because he was stressed. "I'll make breakfast." She got to her feet. Simon looked like he wanted to say something else, but this time he stayed silent. She wondered what might be easy to cook. Fried eggs? "I can do it." Alice had come to stand beside her. "No, I want to." Jenny set a frying pan onto the stove and got the carton of eggs out of the fridge. She cracked one into the pan. Parts of the shell landed on top of the yolk. She picked the pieces out. She tried another. It broke too. She got a third egg, but stood frozen. What were they going to eat if she wrecked them all? She hadn't turned the stove on. Was she supposed to do that first to heat the frying pan? She couldn't remember. She stared at the knobs. Not long after Robert and her mother had gotten married, Jenny had tried to make them breakfast in bed. Robert had been cooler toward Jenny, now that they were living in the same house, and she'd worried he was having regrets. Maybe he didn't want a kid around after all. She'd found a cookbook, decided on an omelet, but the omelet had broken apart. The oil spit all over the stove, and she'd caught the tea towel on fire. She'd panicked and tossed it on the floor, where it continued to burn and filled the kitchen with smoke. The alarm's shrill beeping had woken Robert and her mother, and they had come running. Robert stomped on the towel, while her mother picked up the pan and scraped the charred omelet into the garbage. That night, her mother served 2 perfect omelets. Light yellow, dusted with thinly sliced chives, a salad on the side. One for herself and one for Robert. Jenny was only allowed salad. Punishment for the mess. The scent of smoke. For ruining their morning. Jenny couldn't seem to make herself move. Now Alice was beside her, taking the egg from her hand, moving the pan to the side and flicking on the stove. Blue flames whooshed up. Like this. Alice tapped the egg on the side of the pan and showed her how to separate the two halves. Jenny tried to focus, but she wanted to cry. She had no life skills. How was she going to take care of a baby? She had to learn. She'd learn everything she could. She'd buy books. She'd become the best cook, the best mom. She took a breath and stood straighter. "Can you show me how to fry them? My dad used to like them sunny side up." Alice looked at the mess in the pan, then back at Jenny. "How about we start with scrambled?" "Oh, yeah. Okay." Jenny went first to the washrooms, keeping her head down and avoiding eye contact with any other campers. It was early, but the air already smelled of campfire, coffee, and bacon. People moved around their sites, setting up for breakfast or taking down their tents. When Jenny was finished with her shower, which had been mostly cold because she didn't want to wait for the water to warm up, she dressed quickly and hurried back. While Simon took his turn, she huddled in one of the lawn chairs outside the RV, a towel wrapped around her head in a turban. Even though Alice and Tom were tied up, Jenny couldn't stand the feeling that they hated her, that in the silence they were probably thinking of ways they could escape. It was already hot when the four of them left the campground, the sun glaring through the windshield. Alice flipped down her sunshade and tried to grab her sunglasses on the dash, but she was taking a corner and the sunglasses slid away, nearly falling out the passenger window. Simon caught them and held them out to her. From where Jenny sat behind them at the dinette, she could see Alice's profile as she glanced at Simon, hesitating, before taking the sunglasses and putting them on. Simon directed Alice to drive through the downtown area. He hunkered low in his seat and put his elbow on the seat's armrest, bending so that his hand blocked his face. Jenny followed his lead and slid the dinette window curtain halfway across the glass, so she could see out a bit, but people couldn't see in. "What are you looking for?" Alice said. "A thrift store," Simon said. Jenny couldn't see Alice's expression, so she didn't know if she thought it was strange, but Alice didn't ask any more questions. Simon's orders to Alice became more abrupt as she struggled to drive the big RV down the narrow streets, taking the corners too wide and nearly missing a stop sign. Jenny gripped the edge of the table and Simon slapped the dash, making Alice and Jenny jump. "Watch it," he said. Jenny felt bad for Alice. Maybe she could help navigate. She slid to the end of the bench seat so she could see through the windshield. A blue sign up ahead caught her attention. "Is that a thrift store at the end of the block?" Simon leaned forward, waiting until they got closer, then said, "Sure is. Good catch, babe." He smiled at her over his shoulder, and she felt a surge of pride. She could do this. They parked in a nearby lot. Alice turned off the engine, and in the sudden silence, Jenny heard her deep exhale and noticed the way Alice rubbed her palms on her shorts. Simon handed money to Jenny. She slipped it into her pocket. "Get some clothes that are too big, glasses, hats, and gloves. We'll need those." Jenny folded her arms over her chest and rounded her shoulders as she walked down the street. She hoped she picked out the right things. She had to be smart about it and think. If she made a mistake, Simon could be recognized. Jenny wondered what it would be like to go shopping for herself one day. To see something in a window or on a hanger that she liked and buy it. Her mom had chosen all of Jenny's clothes. She'd have Jenny try on outfit after outfit, making little disappointed sounds, a huff or sigh, a wrinkle of her nose, until she found something tolerable, Jenny pushed open the door and jerked to a stop as a bell chimed. She caught her breath and held her hand to her heart. It was only a doorbell. She had to calm down. An older woman with silver hair teased into a beehive gave her a friendly smile from behind the counter. Jenny tried to return the smile without eye contact. While she browsed, she kept her head down. She flipped through men's shirts and suit jackets. The hanger sounded so loud on the metal rods. Swish, swish, scrape. She pulled out a men's blue silk button-down, then put it back. Too fancy. Simon wasn't going to the disco. But what if he wanted clothes that would be distracting? She wished he had given her more instructions. Jenny stopped by a shelf of baby items and picked up a butter yellow outfit with a tiny duck pattern and snaps down the legs. She glanced over her shoulder. The woman was busy unloading a box. Jenny cradled the baby outfit in her arms, shifting her hips and imagining rocking her baby like the mother she had seen at the rest stop. Feeling foolish, she put the outfit back. She examined the small shoes, hats, blankets. She ran her fingers over a knit pair of baby socks, so impossibly small. At the far end of the store, she found cribs and high chairs. She studied them while rubbing her belly. When were babies big enough for high chairs? She needed to learn so much. She looked for a baby book, but there weren't any on the shelves. She returned to hunting for clothes and found 2 pairs of stained and patched denim farmer overalls and 2 plaid shirts, which she draped over her arm. Next, she found 2 checkered bandanas, a baseball cap, knit gloves, and a black cowboy hat. In a box of Halloween decorations, Jenny dug out some costume glasses, one with rhinestone rims and yellow lenses, the other a bulbous nose and mustache. She tucked the smaller items inside the cowboy hat. She moved over to the toy section and discovered 2 cap guns. Did they look realistic? Simon had a real handgun, but maybe Alice would need one too, even if it was fake. Jenny added the cap guns to her collection and brought everything up to the counter. She paid for the items, carefully counting the wrinkled bills out on the counter. The woman kept smiling at Jenny as she folded the clothing and chatted about the weather. Jenny answered with murmurs and pretended to be busy searching for something in her purse. Finally, the woman handed her the large brown paper bag. "Do you need help carrying anything to your car?" "No, thank you." She forced herself to exit the store slowly, but when she was outside, she walked briskly, with her arms around the heavy bag, the bottom of it resting against her belly. When she was in sight of the RV, the door swung open. Simon was waiting.
Chapter 16. Alice.
Jenny and Simon sat whispering at the table, while Alice stayed in the driver's seat. She glanced up at the rearview mirror when she heard rustling. Jenny was showing Simon what she had bought, but she didn't pull anything all the way out, so Alice couldn't see the items. She knew what Simon had asked for, though, and she had a bad feeling that he was planning to rob something. That feeling only grew stronger when Simon moved up to the passenger seat and spent the day ordering Alice to drive them around the town of Golden and the outskirts, having her slow down near corner stores, markets, gas stations, a liquor store. Each time Alice thought Simon was going to ask her to stop, he'd gesture for her to keep driving. "What's going on?" Tom broke off into pained coughs. The strain of raising his voice must have compressed his ribs. Alice flinched in sympathy. "Take a chill pill, old man, or you'll get my foot in your face." Tom didn't say anything else, but Alice knew he had to be furious. He taught kids not much younger than Simon, and they respected him. Simon didn't respect anyone. That much was clear.
When they found a 2-pump chevron just off the main road that was backed by a small thicket of trees and bushes, Simon leaned forward.
"Circle behind the building. There's a lane."
They drove through a quiet neighborhood of older houses, most with mature yards and fences that gave the homeowners privacy from the road, which also made the opposite true.
"This is it,"
he said to Jenny over his shoulder. He turned back to Alice.
"Head to the chevron. We're getting gas."
Alice followed his instructions, but her mouth had gone dry, her pulse spiking with adrenaline. There had to be a reason he had chosen this gas station. While the attendant, a shaggy-haired teenage boy whose bangs fell into his eyes, filled up the RV, Simon studied the building. Alice was sure now. He was going to rob it. After they paid for the gas, Simon ordered her to park behind the station on one of the side roads, where the trees blocked them. She could see one corner of the building.
"Turn off the engine."
She followed his instructions, her knees bouncing with nerves, the keychain clinking against the steering column. Simon shot her an annoyed look. She stopped the chain with her hand. The gas attendant was just a kid. Would he be working tonight? What if he got hurt?
"See what time they close,"
he told Jenny.
"But be casual. Catch my drift?"
"Yeah." After a few minutes, she came back, flush-faced and nervous-looking as she slammed the RV door. "It's open until 11, she said. "The boy who pumped our gas is the only worker."
"Right on,"
Simon said. They drove north of town until they found a gravel area with a few picnic tables. Simon, who was consulting the map, announced that they were at the junction of 2 rivers, Columbia River on one side and Kicking Horse River on the other. Like it mattered. Like he wasn't hours away from doing something terrible. Simon made Alice go outside with him while he replaced their current license plate with another that he must have stolen from the campground. He tossed theirs into the water. She watched it disappear. One more part of them gone for good. They'd missed lunch, and it was almost dinner time, but there wasn't much left in the fridge to make a big meal with, so Alice cooked up a couple of boxes of Kraft macaroni and cheese. She stirred and mused. Was Simon doing the robbery alone or with Jenny? They might get caught. Someone might enter the store. She imagined a burly trucker tackling Simon to the ground. Jenny might escape, but she didn't have the gun. Alice would refuse to drive. When the food was ready, everyone ate quietly. Both Simon and Jenny seemed lost in thought. They sat close, arms brushing. Alice was too anxious to finish her pasta. When Simon noticed, he gestured for her to pass her plate over to him, and he dug his fork in. "I want to feed Tom," she said. Simon nodded with his mouth full. Tom didn't eat much either. She fretted about the sweat on his forehead, his pained breathing. They were nearly out of Tylenol. He met her eyes, mouthed, "Robbery?" She nodded, then whispered, "Maybe it's good. He'll get caught."
"What are you two talking about?"
She turned. Simon was watching from the table, fork gripped in his hand. "Nothing. He said the pasta's good." She got up to wash the dishes. When she was putting away the last plate, Simon said,
"Sit with us, Alice."
She turned, drying her hands on the towel, and lowered herself onto the seat. Simon and Jenny were across from her. Simon lifted the thrift store bag from under the table and took 2 items out. Guns. Alice jolted back before she realized they were toys. He set them on the table and spun one around with his finger. It slowed, pointing between Alice and the kitchen.
"You're coming with me tonight,"
Simon said. "Where?"
"We're going to rob the gas station, you and me."
Tom made a noise, a bark of shock.
"You can't be serious."
Alice was facing away from Tom at the table, but she could hear him shifting on the bed and knew he was fighting the restraints.
Deadly serious.
I'm not robbing anything, Alice said. Take Jenny.
She's pregnant. It's not safe.
Alice stared at him. Did he not hear the irony in his words? He was already on the run with his pregnant girlfriend, and they had committed Lord knew how many crimes.
I need someone to grab the cash while I keep a lookout.
You expect me to help you?
She's not doing it,
Tom yelled.
Yes, she is.
Simon sounded so calm, so confident. Alice balled her hands into fists under the table and tried to think. But she couldn't see any way out of this. If she continued to refuse, Simon would hurt Tom. He'd torture him, maybe break more bones. Whatever it took, she had no choice. Simon wanted to wait until closing time, but he didn't want the RV noticeable, so they found a dirt road near the railway tracks and parked in the shade. Simon let Alice and Tom use the bathroom. After Simon had tied Tom back up, Alice rested on the bed next to him. She rolled onto her side and carefully slid her hand into his, linking their fingers. She studied his face, the dark stubble on his jaw. He hadn't been able to shave for 3 days. She tried to fall asleep so she didn't have to think about what was going to happen, but it was impossible. The sun disappeared, and with it Alice's hopes that Simon would decide on a different course of action. Simon wanted a snack before they went into town, so Alice made crackers with peanut butter, helping Tom eat a few and drink some water. They were allowed to use the bathroom one more time. Simon's annoyed expression when he dealt with Tom's knots worried Alice. He was beginning to resent the extra task. They drove back to the gas station and parked behind it on a side street. Someone might notice the RV driving away after, Alice said. There are houses. He had to see the risks. Did he not care at all? Or was he just that confident? He laughed.
No one thinks that robbers are driving an RV. That's why it's perfect. And these small towns have like 2 cops.
He sent Jenny into the store to buy a pack of gum and see who was working. When she came back, she reported that the young man had left. There's a woman now.
How old?
I don't know. Jenny looked at Alice. Maybe a little older than Alice. A woman, working alone. She'd be so scared when they burst through the door. Simon began pulling items out of the thrift store bag and held up a faded pair of denim overalls and a plaid shirt.
Get over here, Alice.
She buttoned the plaid shirt over her top. The overalls were so big she was able to put them on without taking off her shorts. Simon handed her one of the toy guns. What if the cashier has a gun?
She isn't going to open fire on 2 of us.
You can't guarantee that.
You'll be the one in front of me.
He smiled.
That I can guarantee.
He handed her a baseball cap, told her to tuck her hair under, and then passed her a pair of knit gloves and oversized glasses with yellow-tinted lenses that colored everything strangely. Alice had stomach cramps, sharp shooting pains under her rib cage and belly. She took a few slow, deep breaths, flexed her fingers inside the gloves, licked her dry lips. Simon pulled on the cowboy hat that Jenny had given him. Nothing about Simon looked Western to Alice, but the hat seemed to give him extra confidence. He stood straighter and pretended to draw his gun as if he truly was a cowboy. Alice moved out of his line of fire. Jenny was picking at her nails. When she caught Alice's gaze, she dropped her hands. "Be careful," Jenny said to Simon in a strained voice.
Always am, babe. You don't have anything to worry about.
He opened the cupboard where Alice had stowed their extra bed linens and pulled out 2 pillowcases. He handed one to Alice. Alice had never done anything wrong in her life. She didn't speed, she didn't steal. As a teen, she'd never broken curfew or drunk alcohol. And now she was going to rob a store. She followed Simon out the RV door, after giving Tom a kiss and whispering to him that she was going to be okay, even if their eyes said that neither of them were sure about that. Simon kept to the dark side of the street, hands in his pockets, shoulders hunched, and his head tucked so that his face was hidden. They each had a bandana around their neck. When they got closer, he instructed Alice to pull the bandana up over her mouth and nose. 5 feet from the front door, Simon signaled for her to stop. They stepped into the shadow of the building near the dumpster. Simon looked up and down the street, then lifted the handgun out of his pocket, checking the ammo. Alice startled at the sharp, clicking sound. "Please don't shoot anyone." "Only if they shoot first." Alice didn't want anyone to shoot, not first, second, or last. "Get your gun ready." Alice took the toy gun out of her overalls. She had a pillowcase stuffed in her other pocket. She didn't know how much money Simon thought she was going to be hauling out of there, but she guessed it made more sense than shoving bills into pockets. She hated the feeling of the fake gun in her hand. She hated that she was going to have to point it at someone. "Keep it in your pocket," Simon said. "Stick it out just enough that she can see it and it looks real. I'll be standing at the door with this." He brandished Tom's gun. Closing time was in 10 minutes. Alice prayed that there were no last-minute shoppers who might burst through the door. She was dying of heat in the overalls, could barely breathe through the bandana. Her forehead was itchy and sweaty under the baseball cap. With one last look around the street, Simon stepped forward. Alice was meant to follow, but she couldn't make her legs work. Simon turned back, grabbed her wrist, and yanked her along with him. They were at the front door. Simon peered through the glass. "Stay behind me," he hissed. Alice could smell his nerves, a metallic tinge to his skin. Sweat. Fear. He shoved open the door, gun out in front. "Put your hands in the air," he shouted. A woman screamed. Alice had followed Simon as instructed, and now she saw the terrified woman behind the counter, middle-aged, with brown shoulder-length hair parted in the middle, plain white blouse, eyes large and focused on Simon. Her hands were pressed to her mouth, and she was backed up against shelves. "Take everything out of the till and slide it across the counter. Nice and easy." The woman lowered her hands and pressed a few buttons on the cash register. She was sobbing in breathy, panicked moans as she fumbled inside and took out handfuls of cash. Simon gestured to Alice. "Go." Alice took unsteady steps toward the woman, her hand shoved in her pocket so that the gun looked like it was sticking out. "Just do what he said, and you won't get hurt." Alice tried to sound firm, her voice rough and low. The woman had to follow the orders for her protection. She slid the stacks of cash over to Alice, who shoved them into the pillowcase. "You got a safe?" Simon said. The woman shook her head. "My boss makes us deposit at the bank every night. Everything was in the till." Her voice quivered. "I swear." "Get those cigarettes." Alice grabbed cartons and filled her pillowcase. Simon was filling his with items off the shelves. Chips, candy, chocolate bars, batteries, film for cameras. Then he abruptly spun around and aimed the gun at the woman, who began sobbing. Alice froze. No. He couldn't shoot this woman. He couldn't. "Where's the tape?" The woman pointed to another shelf. He lifted a roll of silver duct tape off the hook, then came around the counter. The woman was trying to move backward in scurrying movements, her hands out in front. "Get on your knees." The woman's face was sickly pale as she dropped behind the counter, out of Alice's sight. Simon bent down. Alice could only see the top of his head when he moved.
but the sound of tape being ripped off the roll was loud and clear. Simon stood back up and jogged around the counter.
"Let's get out of here."
Alice somehow got her feet moving and followed him to the door. He looked around.
"Go!"
They sprinted down the road. They were at the RV steps. Simon was yanking the door open, pushing her in front of him to climb up the stairs. She was moving so fast she tripped on the top step and would have fallen if Simon hadn't grabbed her at the waist. The familiar gesture seemed so at odds with the man who just threatened a woman's life. Who threatened her life? She nearly burst into tears, but somehow she was still moving, putting one foot in front of the other. She collapsed into the driver's seat, pulled off the gloves, and tugged the bandana down so she could suck in big gasps of air. Simon was at her shoulder, untying the bandana, snatching the baseball cap off her head, the glasses off her face. The strange yellow tinge was gone.
"Just drive. You can change your clothes later."
She turned the key in the ignition, pressed her foot on the gas. The road was pitch black on either side. Their headlights made the center line glow. Her legs were shaking. She needed to go to the bathroom. She traveled the route Simon had decided on earlier, taking them through a neighborhood. He thought it would look like the RV belonged to someone who lived there.
"Keep your speed normal."
She glanced at him in the rearview mirror. She could only see the shape of him in the faint dashboard light. He was in the middle of the RV, legs braced like a sailor, undoing the straps of his overalls. It looked like he'd already removed his cowboy hat. "Did it go okay?" Jenny said from the table.
"It was easy,"
Simon said.
"So easy."
Chapter 17. Jenny. Jenny knelt in the center aisle of the RV and yanked open the storage area under the bench seats, shoving the full pillowcases deep inside, while Simon stripped down to his shorts and tank top. He handed her his overalls, the checkered bandanas, their gloves and costume glasses, as well as Alice's baseball cap. Jenny was careful not to crush Simon's cowboy hat. When she got to her feet, he pulled her close for a quick, salty kiss. His bare legs and arms were hot against hers, his heart beating so fast she could feel it. He sat at the dinette, behind Alice, and Jenny sat across from him. He swiveled his head toward Alice. "Stay on this road. It should connect to the highway." Simon turned back around to face Jenny. His hair was dark with sweat, the front pieces flopping over his forehead. "One of those pillowcases is full of things we can sell. Cigarettes, film. I got us snacks, too. We'll count out the money later. It looked like a lot, though." Jenny chewed on her nails. "That's good, right?" "Yeah, but..." He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "We're going to need more." More? They couldn't go back to the gas station. That didn't make sense. He was looking at her intensely, like he was waiting for her to understand. And then she did. "That's crazy! You can't rob another place tonight." "Not tonight, but babe, you know how hard I worked at the marina. I busted my ass 10 hours a day, did whatever my dad wanted, and I could still barely afford our crappy apartment." Jenny thought of the cramped attic above the marina. Even though it always smelled faintly of ocean and seaweed, she'd felt safe there. What she hadn't liked was seeing Simon leave at the crack of dawn and return at night with exhausted eyes and slumped shoulders. "The gas station took maybe 10 minutes, he said. It had felt longer for Jenny, staring out the windshield, watching every shadow. Tom, in the back, had never said a word to her. She decided that if Simon and Alice didn't return, she would take her backpack, leave Tom and the RV, and walk into the night. "Weren't you scared?" "No, my blood was pumping so fast. I didn't have time to think." Her mind was all over the place. She understood what he was saying, but it didn't feel right. They weren't robbers. Are we going to keep staying at campgrounds? He shook his head. Too many people. Don't we need water? Gas stations have hoses. We can stay anywhere. Parking lots, the forest. Tom showed me already how to empty the tanks. We'll dump them in the backwoods. That sounded gross to Jenny, but it made sense. Cops might be searching campgrounds. What if they were handing out wanted posters, like they show in movies? The RV suddenly slowed, and Alice made a gasping sound, sort of surprised and scared. Simon spun around to look over Alice's shoulder out the windshield. Then Jenny saw them too. Lights. Lots and lots of flashing lights. What's going on? Simon said. A roadblock, Alice said. Jenny raised herself onto her knees, trying to get a better look. Can you pull around? Simon said. Where? Alice gestured to the highway. Several cars were ahead of them. Red brake lights glowed and pulsed as they inched forward, stopped, then inched forward again. It might have been an accident, Simon said. But Jenny noticed he didn't sound as confident as he had a few moments ago. Are they looking for us? Jenny couldn't help asking. They couldn't know about the robbery already, Simon said. They might, though. Jenny's voice sounded high to her own ears, and she knew Simon heard the panic because he turned to look at her. There's no way, he said. Even if they do, they have no idea we're in an RV. Alice slowed the RV to a crawl. They were so close, the lights were bouncing around inside the RV, reflecting off any metal. The cars are turning right, Simon said. What does that mean? Detour, Alice said. So probably an accident. He sat a bit straighter, shifting himself so he was hidden by Alice's shoulder as they neared what seemed to be emergency vehicles. White trucks with amber light bars on their roof, a couple of RCMP cars, their red and blue lights spinning. Police! Alice sounded almost hopeful. Simon's arm moved, and Jenny didn't understand what he was doing until he spoke. Keep it together, Alice. The gun's pointed at the back of your head. If you want me to stay calm, that is not the way to do it, she hissed. Just stay cool. Jenny stared at the police cars and gripped the edge of the table. What would it be like to be arrested? Would the handcuffs hurt? Would the police yell and shove them to the ground? The RV was slowing to a stop. A man was walking to the window. White reflective strips shone on his yellow vest. He wore a hard hat. Not a policeman. She sagged back into the seat. Is everything okay? Alice asked the man. Rockslide! The highway's closed. Where are you headed? Banff. Okay. You'll have to detour down Highway 95. The man pointed to where the other cars were turning. Then loop back and take 93 until it connects with the Trans-Canada again. There's no gas stations for a stretch, so make sure you got plenty of fuel. Thank you. Alice followed the cars. Simon moved from the dinette to the passenger seat and got the map from the glove box. He leaned over to study it in the dim dashboard light. Man, what a bummer. Simon folded the map, kicked his feet up onto the dash, and reclined the seat. Alice turned her head, her profile outlined briefly with light, and Jenny knew that she was probably annoyed about Simon's feet, but she didn't say anything. Jenny took one of the pillows they'd been using at night, placed it against the window, and then turned so that her back rested on it. She stretched her legs out in front of her on the seat. The RV tires hummed steadily through the seat and the wall. She rested her hands on her belly like it was a crystal ball. Could the baby feel the vibration? Her eyelids were heavy. She let them drift closed. It felt so good to give in. She and the baby rocked to sleep. She woke to Simon's loud voice. Where the hell are we? I don't know, Alice yelled back. You missed the highway turn? I told you I don't like driving at night.
I only closed my eyes for a few minutes. You should have woken me.
To say what? That I missed a turn that I didn't know I missed? The man said to drive on 95, and that's what I've been doing.
God damn it!
Simon was sitting straight now, unfolding the map. He reached up between Alice and him and flicked on a ceiling light. I can't drive with that light on! Alice's voice was panicked, and the RV swayed, making Jenny's stomach lurch, followed by a sharp twinge on the underside of her belly that she hadn't felt before. She frowned, rubbing at the sore spot. She must have slept awkwardly.
Jesus Christ!
Simon flipped off the light. From the back, Tom's groggy voice said,
What's going on? Your wife got us lost.
They drove on in silence, Simon leaning forward like he was trying to see the highway better. Jenny peered into the darkness from her side window. All she could see were trees and flashes of moonlight. It felt like an eternity before Simon broke the thick tension by shouting,
There! That's a sign ahead! Slow down!
Jenny slid to the end of her seat so she could see through the windshield.
10 miles until Kimberly, Simon said. Keep driving until we find somewhere we can pull over. I want to check the map.
Not much farther down the highway, Simon spotted a gravel road, and Alice turned off the highway. When she parked the RV, she left the engine running, and the headlights pointed down the road, narrowing into darkness. Jenny didn't like that she couldn't see what was outside. She hugged her arms around her middle. Simon flicked on the interior light, which was better, because now Simon and the unfolded map were reflected up onto the windshield.
We're almost at the bottom of BC.
Simon glared at Alice.
You let me sleep for hours.
He jerked his head around to look at Jenny.
Why didn't you wake me up?
I fell asleep too. Sorry. Alice didn't make any sort of defense or apology. Jenny thought about how Simon had said Alice was smart. Did she miss the turns on purpose? Why would she do that? Jenny felt stung, the way Simon had spoken to her, like she'd failed. It wasn't her fault that he'd fallen asleep. She didn't know. Simon was studying the map again.
We can still enter Alberta from the south.
Can I see? Jenny said, and Simon nodded. She made her way to the front of the RV. Simon pointed to the map.
We started here, at Golden.
He drew his finger down the highway, pausing on the 2 turns that Alice had missed.
We're not far from the U.S. border.
What are we going to do?
We'll park here until the morning. No one can see us from the highway. Tomorrow, we'll get groceries and look around for another place to hit.
Alice turned and gaped at him, her eyes shining in the light. Are you crazy? Simon gave a scoffing laugh, one that Jenny had never heard before.
Lady, you have no idea.
In the morning, Alice made coffee and porridge, while Simon pulled out the pillowcases and showed Jenny everything he'd stolen. She was amazed at how much he'd managed to grab. She helped him count the cash into tidy stacks. She knew it wasn't right, but it was hard not being excited when she saw all that money. Money that was going to help them start a new life. Simon separated the cash out. Some in his wallet, some in her purse, some in his backpack, some in hers. Everything else stayed in the pillowcases, which he stowed again. When they were finished eating, they took turns washing up. Jenny wished she could have a shower. Her hair felt lank and dirty, but they were conserving water. She brushed it back into a high ponytail. When she stared in the mirror, she looked familiar, like the girl who used to wear her hair slicked into a bun so tight she would get headaches. Jenny didn't want to see that girl ever again. She tugged her hair free of the ponytail and shook it out. They reached Kimberly a short while later. Jenny looked around in confusion. The town looked like photos she'd seen of Europe in National Geographic magazines. The mountains that surrounded the town were so crisp against the clear blue sky, they didn't look real. The streets were lined with white, cream, or green stucco buildings, decorated with dark wood trim, and painted shutters like on gingerbread houses. Most of them had balconies with overflowing flower boxes. The store signs had fancy lettering, some offering pretzels, schnitzel, or beer.
"What the hell is schnitzel?" Simon said.
"Meat pounded flat, then breaded and fried," Alice said. "It's German."
"This town is weird," Simon said.
The downtown center was closed to traffic, so they had to drive around until they found a grocery store. That building was low and wide, modern, with an orange metal roof and an all-glass front that reflected the RV as they drove past. They parked under a tree behind the store. Alice made a list of groceries. Then Jenny changed into one of her sundresses that wasn't too wrinkled, picked up her purse, and walked to the store's front entrance. She found a shopping cart and wrapped her palms around the metal handle, grateful for something to lean on. She was even more grateful for the store's air conditioning after crossing the hot pavement in her sandals. She heard male voices and glanced at the corner of the store, where there was a small coffee shop with a glass display of pastries. A few men sat around a table, talking and drinking coffee. One of them was reading a newspaper. Jenny immediately looked away and pushed the cart down the aisle. What if her photo was in that paper? Maybe she should walk out. She reached up to touch her hair. No, she looked different. She was just a girl out shopping. Those men would never think she was a criminal. She unfolded the shopping list. Barbecue sauce. She was already in the condiment section. She studied the array of sauces, relishes, ketchups, and marinades. Alice hadn't said anything about flavors. Jenny picked out a bottle of Kraft. She rolled around the corner and stopped so fast the bottle toppled over in her cart. She made no move to fix it. She was frozen, staring at the couple in an embrace halfway down the aisle. Her mother. Her mother was in the store and kissing a dark-haired man. Robert. Jenny blinked again. They were still there. Ghosts. She was seeing ghosts. Had she lost her mind? She had to get out of there, but her feet had turned to concrete blocks. The woman's hands were in the man's hair. His hands were on her buttocks, roving. The woman giggled and pulled away. Now Jenny could see her face. Not her mother after all. Similar in blonde hair and shape, but this woman was shorter, with a longer nose and thinner lips. The man was in a suit. Not as stylish as Robert, not as tidy. His hair was floppy, his face shiny, and his chin round, not square. The woman straightened his tie and smoothed his lapel. Unwanted memories. All the men her mom would bring home, kissing at the doorway or on the couch. Her mother fussing over Robert when he was leaving the house, when he was going to a reading, when another woman was around. Or even if Jenny was in the room, her mother would lean into him, pressing her breasts against his arm, and open-mouth kiss him, laughing when Jen fled the room, like it was all a funny game. Worst of all, the noises they'd make in their room down the hall, so that Jenny needed a pillow over her ears. The woman turned. Her eyes widened when she first saw Jenny in the aisle, but then the corner of her lip curled, as if Jenny was the gross one. The woman said something to the man. Now he was staring at her too. Jenny wheeled away. The store that had seemed so refreshing before now seemed ice cold. The hair on her arms stood up. She swallowed hard. She made it through the list, grabbing the items Alice had written down, and whatever else caught her attention. She had no idea how much it would cost. She felt woozy, her stomach turning like she might be sick. Was the baby moving? Was it supposed to feel like that? Jenny fanned her face as she went through the checkout. The cashier was young, maybe the same age as Jenny, but with long reddish hair and freckles that ran across her nose and down her arms, and a cheerful, sing-song voice as she chatted about the heat. "Are you visiting?" Jenny stared at her, wondering what the question meant. "You're not from here. I know everyone who lives in town." "Oh, yeah. We're driving through." "Have you seen our cuckoo clock yet? It's the tallest in the world." Jenny shook her head. "If you put a coin in the clock, Happy Hans comes out and yodels." She laughed and glanced up from bagging the groceries, like Jenny was supposed to say something. "Why do you have a cuckoo clock?" The girl gave her a confused look, which made Jenny worry that she was supposed to have already known the answer. Her head was spinning. She rested her hand on the counter. "We're the Bavarian city of the Rockies," the girl said. "When the mine shut down, they wanted to do something to get tourists." She shrugged. "It's fun." "Fun." She was just repeating what the girl said, like she couldn't find her own words. She was so stupid. Jenny's stomach cramped along the side. She flinched and dropped her hand to her belly. What was that pain? The cashier looked down at her stomach with a confused expression. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, just an upset stomach." The girl gave Jenny the total, and she gave the girl a handful of money and let her count it. She hurried with the cart out to the parking lot and realized that she'd made another mistake. She had too much food to carry. The pavement was so hot. She pushed the cart around the edge of the building, moving so fast she nearly tripped on her sandals and smacking her chest into the handle of the cart. She righted herself. The RV was in sight. She looked over her shoulder again. No one was watching. But other shoppers were getting out of their cars. Did they see the silly girl running with her cart? She stopped the cart behind the building and lifted as many bags as she could. The RV door was opening. Alice was walking toward her, helping with the rest of the bags. She was looking at her strangely, her eyebrows pulled together. Jenny didn't give her a chance to ask anything. She climbed into the RV, set her bags on the table without speaking to Simon, who'd gotten to his feet. His hand grazed her arm as she rushed past him to the bathroom. She closed the door and pulled down her underwear. Blood.
Chapter 18. Alice. Jenny had been in the bathroom for a long time. Alice put away the groceries, wondering at some of the items Jenny had purchased. Hamburger helper, but no hamburger meat. Pink Panther Flakes cereal. 2 spray cans of cheese and a box of Ritz crackers. Spam and SpaghettiOs. 3 flavors of Jell-O. The bathroom door clicked open, and Jenny emerged with her head bowed. Alice turned and leaned against the counter, first looking toward Tom to make sure he was okay, and receiving a small smile in return. Simon was sitting at the table, studying the map. He glanced at Jenny.
"Babe, next time we get gas, we need to buy a map of Alberta."
Jenny slid into the seat across from him. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her face splotchy. She took a shuddering breath and wiped at her nose. "I think something's wrong with the baby." Simon straightened his upper body, giving her his full attention now.
"What?"
Jenny's face had gone from splotchy to a flush so deep it looked as though she'd been out in the sun for days. "I felt pinches." She touched her belly. "So I checked, and there's blood." In direct contrast to his girlfriend's, Simon's face drained of all color as he looked from her to Alice, back to Jenny, then again to Alice.
"What does that mean?"
he asked her. "I'm not a doctor." Alice had no idea what color her own face was at that moment, but her stomach was lurching and she really, really wanted to sit down. This was too much. Jenny was watching her, scared and worried, waiting for an answer, and all Alice wanted to do was scream. "You shouldn't be doing these crazy things. You are so lucky to be pregnant."
You have to know something, Simon said. You're a woman.
Alice had a lot of contempt for Simon, but never more than in that moment. She looked at Jenny. Is it a lot of blood? I don't know. Am I losing the baby? You need to see a doctor. Her face twisted. I've never had an exam. Didn't you see one when, Alice gestured around her own stomach. I've only seen a doctor once, when I had the flu. He told my mom I needed to eat more, and she said he was stupid and that doctors didn't understand answers. So she... Jenny broke off abruptly, her gaze sliding away. She'd clearly been about to say something else, but Jenny's terrible mother wasn't Alice's concern at that moment. Simon can go with you. Please, God, let that happen. Surely, if she and Tom had some time alone, they'd be able to come up with a plan.
We shouldn't be seen together, Simon said. People might recognize us.
I don't want to go alone. Jenny spoke in an anxious rush, her eyes filling up with fresh tears that made the blue brighter. Alice had never seen anyone look beautiful when crying. She'd think the girl was faking if it weren't also for the utter fear and desperation in those eyes. I'll go with you. Alice didn't want to walk into a doctor's office. She didn't want to hear them discussing pregnancy or miscarriages. But if there was a chance that she might be able to talk to a nurse or use a phone and get help, then she had to do it. Jenny looked relieved, but Simon said, No way. She should have someone with her, Alice said. It's hard for women to go through this, and if she's more stressed... She let her voice trail off. I want to take Alice, Jenny said.
They might separate you.
I'll say she's my aunt. She has to stay or I'll leave. Simon stared hard at Alice like he was trying to read her mind.
I don't trust her.
You take her with you when you want help, Jenny said.
I have a gun.
You still have a gun, Alice pointed out. And my husband. He looked again at Jenny.
I don't like this.
I'm going, Simon. I need to make sure the baby is okay. Alice made note of this moment. The firm tone in Jenny's voice. Time and time again, Jenny had let Simon make the decisions. She chose him over anyone else. Over Tom being injured. Over Alice having a gun pressed to her head. But if it came down to the baby or Simon, Jenny would choose the baby. Alice had to find a way to use that to her advantage. Simon looked at Jenny for a few beats. Then he sighed.
Don't let her out of your sight. If she has to use the bathroom or get water or anything, you go with her. And if she takes off, then you run straight back here.
Jenny nodded, and Simon continued.
If they ask for IDs, tell them that you left your purses in your car when you were swimming, and they were stolen.
Jenny nodded again, but then her resolve seemed to slide away. The corners of her lips pulled down, and her chest heaved as though she was trying to stop herself from sobbing. Simon stood and came around the table to sit with her, cuddling her close with one arm.
Everything's going to be okay,
he whispered. There are feminine products under the bathroom sink, Alice said. Neither of them looked at her, lost in their private world. She seized the moment to go to Tom. He smiled at Alice as she lay beside him, face to face. She linked their fingers, finding comfort in his strong hand, his warm palm. He needed to see a doctor, too. Simon had been letting her keep ice on Tom's shoulder and giving him Tylenol. But he was still in pain. It wasn't fair that he was being left to suffer. She had to remind herself that people didn't die from broken collarbones.
Tom was strong. She stared at his chest, the dark bruises that had mottled. Soon they would turn yellow.
Are you worrying about me again?
His deep voice rumbled out of his throat. She pressed her free hand against his chest, feeling the steady thump of his heart. Of course.
It hurts, but I'll survive. I'm more worried about you.
I'm okay. But she dipped her head so he couldn't see into her eyes. She wished she could speak to him freely. She would ask how she might slip a note to a nurse. Was it too much of a risk? Should she wait for a different opportunity? She had no idea how Jenny might react.
Alice, get back up here,
Simon said.
We need to look for a doctor.
They found a payphone near a white brick laundromat, and Jenny returned with an address and an appointment booked for that afternoon. They spent the next couple of hours parked near a baseball diamond that was having a Little League tournament. Alice propped Tom up so he could see from the back window. He'd winced as she moved him, but he gave her hand a squeeze, and she knew he was glad for the distraction. They continued to hold hands as they watched the kids running to the wrong bases or dropping the bat, while their parents shouted from the stands. It was such a simple thing, holding hands. Why had they stopped doing it? No, it hadn't been they who had stopped. It had been her. She leaned over to gently kiss Tom's bruised knuckles and felt even more bereft when he turned and smiled at her. She'd been angry, thinking his pain wasn't as deep. He hadn't carried the baby in his belly. He hadn't felt the movements, the tiny secret thing that was all hers. He hadn't felt the aching in her breasts, full of milk to feed a baby who no longer needed her. But maybe he'd felt other things that she didn't know about. He'd lost his son, and for many months, his wife too. Simon didn't ask Alice to make lunch this time, and instead passed around the stolen snacks. Alice didn't want to eat the ill-gotten gains, but unfortunately, anxiety didn't stop her appetite. She ate 2 chocolate bars and fed another to Tom, along with a bag of chips. When it was time, they drove back downtown and parked the RV on a side street. As Alice and Jenny walked down the sidewalk, German music played from speakers, and when they reached the center of Main Street, called the Platzel, tourists slid coins into the giant cuckoo clock, laughing when a toy man popped out of the shutters and sang from the balcony. Jenny didn't seem to notice any of it. She stared straight ahead, her face grim, and her purse clutched in front of her stomach. The doctor's clinic was on the lower floor of one of the German houses. Jenny checked in with the nurse at the front desk, using the name Ocean, and Alice had a moment of bitter resentment when she remembered her first meeting with the couple, how she'd smiled at their charming made-up names. They couldn't be further from the peaceful hippies she'd imagined. While they sat in the waiting room, Alice flipped through magazines and Jenny picked at her nails. She'd catch herself and stop, only to begin again a few moments later. They were alone, which was disappointing because the more people who saw Jenny, especially close up, the better chance someone might recognize her. Mentally, Alice tried to will the nurse to study their faces, but she was focused on a task behind the front desk. The phone peeled out a sharp ring that made Alice jump. The nurse answered it, then dropped it into the cradle and got to her feet. "The doctor will see you now." They followed her down a hallway, into an office that was painted soft green and decorated with plants hanging in macrame baskets and colorful abstract paintings. It was more cheerful than any doctor's office Alice had seen before. but it still had the usual items: a large desk, 3 chairs, a scale, a small sink, and an exam table, which Jenny was staring at. The nurse weighed Jenny and recorded her height in a file that she left on the desk. "He'll be along in a minute." After the nurse left, Alice gestured to the chair closest to the doctor's desk. "You should sit there." While Jenny settled, somewhat stiffly, into the chair, Alice took one across the room. The doctor entered with a quick knock and a pleasant smile. He was maybe in his early 30s, with short blonde hair that curled so tightly, Alice was reminded of a Cupid. Except instead of a bow and arrows, he carried a clipboard, wore a stethoscope around his neck, and his crisp white doctor's coat was open to show a sky-blue paisley shirt. He moved in an energetic way, like he was excited for whatever the day was going to bring him. Despite herself, Alice couldn't help feeling glad for Jenny. A younger doctor was less apt to shame her.
"Good afternoon, ladies. I'm Dr. Halverson."
He dropped into the chair in front of his desk and spun it around so he was facing Jenny. "This is my aunt. I want her to stay." Jenny blurted the word so fast, Alice was surprised the force didn't send the doctor spinning back around in his chair.
"That's fine."
He nodded.
"So, Ocean, I hear you've had some bleeding. Can you tell me when it started? Any pain?"
In a halting voice, Jenny went over what she had already told Alice and Simon. The doctor asked more detailed questions, like the color of the blood, quantity, if she was still bleeding. Jenny stared at her feet as she answered and fiddled with the strap on her purse.
"Okay, it doesn't sound too alarming, but I'll have a listen and check your vitals."
The doctor got to his feet.
"I'll give you a moment to get comfortable."
He closed the door of the office, and Alice was left staring at Jenny, who was staring back at her with big blue eyes that shimmered with tears. She looked like a child, Alice thought. Not for the first time, but as Jenny twisted the strap on her purse, Alice remembered the hunting knife that she carried with her, and the crime she had fled from. Childlike, maybe, but that didn't mean she was innocent. Chapter 19. Alice. "Do I have to take all my clothes off?" Jenny said the words with such terror that Alice had the feeling that if she said yes, Jenny might faint on the spot. "No." Alice pointed toward the exam table. "Get onto the table and pull your top up a little so he can see your belly." "That's it?" "That's it." Alice waited until Jenny moved, then stood and grabbed the privacy curtain bundled against the wall and slid it across its tracks, hiding Jenny. Alice sat in the chair that Jenny had been using. The doctor's desk was a mess of files and forms. In the background, paper crinkled as Jenny moved onto the exam table. "Do I sit or lie down?" Jenny whispered. "Lie down," Alice said. "Just, stare at the ceiling." Where was the doctor's pen? He didn't seem to have a pen holder anywhere. They were probably in the top drawer. Alice was debating about whether she could open the drawer quietly when the doctor knocked and entered the office. He nodded at Alice, still with his friendly smile. So Alice assumed he hadn't discovered in the last couple of minutes that he was about to examine a criminal.
"All right then, Ocean. Are you ready?"
He set his clipboard down, and on top, a pen. "Yes." The swish of the curtain, the slide of metal rods, the doctor's reassuring professional voice.
"I'm going to have a listen first, okay? The stethoscope is a bit cold, so you'll feel that."
Alice reached across the desk, moving only her arm so the chair didn't scrape on the floor or squeak. Her fingertips grazed the pen. She leaned forward, extending her hand, until she was able to use the pad of her fingers to roll the pen closer. Now she needed paper.
"Would you like to hear the heartbeat?"
The doctor said. "You can hear it." Jenny's voice lifted into pure joy and relief.
"Yes, indeed. Put these in your ears."
Alice closed her eyes. Wished she had a mental privacy curtain to block out memories of her prenatal exams. The exhilaration at hearing those tiny, rapid heartbeats. And then the trips to the emergency rooms, squeezing her legs together as if that would stop her body from rejecting the life form growing within. Don't think about it. Don't remember. Just get that paper. Alice opened her eyes and examined the desk. The prescription pad. No, she couldn't tear off a piece quietly. She spotted something white and rectangular shaped. An envelope. She softly slid it closer, glancing over her shoulder at the curtain, making sure it was closed. Now what to write? She had to be fast. She tried to time her pen strokes with the doctor's voice, moving and shifting her body, coughing, anything to muffle the sound of pen on paper. Help! We are being held captive in our Winnebago. This girl's wanted for murder. Her name is Jenny Perrone and her boyfriend is Simon Gray. We are heading east. Tell the police. Alice wished she knew the RV's new license plate. How would the police ever find them? It was the summer of the Olympics. The roads and campgrounds were littered with RVs.
"I'm going to gently palpate your belly now."
Alice slid the envelope with her note under the clipboard. But then she hesitated. He might pick the clipboard up while they were still in the office. She pulled the envelope free and tucked it under the edge of a file folder. Only a white corner was peeking out. In the background, the doctor was checking Jenny's blood pressure, while Alice was studying the doctor's phone on his desk. Oh, how she wished she could pick it up. Her fingers itched. Now the doctor was talking about vitamins. Jenny was asking questions, shy and uncertain.
"We're all done. Come out when you're ready."
A swish of the curtain, and the doctor stepped out, then dragged the curtain closed. He sat at his desk and made notes on the clipboard.
"Are you enjoying your holidays?"
he said. It took Alice a moment to understand that he was speaking to her and not Jenny, who was still behind the curtain putting herself together.
"My nurse mentioned you're traveling," he said. "Terrible news about having your purses stolen."
"Yes," Alice managed to answer. "It's been an adventure." The doctor looked at her.
"Do I detect a hint of an American accent?"
Alice was startled. "I've spent some time in the U.S. My parents were from California." It was also where Alice was born and had spent her early childhood, until her oldest sister had moved to the Pacific Northwest with her husband. Alice had followed suit, first for a short stay, and then longer once she'd found work as a school secretary. The rest, as they say, was history.
"But you live in Canada now."
How to answer? Yes. The curtain swished and Jenny appeared.
"Have a seat,"
the doctor said to Jenny, and Alice realized she would have to move because Jenny should be the closest. Alice got to her feet and walked to the chair on the other side of the office. Jenny sat down, her cheeks pink, and her eyes glancing at the doctor, then away. Alice wondered if maybe Jenny had a religious upbringing, but she hadn't heard her referencing God or Jesus, and she'd never said prayers before they ate. Considering she was a criminal and pregnant, even if she had been raised religious, she'd clearly strayed from the fold. The doctor was talking to Jenny about vitamins.
"I think I have a pamphlet here."
He shifted papers around on his desk, shuffling and sliding. Alice held her breath.
I'll get you one. He stood and gestured for Alice and Jenny to wait. I'll just be a moment.
Alice had to fight all her reflexes to look at the desk. Was the envelope in clear view now? At the moment, Jenny was staring at her lap, but Alice needed to keep her distracted. So it's good news, the baby's fine. Yes, Jenny lifted her head. I heard the heartbeat. Her face had turned from embarrassed to awed. It's amazing. She paused and softly added, I think it's a girl. That's wonderful. How long was the doctor going to be? Yeah. She picked at the edge of her nail. Then, as though catching herself, perhaps hearing an echo of a familiar admonishment, she pulled her hands apart and placed one on the corner of the desk, removing the temptation, but now closer to the envelope. She glanced at Alice, then seemed to hesitate, searching Alice's face, like she saw something there, saw the fear. Alice tried for a smile and realized that was worse. Her smiling at Jenny was suspicious behavior. She had gone too far the other way. Jenny looked down at Alice's lap, then around the room, hunting for the source of Alice's strange behavior. Her gaze skipped across the shelves of books and landed on the desk. Alice tried to follow the direction of her eyes. Maybe she wouldn't see it. Maybe it would just look like a doctor's note. Jenny reached out and placed a finger on the corner of the envelope. She dragged it toward her, paused to read. Footsteps in the hall. The doctor was coming back. Jenny lifted the envelope and folded it into her palm, then hid her hand in her lap at the same time the door opened.
Lots of good information in these.
The doctor handed Jenny a couple of pamphlets. She took them with her free hand.
You should be able to find the vitamins at any drugstore.
Thank you, Jenny said. You've been very kind.
It's always a pleasure to give good news. Now remember, you need to rest, and if the bleeding increases or if you're having more pain, go to the closest emergency room. I know you're traveling, but you might want to consider staying in one spot for another night or two.
Okay. The doctor turned to look at Alice.
Take care of this girl.
Alice nodded and forced her lips into a smile.
Make sure you're eating lots of vegetables and fruit, he said to Jenny. You're in luck. So much is in season right now.
We'll stop at a farmer's market, Alice said, calm as could be on their lovely holiday. Jenny, now holding her gaze, said, That's a good idea. She turned to look at the doctor. My aunt is a wonderful cook. We are blessed every day. Always a surprise. Was Jenny being sarcastic? Alice was caught off guard. Jenny had been defensive, scared, indignant, and desperate, but she hadn't ever been cutting. Jenny rose to her feet, Alice following. They trailed after the doctor to the waiting room, where they said their final pleasantries. Jenny pushed open the door, and they stood blinking in the direct sunny heat of midday. Around them, the Bavarian theme was even more incongruent. He said I can buy the vitamins at a drugstore. Jenny's voice was vaguely disconnected, which troubled Alice, who was already deeply troubled. Do you want to find one? Not now. I don't want to see more people. Jenny began walking down the sidewalk, Alice beside her. Jenny stopped by a garbage can. She slid the pamphlets into her purse, then ripped the envelope with Alice's note in half again and again, until it was confetti that she let float into the garbage can. She looked at Alice. That's why you offered to come. You wanted to find a way to escape. Alice didn't speak. There was no reason to repeat the obvious. The proof was in the paper. which was now at the bottom of the garbage, along with their chance at freedom. "You hate me," Jenny said. This Alice felt she could answer. "No, I don't." "You should." Jenny turned. "Come on. Simon will be worried if we take too long." "Are you going to tell him?" Jenny kept walking. "No." She didn't give a reason, and maybe she didn't know. But Alice didn't feel any safer. Chapter 20. Alice. Alice sat in the driver's seat, staring out the windshield as people strolled by holding pretzels and ice cream cones, while Jenny filled Simon in on her appointment and the excitement of hearing the baby's heartbeat. Alice's eyes stung at the cruel irony. The trip that was meant to take her far away from her home, away from the constant reminders of their loss, and the taunting ghosts of what could have been, now smacked her in the face with them every minute of the day. Simon decided they should stay another night to make sure that Jenny's bleeding had stopped, so they drove around until they found a nature park and backed into a private corner parking spot. The area was surrounded by thick forest, the trees forming a canopy, so it was at least cool, and Simon allowed them to crack open windows. There were several other vehicles, all empty, parked closer to the trailhead where there was a sign with a map and an outhouse. "Everyone will leave at dusk," Simon said. "We should be okay for the night." Alice hoped for the opposite. Someone might smell the grill or notice smoke. Maybe they'd call the fire department. Or maybe the local police drove through the trailhead parking lot at night, looking for nefarious activities or lost hikers. There were too many maybes. Alice needed solid answers. The endless waiting for the next terrible thing was exhausting. Jenny went into the bathroom a few times and came out with flaming cheeks. "There's no more blood," she said in a soft voice. She never made eye contact with Alice, who was sitting with Tom, and worrying that Jenny was going to tell Simon about her note. Would she really keep it to herself? And why? Alice could think of only two reasons. Either Jenny didn't want Alice and Tom to be punished because she cared, or she was worried about losing their driver and the RV. It had grown even darker in the parking lot, the cars leaving one by one until they were alone. Simon had lowered the table and turned the bench seats into a bed so he and Jenny could rest, but he'd positioned them with their backs to the windshield and facing Tom and Alice. He sat partway up, Jenny's head on his lap. He stroked her hair. "Are you getting hungry, babe?" "I keep thinking about French fries and onion rings. I saw a Dairy Queen in town when I was at the payphone, and it smelled so good. I've only ever had onion rings with my dad when I was little." She looked up at him. "But it's okay. I know we can't drive back into town." Simon shrugged. "Let's go. I'm bored sitting around." "Really?" "Yeah. We deserve it." Alice scoffed into her pillow. Why did he think they deserved it? Was it a reward for their hard work of keeping captives, or being fugitives on the run? Alice wasn't going to complain, though. Anytime Jenny or Simon left the RV, there was a chance they'd be caught. She prayed for a policeman who had a hankering for a cold treat on a hot summer night. They drove back into town, which was quieter now, with fewer people milling about. A soft evening light draped the buildings in pink gold and cast long shadows on the streets. The Dairy Queen was easy to find, with its familiar cherry-red metal roof and lip-shaped sign. The restaurant was on a large lot at the corner of a street, with parking out front. Across the road, to the right of the restaurant, was the laundromat and payphone they'd found earlier. "Park alongside the laundromat.
but leave space so Jenny can walk out behind the RV.
Jenny looked small as she made her way across the street, stopping to look both ways for traffic, and disappeared into the Dairy Queen. Simon slouched in the passenger side, staring at the Dairy Queen. He tapped his fingers on his knee, a fast, chaotic beat. Jenny reappeared, making her way around the parked vehicles toward the RV. She held a large paper bag with both hands under the bottom, the weight of it resting against her chest. Simon swung the RV door open for her, taking the bag in one hand and helping her up with the other. The RV filled with the scent of onion rings and hamburgers. Simon set the bag on the table and Jenny unpacked it, while Alice moved around getting napkins and sodas. Tom was watching them from the back. He met Alice's gaze and tried to smile. She wondered if he was remembering how she'd craved soft-serve ice cream when she was pregnant. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Jenny gagging behind her. Alice turned around in time to see Jenny pressing a napkin against her mouth and staring down in horror at her burger, which was lying open-faced. Alice followed her gaze, expecting to see a bug, a hair, or something hideous. But it was only a tomato slice resting on a grilled patty with cheese. The other side of the bun sported a stack of lettuce, onion, and pickle. "What's wrong?" Simon was halfway out of his seat, his body frozen as though he didn't know if he should lunge across the table. "I told them no tomato." Alice remembered now that tomatoes made Jenny feel sick. "Take it back," Simon said. "Maybe I got the wrong one." Simon checked the other burgers. They all had tomato. "It's okay," Jenny said. "I'll try." She used her napkin to pick the slice up and move it off the burger, but it was breaking into mushed-up pieces. Alice handed her a fork and watched as Jenny scraped every bit of tomato juice and seed off her patty, removing half of the cheese with it. She managed to get it all into the now empty paper bag, then put her burger back together. But when she brought it to her mouth, she couldn't seem to bring herself to take a bite. She dropped it back onto the foil wrapper and pressed the napkin to her lips as her shoulders heaved. Simon shook his head and Jenny's eyes turned glassy. "I'm sorry." She tried to say something else behind the napkin, but it came out muffled. "Not your fault." Simon wrapped the burger in the foil paper, then shoved it into the empty bag. "I'll get you a new one." "You don't have to do that." Simon put the gun on the table in front of Jenny, spinning it so the handle was close to her body and the barrel aimed ahead. Then he was out the door before any of them had a chance to register this change of circumstance. Alice looked at Jenny, who quickly picked up the gun. "I know how to shoot." Her voice quivered, her eyes still watering from either the tomatoes or the fear that Alice was going to push her limits. "Simon taught me." Jenny hadn't threatened her before. It was always Simon saying what he would do to them. But Jenny's grip was tight, and her finger dangerously near the trigger. "I want to give Tom his burger." Jenny hesitated, looking at Alice, then in the direction of Tom on the bed, like she was weighing the risks. "Not until Simon comes back. Stay where you are." "Well, can I have one now?" Alice didn't want to eat until Tom could, but it might relax Jenny if Alice was busy doing something with her hands. Jenny picked up one of the wrapped burgers and held it out. Alice carefully took it from her and leaned back against the counter. She nibbled on the burger, sipped her Dr. Pepper. Minutes passed, enough of them that Alice was wondering if Simon had run into problems. Jenny hadn't stopped watching the door either. Footsteps, outside on the pavement, then the click of the door handle. It swung outward and Simon lunged up the steps, making the RV bounce, before slamming the door behind him. He dropped a new Dairy Queen bag on the table and sat down across from Jenny, breathing fast.
"Those guys are idiots."
He lifted the burger out and unwrapped it in quick, agitated movements before placing it in front of Jenny.
"Dude was going to melt a new slice of cheese on the patty and use the same bun. I was like, man, you better get this right. My girl can't smell or taste any tomato." So then he finally makes it fresh, but when he brings it out, he just dumps it into a bag and slides it over to me. No sorry, no free ice cream, nothing.
Simon took a bite of his own food, which was probably cold by now, and with his mouth still full, he said,
"We're going to teach them a lesson tonight."
Chapter 21. Alice. Alice listened to the chug of gas entering the RV, willing it to hurry up. The attendant, a wiry, middle-aged man with straggly hair and overgrown sideburns, dipped his squeegee into a bucket and dragged it across the windshield, removing dust and dead bugs. He scrubbed hard at the splattered remains of a particularly large bug that had dried in the corner near Simon. She glanced sideways. Simon was leaning back in his seat, the brim of his baseball cap pulled down to shade his eyes, as though he was sleeping, but she could see his tight jaw, his fingers tapping. Finally, the attendant moved away from their windshield and the RV tanks were full. Alice handed over cash, relieved when the man gave a quick nod and went to help the next car. The Dairy Queen didn't close until 11 and Simon didn't want to go back to the nature park, so they found a dusty road that might have been used for logging in the past, but was now rough with potholes. Overgrown shrubs and branches brushed against the RV as it bumped and dipped for a couple of miles until they reached a clearing where Simon told her to park. Then he revealed his plan to rob the restaurant at closing time. Tom tried to talk Simon out of it.
"A Dairy Queen isn't going to have much money in the till. It's not worth the risk. All money is good money. Is it worth dying for? You think I can't handle myself? I beat your ass, didn't I?"
Tom's hands clenched into fists, like he was thinking about how much he wanted to wipe that smirk off Simon's face right now. Alice sure did. Tom tried another approach.
"Just leave Alice. You don't need her. What I don't need is you shooting your mouth off."
Simon tugged the gun out of his waistband and lifted his eyebrows at Tom.
"You going to be quiet now?"
"Yes, he is," Alice said. "And I need to get some rest." She walked to the back and crawled onto the bed with Tom. Simon sat with Jenny at the table and played Uno. Alice fell asleep and dreamed of messy burgers, with bits of lettuce and cheese dropping onto the RV carpet. She tried to clean it up, but more food kept falling. Then there was a baby crying somewhere in the RV, and she was searching under the seats, in the cupboards. She woke up to Tom softly calling her name and barely had a moment to adjust when Simon got to his feet.
"It's time. Let's go."
Alice stumbled off the bed, grabbed a soda from the fridge, rubbed at her eyes to clear the dreams and sleep, and got behind the wheel. When they reached town, they parked again at the laundromat, this time behind it. Simon's theory was that if anyone saw the RV, they'd think they were doing laundry, which Alice would have liked. The RV windows were rolled down, but the air was still steamy. The brick building, having absorbed the heat all day, was now radiating it out at them. Alice futilely fanned her face with one of their travel brochures. "They're just kids," she said to Simon, who was in the passenger seat, waiting for the last cars to leave Dairy Queen. They couldn't see the front, but they had a clear view of the parking lot and the back door to the alley, where a few minutes ago one of the workers had come out with a garbage bag that he'd tossed into a dumpster. Alice didn't want to rob anything, but especially not a restaurant where teenagers worked, no matter how much Simon hated them.
Even better, he said. They'll piss their pants.
With 2 people working, there are more chances of a problem. Simon gave her a look, then got up and made his way down the center of the RV. Alice turned in her seat and watched as he reached into the storage, where he'd put the disguises. He rummaged through one of the pillowcases, then brandished a roll of silver duct tape.
I kept this.
Alice slumped in her seat. Maybe the Dairy Queen had an alarm. Simon sat back down in the passenger seat. When the parking lot was empty of all cars, and it was 1 minute until closing time, he said,
"We'll try the back door first. It's probably unlocked."
"You don't have to do this," Jenny pleaded. "It was just a mistake."
"The dumbass was rude to me. That was a big mistake."
Alice observed over her shoulder as Simon pulled out their disguises from the storage and gave the hunting knife to Jenny.
"Anything goes wrong, get behind the wheel and just go."
Jenny nodded, but she looked even more scared than Alice felt. She imagined Jenny frozen in the driver's seat, watching Alice and Simon being hauled away in handcuffs, or worse, on stretchers. Alice didn't think Dairy Queen employees would be armed, but the police sure would be, and if they saw her with the fake gun that Simon was now passing her, they might just decide she was a real threat. Her sweaty palms stuck to the plastic handle.
"Same as last time," he said. "Flash it at them so they know we're serious."
"I think they'll know." Simon tossed the denim overalls at her.
"Hurry up."
After they were dressed in their disguises and gloves, Alice followed him down the RV steps and into the shadows alongside the building, then around the dumpster.
"I'll go in first. Stay right behind me."
When they entered through the back door, Alice was hit with a strong scent of lemon cleaner. Simon gestured to the floor. Wet tiles. She nodded and followed him through the kitchen, past metal shelves and ice cream machines. She peered through the equipment, searching for the workers. Voices up front, arguing about who had to clean the grill. Simon was moving faster now, rounding the counter, the gun straight out in front of him, and both hands gripping it like he was in a police movie.
"Put your hands up!"
The action was so abrupt and shocking that the 2 workers behind the front counter, holding spray bottles and rags, just stood staring at them with their mouths open.
"I said, put your goddamn hands up."
The boys dropped the cleaning tools onto the counter. One of the bottles rolled off and clattered onto the floor. They lifted their arms into the air. Simon was standing in the throughway between the counter and the kitchen, blocking the boys in beside the ice cream machines. Alice was at his shoulder. He jerked his chin at her.
"Lock the front door, then get back here."
Alice hurried to the door, contemplated running straight out, then glanced back at Simon, who was watching her. Could she make it out before he shot her? Simon narrowed his eyes and shifted his body slightly in her direction, 1 foot back like he was getting ready to run. Alice flipped the deadbolt and returned to Simon.
"Anyone else in here?"
he said to the boys, who were standing side by side and had shuffled backward, so they were a few feet away. The shorter one had brown hair that winged out from underneath his white Dairy Queen paper hat, and his cheeks were marked with acne. His red uniform shirt with plaid trim hung off his skinny frame. He couldn't have been a day over 16. The other one looked a little older and husky, with a thick middle and stocky legs. His blonde hair was long under his uniform hat, falling straight over his ears. And something about the way he was staring at Simon made Alice think he was the kind who might try to resist.
"Turn around and get on your stomach with your arms behind your backs."
They both spun around, but the blonde one moved slower, with a you-don't-scare-me attitude as he lowered himself. They flattened their bodies on the floor and stuck their arms out. Simon looked at Alice, who was behind his right shoulder.
"Tape them up."
She pulled the tape out of the front pocket of her overalls and hurried over to the boys. She crouched near the small one, his wrists thin and his shoulder blades jutting out from a narrow back. His uniform pants were baggy, the loops scrunched together by a belt. His Dairy Queen hat had fallen off. The back of his hair waved into curls at the base of his neck.
"Don't look at us,"
Simon yelled, and both kids kept their heads turned away. Alice fumbled with the end of the tape, struggling to peel it back while wearing the knitted gloves. She could feel Simon's mounting agitation behind her, the squeaking of his shoes pacing on the clean tiles. Finally, she had the tape end, which she wound around each boy's wrists tight enough to hold them, but hopefully not cut off their circulation. They were so close to Alice that if they had turned their heads, even for a second, they could have seen her face, her eyes, but they stayed frozen. The smaller one had started crying and whimpering, then begging, "Please don't hurt us. Please, I don't want to die."
"Jesus Christ. Tape that kid's mouth shut."
Alice ignored the order and muttered to the boy, "Stop crying." He tried to rein in the sobs, but he was doing a poor job.
"Tape him,"
Simon shouted again. "We need him to tell us where the money is." She couldn't put tape across their mouths. She couldn't hurt them. She wouldn't. She got to her feet. Simon flipped the light switch, and they were plunged into darkness, except for dim emergency lighting in the kitchen. He came around the back side of the counter and yanked a phone out of the wall, dropping it with a clatter.
"How do I open the register?"
he said. The kid who wasn't crying said,
"The red button at the top. Get the money,"
Simon told Alice, who pressed the button and began pulling money out of the register. On the floor, the kids were a blob of dark shadows and weeping sounds.
"Where's the safe?"
Simon demanded.
"In the office."
Again the braver kid spoke.
"But we don't have the code." "What the hell does that mean?"
"Our boss is the only one."
"Bullshit."
Simon stepped forward and kicked the bigger kid's body with a loud thud. Alice gasped and spun around from the till. The kid was wheezing and gagging. The smaller one had let out a scream and was trying to wiggle forward on his stomach. Simon grabbed the tape from Alice. "Please," she said, "not with tape over their mouths. They could choke." But Simon ignored her and stalked toward the small kid. He grabbed him by the back of his arms and flipped him over. The kid was twisting and flailing and crying. Alice was so terrified she couldn't move, and just stood in front of the open cash register with bills clutched in her hand. The sound of tape tearing off the roll. A struggle, a slap, then muffled screams. Simon turned to look over his shoulder at Alice.
"Get the money."
She continued emptying the till but kept an eye on what was happening. Simon was dragging the older boy up, his arms looped through the kid's arms and spinning him around. Alice was now looking into the kid's flushed face, his cheeks shiny with lemon cleaner and grime from the floor. His bangs were a blunt fringe above his panicked eyes. The boy was trying to wrench himself free, but Simon was taller, stronger, and had the advantage. He marched him past Alice and stopped in front of the deep fryer. Oh, no. The kid struggled harder, pulling, squirming, and kicking Simon's legs with his heels. Simon grabbed the back of his hair with one hand and pushed his face toward the grease.
"What's the combination?"
"Screw you," the kid said, and Alice was beginning to think he was more stupid than brave. Simon pushed his face closer to the grease. The kid was doing a good job of resisting, and his neck was corded as he fought back.
Simon removed his hand from the boy's hair and pulled the gun out of his waistband, then smacked it against the back of the boy's head. Simon was yelling at him. "What are the numbers?"
"He doesn't know," Alice shouted. "Let's get out of here."
"He knows."
Simon shifted his weight so that he was able to press his body down on the kid's back. The boy's face was inches from the grease.
"You want to be shot or have your face burned off?"
"It's the key," he finally cried out. "Under the tray in the cash register."
"You were willing to die for some asshole who doesn't give a shit about you?"
"My dad owns this place," the kid yelled back, still somehow full of a bravado that maybe only a boss's son could have.
"I should kill you for being stupid."
"My dad's going to find you and kill you," the kid said, and Alice wanted to hit him herself. Why was he daring Simon? Did he have no sense of self-preservation? Simon looked at her.
"Don't just stand there. Look for the key."
Alice spun around and lifted the tray, finding the small silver key. Once she had it in her hand, Simon turned back to the kid.
"You're lucky you weren't lying."
Whatever smart-mouth thing the kid was about to say died in his mouth when Simon cracked him across the head with the butt of the gun. Twice. Hard blows. The kid would have landed face first in the deep fryer if it weren't for the fact that Simon was holding him up. Simon stepped back and let the kid sag to the floor, where he slumped to the side, unmoving. Simon kicked him in the stomach, then the ribs. Alice remembered him beating on Tom, how he wouldn't stop. She felt that same helpless feeling now, the disconnect between what she was watching and how long it seemed to take her body and brain to catch up. Without thinking, she grabbed one of the dirty cleaning cloths from the counter and threw it at Simon. It smacked the side of his face and dropped to the floor with a plop. Simon stopped kicking and frowned at her, panting as he tried to catch his breath. "We have to empty the safe." She held up the silver key. He gave the kid one final parting kick, so hard that it moved his body a few inches. Then he walked away. Alice followed him as he searched around the back of the restaurant and found a small office. He flicked on the lights. Alice blinked in the sudden brightness. Simon located the safe under the desk and opened it with the key, laughing when he pulled out stacks of cash. He handed them to Alice, who shoved them into the pillowcase. It felt like they'd been in that restaurant for hours. Surely someone would come by. Did the teens have cars? Was a parent going to pick them up? Maybe there was a parent waiting in the parking lot right now, wondering why the lights were off. There'd be a knock on the glass door, a questioning shout. When Simon got to his feet, she assumed he would run straight for the back door, but he was walking toward the front again, around the counter. Alice ran after him, praying he wasn't going to finish the kids off. He stopped so fast that she bumped into his back. He grabbed one of the milkshake cups, fumbling with a machine, pressing levers and buttons. He held the cup under a nozzle and laughed as it filled with pink, creamy liquid that spilled over the top. Then he found a long red plastic spoon in a tray beside the machine and stuck it in the middle of the drink. Alice stared, dumbfounded. A milkshake. He'd stopped to make a milkshake. Simon looked down at the small kid who remained sprawled on the floor, his head turned to the side. Alice's eyes had adjusted to the dim light, so she could make out his features. The boy's hair was sticking up wildly, and his face was damp with tears and sweat. The tape across his mouth pulled his skin taut. It looked painful, and Alice wished she could remove it for him.
"Your friend's an asshole,"
Simon stated. The kid blinked, then nodded cautiously, his cheek sliding on the floor.
"You should work somewhere else,"
Simon added. The kid nodded faster this time. Alice would be surprised if the poor kid was willing to ever leave his house again after that night. Alice followed Simon out into the dark. They moved fast through the alley, ran across the street, avoiding any patches of lights and staying in the shadows. The town was quiet, unaware. They were up the steps and into the RV. Nothing but their shadows slipped in behind them. Simon took the pillowcase from Alice. She sat in the driver's seat, tugged the bandana and gloves off, tossed the costume glasses onto the dash, and turned the key. She looked into the rearview mirror. Simon was giving Jenny the milkshake. She smiled up at him, teeth flashing white in the dark RV. Her boyfriend had just robbed a restaurant and beat up a kid, and the girl was thrilled that he had brought her a milkshake. A 35-cent milkshake. He leaned down to give her a kiss. Alice jammed her foot onto the gas pedal, lurching the RV forward and sending Simon tumbling into Jenny. He disentangled himself and stood back up, glaring at Alice, while milkshake dripped down his shirt.
What the hell was that?
Sorry, she said. My foot slipped. Chapter 22. Alice. The white lines of the highway blurred. Alice opened her window to get fresh air on her face and rolled her head side to side, stretching her tight neck muscles. Their headlights shone on two sets of eyes on the side of the road. Raccoons, probably. Whatever it had been was low to the ground, but elk, deer, and maybe mountain goats might cross the road at night. If they hit something big, she would for sure lose control of the RV. She needed to pay attention, but she couldn't stop thinking about the boys at the Dairy Queen. The smaller one would be okay, physically at least. But what about the older boy? What if he died? Simon had ripped the phone out of the wall. How long until someone found them? Alice peeked over at Simon, who still looked smug. While Alice had gotten them back onto the highway, he'd stowed their disguises, then sat with Jenny and counted his haul. Judging by his laughter, they'd done well, but not enough to pay for all the things they wanted. They'd talked about what kind of car they should buy and decided on a station wagon. They both wanted a big backyard and a TV. Simon wanted a dog. To Alice, they were children playing house. They had no idea how much their lives would change with a baby. They were stuck together now. Their secrets, their crimes, would always be there. Stronger than any marriage vows. "I'm too tired," Alice said. "I shouldn't be driving."
It's only been like 20 minutes.
Yeah, but it's almost midnight. "I'm tired too," Jenny said. Alice glanced up at the mirror and, spotting the milkshake cup still in front of her at the table, felt a fresh wave of anger.
"Fine. We'll look for a spot,"
Simon said. When they came upon a turnoff, they followed the road until rough pavement changed to gravel, and then crossed over a small bridge and a creek. They parked on the shoulder, where the road widened for vehicles to wait if another vehicle, or a logging truck, was already crossing. Alice and Tom were barely given enough time to use the bathroom before Simon was binding them back together. She wondered how full the gray water tanks were getting, and if they would run out of clean water. But her thoughts drifted away as exhaustion, fear, and the adrenaline of the day caught up to her. She was blissfully saved from it all until morning, when a chorus of forest birds began to sing outside their window. After they had taken turns using the bathroom, Tom asked to sit at the table.
"I need to move around."
Simon thought it over, then allowed it. But Tom's hands and ankles had to be tied together. Tom kept his anger in check and looked grateful to be sitting,
Though Alice knew he was still in agony. There were only a couple of Tylenol tablets left in the bottle. Jenny hadn't gotten her vitamins yet. Maybe Alice would be able to convince Simon to stop at a drugstore. Alice opened the box of Pink Panther flakes that Jenny had purchased at the grocery store and poured them each a bowl. Tom and Alice ate at the dinette so she could assist him with his food, and the younger couple sat in the front seats. Simon seemed to feel her gaze because he turned and looked at her. She dropped her eyes and dipped her spoon into the milk. "You're going to help me drain the tanks after, Alice?" She nodded, but she wasn't going to say okay or yes or give any other signs of agreement. Everything she did was under duress, and she wanted there to be no mistake about that. Simon was sitting sideways, his legs bouncing as he shoved spoonfuls of cereal into his mouth, one after the other. He got to his feet and dropped the bowl into the sink with a clang. He was clearly agitated about something. Alice wondered if it was about the robbery the night before. Guilt? Or fear of getting caught? To Alice's surprise, he slipped behind the wheel and started the engine. Jenny stopped eating. "What are you doing?" Simon spun the dials on the radio. "I want to hear the news. See if there's anything about the Dairy Queen." When he got static on one station, he tried others, but he couldn't get anything more than seconds of tinny-sounding songs and broken words before they turned to static. He shut off the engine. "We need to go somewhere with better reception." The dishes were washed and put away. Tom was tied up on the bed again, and Alice and Simon, having drained the gray water and other unmentionables into a hole he had dug in the soft dirt, were back in the RV. Alice slid into the driver's seat and Simon into the passenger side. "Jenny needs vitamins," Alice said, "and we're out of Tylenol." Jenny made a distressed sound in the back. "I forgot." Alice glanced at her in the rearview mirror. The girl looked guilt-stricken. "We'll stop at the next town," Simon said. They reached Cranbrook a little while later. Larger than Kimberly, it was situated in a valley and protected by the enormous Rocky Mountains. Their peaks so sharp, they looked like arrowheads angled toward the sky, painted in blue and gray shadows and brushed with white. Red brick buildings, with arched windows trimmed in stone and flat roofs, clustered together on the streets as though trying to keep warm in the bitter winters. The sidewalks were decorated with concrete planters filled with flowers, and a brick clock tower stood proudly in the town center, overseeing all the comings and goings. The morning sun was already blinding through the windshield, and Simon, noticing Alice's squint, handed over her sunglasses. The sweet cereal churned in her stomach. She was the one who handed Tom his glasses. She prided herself on always knowing where his belongings were. It made her feel purposeful, an essential part of their relationship. She did not want to be essential to Simon. She did not want him to recognize her needs. She wanted him gone. She glared at the road through her sunglasses. They'd kept the radio on while driving, Simon switching stations so many times Alice wanted to smack his hand. There was nothing yet about the robberies. Alice hoped it would be on the news soon. She wanted people to be on the lookout for anything suspicious. Alice drove the quiet streets until they found a corner drugstore set apart from the rest of the downtown core. The low-slung wood building had white and blue awnings on each side with neat lettering. Harris Family Drugstore. She slowed the RV as she passed in front of the store. "Okay," Simon said. "There's an open sign." The parking lot was on the side of the building. Empty, for now. She glanced at Simon. "Do you want me to pull in here?" "No. Somewhere out of sight." One street over,
They found another red brick building with parking, except this one was a church with a pointed steeple and a white picket fence surrounding a small graveyard.
"Here," Simon said.
Alice cast a sideways glance at Simon. Did he really want his murdering and thieving soul that close to a church? Simon made a quick, impatient gesture with his hand.
"Go."
All right, then. Alice parked the RV and sent up a prayer. Lord, if you can hear me, please send down a lightning bolt and strike this man before he can hurt anyone else. Unfortunately, the sky stayed a peaceful blue. Jenny left the RV. She was probably only gone 10 or 15 minutes, but Simon's leg bounced the entire time he watched out the window. When Jenny returned, she hopped up the metal steps, her body so slight the RV barely moved. Simon turned his chair around to greet her.
"Everything okay?"
Yes, I got vitamins and Tylenol. Should I give Tom one now?
"Please,"
Tom said from the back.
"Two."
Jenny got a soda from the fridge for Tom and helped him take the pills. She brought the leftover soda to Alice and held it out. You want it? What Alice wanted was for this girl to not be acting like Tom's nurse. She took the soda and drank the cold liquid down. Simon was staring out the windshield. His eyes narrowed. Alice was surprised he hadn't told her to drive or start the engine. She glanced in her rearview mirror as Jenny got another bottle of soda from the fridge, then sat down at the table and took her vitamins.
"There's a hose,"
Simon said. Alice followed Simon's gaze to the side of the church, where a coiled hose lay on the ground below a red-handled tap.
"We should fill the water tank,"
Simon said.
"Pull up closer."
Alice started the RV again, drove parallel to the church wall, leaving a few feet between them, and tried to line the tank up as she parked. Simon reached over and took the keys out of the ignition.
"Let's go."
Alice followed him outside. She unscrewed the cap that covered the water tank while Simon turned on the tap and dragged the hose over. The splashing sound of water softened as the level grew higher in the tank. When the tank was full, Simon shut the tap off. They were still outside the RV when a brown van turned sharply into the church lot and parked behind the RV, blocking them in. Shit, Simon said under his breath. He slid his hand partway into his front pocket, jerked his head at Alice, and walked toward the rear of the RV. She moved to stand beside him. The van was playing loud music that abruptly shut off. Alice couldn't see the driver through the windshield, only the reflection of trees and blue sky. The door opened and a tall, trim man got out, dressed in corduroy tan pants and a loose tunic-style shirt. His hair was golden blonde, cut with straight bangs, and when he smiled, he showed a row of white teeth against tan skin. He looked like a California beach boy. The passenger door slid open, and a girl jumped out, another right behind her. They had the same sort of smile as the man, like they were incredibly happy to see two strangers staring at them. Both were similar looking, with long, dirty blonde hair parted in the middle, makeup-free faces, and a thin leather braid around their foreheads. Their bare feet peeked out from below their flowered prairie skirts. The shorter girl had tiny bells on her belt that tinkled when she moved.
"Hello, travelers,"
the man called out.
"Hey,"
Simon said.
"We were just about to leave. How about you move the van?"
The taller girl, with a dreamy smile and brown, half-lidded eyes, walked toward Simon. Her beaded earrings swayed in time with her hips. Simon stepped back, but she circled him, her hands smoothing over his shoulders. She stopped at his side and looped her arm through his. "You're so strong." Simon's face pulled into a scowl. The shorter girl, curvier with dimpled cheeks, had moved to Simon's opposite side, her hand wrapping around his bicep. "Oh, you are strong. Can you help us?" The blond man put his hands on his hips.
"What do you say, brother? Can you lend a hand with unloading tables for our church sale? In exchange for the water. Water's free," Simon said. "So is help."
The man spread his arms wide and laughed. Simon untangled himself from the girls.
"We need to get going. Time's a construct, my friend. You can make it bend."
He made a movement with his hands, like playing an accordion, then walked to the rear of the van. His leather sandals slapped with each step. The doors swung open. Alice heard the scrape of metal. The girls had given up on Simon, but they didn't seem in a rush to unload anything. The taller one had stopped to braid a section of the curvy one's hair, head tilted, singing a John Lennon tune. The curvy one joined in, their voices blending sweetly. "You may say I'm a dreamer." Simon looked between the girls in the van, his hands in fists, his body tense. Alice watched him. He wouldn't hurt 3 people, would he? Surely not out in the open like this. "We can wait in the RV," she told him quietly. A loud crashing sound came from behind the van. Alice flinched. More scraping noises. The man was dragging out a long wooden table with metal legs. He dropped it onto the pavement, then leaned against the van to watch the girls, still singing, hands raised to the sky, hips shimmying. The man lit a marijuana joint and exhaled a cloud of pungent smoke. The girls danced over to him. They took puffs of the joint and passed it around.
"Jesus, we're going to be stuck here all day,"
Simon muttered. He gave Alice a warning look, then motioned for her to follow him to the van. The man held the joint out to Simon, who shook his head.
"Just here to help. Great news, brother."
The man pinched off the end of the joint and slid it into his pocket. He and Simon lifted up the long wooden table, which had metal folding legs. The girls were taking brown paper bags out. "It's old clothes," the taller one said as she passed Alice a bag. She picked up one for herself and hooked their arms together. Alice was guided around the corner of the church along a brick walkway, then up the front steps. The girl smelled of marijuana, campfire, and patchouli oil. They moved through the short hallway into the main part of the church, which didn't look like any churches that Alice had ever been inside. The church was empty but for the colorful pillows arranged in a large circle. In the middle of the circle were bongo drums, candles, bells, and metal bowls. The air had the same marijuana smell as the girl, but now mixed with the cloying musk of sandalwood incense. Alice was getting a headache. The girls dropped the bags of clothes against the wall, where Simon and the man were setting up the table. Alice did the same. "What kind of church is this?" Alice said. "We're the Church of the Divine Moon." The tall girl pressed her hand against her heart. "Our leader, Phoenix, he studied in India. He's amazing." She gave another of those dreamy smiles. Maybe she wasn't just stoned on drugs. She was high on devotion.
"Where is he?"
Simon didn't even try to hide his suspicious tone. The blond man shrugged.
"He moves around to wherever he's needed. Sometimes he's here or back at our farm. Do you want to meet him? You can join our drum circle tonight."
"We've got plans." Simon strode toward the door. They carried in another load. Alice dropped the clothes, while Simon and the man set up a table. She caught Simon eyeing a door a few feet away that had been left ajar. Alice couldn't see what he was finding so interesting. She wondered what he was thinking. They made 2 more trips. Finally, the van was empty.
"Come back tomorrow for the sale,"
the man said as he closed the doors.
"We'll have fruit and vegetables for sale, and the girls make goat milk soap."
"We have knitting too," the curvy one said. "We dye the wool ourselves." When Simon didn't say anything, the silence growing awkward, Alice said, "Sure, maybe." Simon walked back toward the RV, Alice following, but he stopped near the rear bumper and turned to watch the others leave. Alice had to stand with him. The van reversed onto the road. The tall girl waved out the window and the man honked the horn. Alice gave a half-hearted wave. As soon as the van was out of sight, Simon walked to the RV door and yanked it open. He stood on the lower step and poked his head inside.
"You okay, babe?"
"Yeah, but who were those people?"
"Give me a minute."
He closed the door before Jenny had a chance to say anything else, then gestured for Alice to come with him. "What's going on?" He was walking fast. She hurried to keep up with him as they rounded the corner, jogged up the steps. He let himself into the church, moved quickly over to the wall. She still didn't know what he was doing or looking for. He reached for one of the bags of clothes, dumped it out.
"Grab one,"
he told her, and, confused, she picked up a bag and emptied it. The clothes were an assortment of men's dress shirts and women's blouses, slacks.
"Come on."
Simon pushed through the open door into the room beyond. A kitchen, with wood cabinets, yellow countertop, white fridge and stove. A small table by a window. 2 chairs. She ran her gaze around the space, then saw all the mason jars lined up on the counter, filled with dried green marijuana. She frowned. This didn't bode well. Simon picked up one of the jars and lowered it into his empty bag. Alice set her bag down next to his. Tidily arranged nearby were all sorts of what seemed to be smoking apparatus. Bongs, glass tubes, ceramic teapots, decanters, and vases with spouts. One looked like an old man with a beard. Alice lifted it up, wondering how it worked.
"I don't care about those,"
Simon said.
"Grab the jars."
The door suddenly opened behind them. Alice whirled around and saw a man, tall, with long black hair, bronze skin, and dressed in a white tunic.
"Sorry,"
he said, smiling.
"Didn't mean to scare you."
He walked to the counter and set down a metal thermos, keys, and a folded newspaper.
"Are you friends of Tasha and Misty?"
Simon was standing stock still, his hand grasping the paper bag. "We helped them unload the van," Alice said.
"Yeah?"
The man turned away from the counter.
"You interested in joining? My name's Phoenix. I lead the prayer sessions."
He took a couple of steps toward her, reached for her hand, and clasped it between his palms. He smiled at her, his brown eyes warm and sincere. Then his expression changed. He tilted his head, frowned with concern.
"Is everything okay, sister?"
"I'm fine." She tugged her hand from his grasp. Phoenix looked to Simon, and for the first time he seemed to notice the brown paper bags. He stared at them, then back to Simon. Alice's stomach plummeted. The silence seemed to grow and stretch. Phoenix was still looking at Simon, studying him. Oh, no. The newspaper. Phoenix blinked, then shook his head.
"Oh, hey."